Hello, everybody. Oh, shit. That's better. How you doing? Welcome to Sunday Night Live, Sunday Night Random, Sunday Night whatever. We're going to figure out what we call it at a later point in time because, well, that's just how we do things around here. We don't really have a plan. We just kind of bring people in and say, hi, Dave, and hi, hello, Watermark, and hello, Julio.
What's up, Jim? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. You can see I had this all planned out.
Oh, I mean, that was epic. That was the way great producers do it. Jeez, we're professionals here.
I sat around all day thinking about topics for this show. I came up with none. So,
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I came up with nuns, actually. Well, let's talk about nuns.
just like my show.
How you doing, Julio?
Doing all right, thanks. How are you, Jim?
Not having a good day. He's already dropped his vape.
He's
Oh,
ginger and gay.
I don't have any puppet shows or anything like that to play, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, but whatever. Yeah, so I thought tonight maybe we could talk about, like, there's a couple things in the news maybe. There's this thing going on with drones.
Yeah.
There was also some, activity coming out of the White House. There was a couple pardons and some clemency that was handed out, passed out, doled out to, people that
you can't trust those whites. I mean, why the White House? Why not, other people's houses? I don't know.
Jim, did you see Trump's tweet, his meme about the drones?
Oh, which one? The one with Chris Christie?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty fucking funny.
That was good.
That was, yep.
There is some people claiming that they're out there looking for nuclear radiation. That
I
made me
heard that
think,
nonsense.
It made me think, like, what would happen if something, God forbid, something happened? Let's say there's some big event coming up, in the next couple weeks, some big event with a bunch of people at it. Like, I don't know, like the new president and vice president, and
what if they objected to it and somehow they tried to over? Oh no, that would never happen.
I'm talking about like when they're actually doing the thing where they're doing the swearing in and everything, and all the people are there except for a few Democrats who said they're not going.
Oh,
and then something was to happen at that event,
and all the Republicans went bye-bye in one fell swoop.
Geez, what would happen? What would this country look like?
Succession would.
It would turn
we should
into
look
Korea
at the succession.
Or fucking Russia in about a year, Jim.
No, in about a day.
I think in a day they would be like martial law. They'd be collecting.
No, I know the presidential succession thing is a real thing. If you look through that, you go down pretty quickly. What is it? President, vice president, Speaker of the House, President pro tem of the Senate,
and Secretary of State,
and then Secretary of the Treasury.
Yeah,
which makes them the fifth most powerful person. And I was listening to people online who said they're trying to get rid of gay people, and Trump nominated for the fifth most powerful position in the country. The Secretary of the Treasury is a gay man who has been married since 2011, and they have 2 kids. Imagine trying to do away with gay people and making the fifth most powerful person in the world a gay man. But yeah, he's totally genociding gay people. Okay, got it.
Yeah, they better run for the hills.
Oh, be afraid, people. Be afraid.
Remember the slaughter in his first term? It was horrific.
Oh yeah,
it was horrific.
It was amazing. I mean, God. Oh,
All those
geez,
camps that
terrible.
they set up and all that
Camps,
shit.
yeah, terrible.
All the fucking re-education centers that had to be built. It's crazy.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Anyway, like I don't know. Did anyone watch last night the Dick Masterson stream where he was going over all the documents from the court case?
He was on while we were on, and I was kind of trying to watch it, but it was too complicated, so I couldn't understand it while we were watching.
Yeah,
And it took him forever. It took him forever to get started too. Like you said,
Yeah,
He was listening to music and dancing and stuff, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And then he said he was going to bring on people, and then he just didn't.
Yeah.
Why is he
That
so
was great, though.
excited
He
for
went through a
Riley,
lot of-
though? Why is he so obsessed with Riley?
Dick's name was in the paperwork.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh yeah, he was officially.
It was
Like-
officially in the paperwork that Dick Masterson
Was the actual puppeteer, right? He was
Yeah.
the puppeteer of this guy Riley.
You know, technically that's not his name.
Yeah, we know.
You
that. Yeah,
So maybe if you're going to put something in legal documents, you might want to use the guy's
he's
name.
a real name. Yeah,
Yeah, you might want a better lawyer, don't you think, Jim? You think
a
that
rock
lawyer
star
might-
lawyer.
But I'm not going to say his real name because that's doxing.
Yeah,
Right.
even though we all heard it 20 times.
That's
yeah.
doxing.
Right.
Dax.
See what you did there? Clever boy.
But anywho,
Well,
this
were they interesting documents?
nah, I mean it was just court documents basically where Eric got exposed for being a snitch.
So it's kind of the stuff that Ethan went over to then.
Did Ethan go over it?
He
I don't think
did.
he went over the court documents, though, did he?
He went over some of the stuff that was not in the documents, but in the resolution to the case, right? After they
Here's
Someone's
the
gonna quashed
clemency
it.
recipient list that they put out December 12th. 1,499 commutations and 39 pardons. Now, I've gone through this list and I've searched. I cannot find any information about these people's crimes.
the ones that they had in prison.
Yeah, like it just says like that basically everything you can find online is just about this. You know what I mean? Like you can't like I mean a cursory search basically. I didn't go crazy, but just pulling up trying to find what they were actually charged with. Because if you read like this says Nina Simona Allen, Harvest, Alabama, 49-year-old woman who was convicted of a nonviolent offense in her 20s. In the years since, she returned to school earning a baccalaureate. Is there supposed to be a bachelor's degree? I don't know.
Bachelorette. Yeah.
Baccalaureate.
Baccalaureate.
She had a Bobby Bacala. And
Yeah, the
Baklava is
gabagool.
great if you like butter.
She has her bukkake degree. Yes.
Oh no.
And then since then, returned, 2 master's degrees. She now works in the field of education, strengthens her community by volunteering in a local soup kitchen nursing home. She's described by people as North's dependable, hardworking woman of integrity. Well, that's great, but what was she convicted of?
But
What-
Jim, is
what's she
this
convicted
the list where the judge that was sending children to jail? Is this the same group of people?
Yep.
Yes, it's the same group of people.
So it was only 39 pardons, not
Yeah, and
1,000 pardons.
1,500 commutations, which the commutation basically means you're done.
Oh, you get out of jail.
You get out of jail.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
you're done.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to see here, but we go down the list here.
So okay, but
That's
she's
a
not
lot of
in
info.
so in other words, the commutations mean that they clean their record. Is that what they did? Like,
Commutation doesn't clean
They
the
let you
record.
out.
These pardons do. Like this is the 39 pardons.
oh, these are part. Okay, so this
Yeah,
this,
the
this lady's
commutations,
been
you get
out
out
of
of
jail for how
prison.
long? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, these are the pardons where they just basically all say the same thing. Non-violent offense, non-violent offense, non-violent offense. Well, what is the offense?
yeah.
It's one sentence saying nonviolent
79-year-old
offense, and the
man
rest of it is
Convicted
How great
of
What
they-
they've done,
Yeah.
what they've done and everything. James Edgar Yarborough. Why does that name sound familiar?
Yarborough Fair.
Jim Yarborough. Why does that name sound
U.S.
familiar?
Air Force
Garbo
veteran. I don't know.
What did he do?
Nonviolent
There's a
offense.
Purple Heart.
Yeah, Purple Heart.
That is interesting, though. Nonviolent offense can mean a lot of things.
I mean, these are all federal crimes too, so it wasn't like jaywalking or something.
Yeah, a lot of these are drug offenses too, right?
They got to be, But here's all the commutations right here. It just basically says registration number in their names. It doesn't give them any information. And this is the one.
Lot.
Yeah, this is the one where it's like, whoa, like I have some other, basically some other stuff that we can look at.
Anybody could be in that list because
Correct.
it's so long.
Well, that's the
no
thing is
one
people
gonna know.
Yeah, you have to go through basically and pull them out, and that's why there's been some. Oh wait, who sent me a message? Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry, I was sidetracked.
Really? I never know what that's like.
Anyway,
What?
Look at what?
What?
Bookmarks. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Show crap.
Do, 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 do.
See, I got it in the wrong order here.
It seems so easy when you're not the guy running the stream, right?
Oh, I love sitting here watching. It's so great. If it's quiet, it ain't my fault.
So here, Joe Biden just pardoned a judge who got paid to send your kids and others to jail. He also pardoned a Chinese national who had 47,000 kiddie porn images. I don't want to hear
Holy.
Orange Man bad from you ever again. So we could pull up this story.
Orange Man. Yeah, damn it.
So victim shocked after Biden grants clemency to kids for cash judge and $54 million embezzler. Victims of major
people, right?
public two different people. Victims of major public corruption cases in Pennsylvania and Illinois are angry at President Joe Biden granted clemency this week to two officials convicted. Commutations were announced Thursday as part of a historic clemency package for 1,500 convicted criminals who, the White House said, deserved a second chance. The two convicted officials whose cases sparked outrage, a crooked Pennsylvania judge and a notorious Illinois fraudster. Both had already been released from prison early and put on house arrest during the COVID-19 pandemic. Surprisingly, though, they were released in 2022. COVID was over in 2022.
Yep.
But I thought that, okay. Yeah.
They were put on house arrest in 2022 because if you remember correctly, the one guy looked like he weighed about 600 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, wait, maybe that might be another one. That's
another guy. It's not one of these
another
two.
guy.
Yeah.
You're right. That was a different corrupt guy.
It was
Never mind.
that guy from Ohio.
That was the Cuyahoga
Yeah.
County guy. So that's a
Yeah,
different
and that was three of the clemency things, together in one
So
person.
this guy was convicted in 2011. Former Pennsylvania judge Michael Conahan was convicted in 2011 in what was infamously called "kids for cash" scandal, where he took tax from for-profit detention centers in exchange for wrongly sending juveniles to their facilities. The case was widely considered to be one of the worst judicial scandals in Pennsylvania history.
Now, why do you get that guy? I know money. I know it's money, but why do you go with that guy? He sent some of those kids were really, really young, according to the article, like 8 years old or 9 years old or something.
I hate to be so cynical, considering cynicism here.
Yeah,
But it's money. Somebody paid him.
Yeah, I know.
Obviously there was still people that had money that were like, let's get this guy out. That's the only explanation.
It just sucks so much.
It does. Yeah, it says right here. And did he let the other judge out too? The misconduct of Conahan and another Luzerne County judge led the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to throw out 4,000 juvenile convictions, and the discredited state judges were ordered to pay $200 million to the victims. Sandy Fonzo, the mother of Edward Kenzakowski, who died by suicide after spending time behind bars as part of this kickback scheme, said she was shocked and hurt after learning of Biden's decision to commute the rest of Conahan's punishment. Conahan's actions destroyed families, including mine, and my son's death is a tragic reminder that the consequences of his abuse of power. Bonzo told Citizens Voice, a local outlet. The pardon feels like an injustice for all of us who still suffer. Right now, I am processing and doing the best I can to cope with the pain of this that this has brought back. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, a Democrat, also said Friday at an unrelated news conference in Biden's hometown of Scranton that I do feel strongly that Biden got it absolutely wrong and created a lot of pain here in Northeast Pennsylvania. Well, I wonder, though, because isn't there like a scandal involving Josh Shapiro where like one of his best friend's girlfriend died by suicide by stabbing herself like 20 times?
Thought that's who that was. Yeah.
Yeah. And he, at the time, he was the attorney general and he went along with it being ruled a suicide.
Here's what I wonder, though, Jim. You think fucking Biden even knows he pardoned this guy?
Oh, I'm sure. Well, who knows? I mean, maybe this guy he might know. Because this is Pennsylvania, you know, Scranton
Yeah, but
Joe.
he's a Delaware guy.
It's Scranton
Biden-
Joe, man.
No, that's fucking Delaware guy since 1970, dude. That's when he's
Scranton Joe, man. Scranton Joe.
Yeah, he's when he fought the big black guy at the swimming pool and all that stuff. Yeah.
It's Scranton Joe.
Yeah. Biden may know 3 or 4 of the people. Oh, Mr. President, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I know them. There are 1,500 others. What?
This is one I remember. I
Yeah,
remember
hey,
this lady.
Mark, you know what? That's historical, so we should do it. You'll go down with the historic.
No one's ever done this before.
Yeah, no one's ever done this to fuck over the population as bad as you possibly can to get all these criminals back on the street because they're fucking criminals. That's what they are.
I love, not that Jim has gone there yet, but I love how they're selling off all of the wall parts, you know, the fence pieces and all of that, sell all the wall stuff.
They're
off.
trying to, but from what I understand, like they were trying to sell them cheap and people stepped in to buy them.
Basically, good people, hopefully.
Yeah, good people stepped in to buy them to basically.
Yeah, I would buy
on to
some of those jam. Yeah.
Was it like $5 a
Yeah, like
segment or
$5.
something
They
like
were a
that?
section they were selling it, and it's and it was cost like $5,000. So basically,
Whatever did he end up actually giving like several billion more dollars to Ukraine? Because there was this thing that said, "Oh, $40 more billion to Ukraine before I leave presidency."
Yeah.
I don't know. I know they're trying, but here's another one. Justice wasn't served. There was a similar fallout in Illinois after Biden gave clemency to Rita Crunwell, the former comptroller of Dixon, a city of roughly 15,000 in the northern part of the state. She pleaded guilty.
That's what the sign says, Jim. It ain't real. A lot of people don't live there anymore.
Yeah. She pleaded guilty in 2012 to a $54 million embezzlement scheme, which was believed to be the largest municipal fraud in U.S. history. She was sentenced to almost 20 years in prison, though she moved to house arrest during the pandemic. She was supposed to be on house arrest until 2028. When I heard the news, I was completely shocked and disbelief. I was outraged and felt a sense of betrayal from the federal justice system, the White House, and the president. Dixon City Manager Danny Langlois told CNN in an interview on Friday. Langlois, who says he doesn't affiliate with a political party, was a police chief when Crunwell's fraud was uncovered. He says he believes justice wasn't served here. I don't like the idea that with several more years on the sentence complete, she gets to walk free in a community she betrayed and stole from. Fallout from the pandemic. Now here, they're going to try to blame this on Trump, but if you check, all these people were released in 2022.
Okay.
You know, it said Margaret Love, who served in the Justice Department as the U.S. pardon attorney from 1990 to 1997, said the fallout from Biden's latest commutations was a consequence of how the prison population was reduced during COVID under the Trump administration.
For like a few months.
Yeah, I mean, they kept doing it because of COVID for years and kept letting people out.
They did it because they so respected Trump. Said Trump started this for the first few weeks, so we're going to do more of it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so they're saying the reason they did it. This is good. Many people who were sent home were convicted of white collar or nonviolent offenses and were considered safe bets to behave in the community. With grumblings among some Republicans of sending these convicts back to prison, Biden simply cleaned out this population and took that option off the table. So because they got sent home to house arrest, they're saying Biden did this so that Trump couldn't come in and go, no, you're going back to jail now. Finish out your sentence.
Why would you commute this woman's sentence? That's fucking
Well,
dire what she did.
Why was she one of the people that got let out for COVID?
Right.
She was if
wasn't
I
sick.
understand this correctly, she was paid to give private prisons
No, this is a different one.
Inmates.
Oh,
no,
this is a different.
No.
This is a different one.
This
That
is
was
the chick
judge.
that stole $54 million from her town of 12,000 people.
Gotcha.
And the weird thing is, Jim, I know they were doing this, but this wasn't a big story in Illinois that this chick was out on house arrest. But now that she's got this clemency thing, now they're freaking out. Well, she's already been out for 2 years, right? I mean, now it's like, okay.
I don't think any of the went home for COVID thing were ever popularized. They never told us any of that.
Nope. I didn't get a letter in the mail saying there's a convict back in your neighborhood.
Most of these people probably didn't even know about it. They probably didn't announce it. They just kind of said,
no, they
don't tell nobody.
did it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. She committed but she stole from the city, Jim. How's that a federal crime? Was she stealing federal tax dollars? Is that where they got her?
Wire fraud, maybe, or something. That's a federal crime. You know, mail fraud, wire fraud. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe public corruption, maybe, is a federal crime. You would think it would be a state crime.
Right.
You know, if the state gave a shit, they would come after her now because she could get charged by the state too.
Well, this sheriff that was there, you know, when she got arrested or whatever, it took him a long time to catch her, Mark. She stole money for a long fucking time. In a small town.
To that, yeah. I can't believe we did one last night where the person had stole countless millions from not a county, you said, a town. How do you get that much money out of a small town?
Dude,
where does that money come from?
I'm thinking, here's what I think. You know, so much federal grant money goes into these towns every year so that they can redo their water systems. So this bitch might have been applying for grants through the city's name and keeping the cash.
Yeah.
Right? That would be a good way to do it because she knows how to get these grants. So yeah, maybe that's why she got busted, Jim, because maybe she was filling out fraudulent applications for grant money or something. But either way, Mark, it's weird. Like, this chick was a huge horse raiser in Dixon, Illinois. She bought a big ass farm.
Yep.
All that stuff, was buying Arabian horses, buying racing horses, and people are like not asking questions.
Yeah.
You work for the city and your husband probably drives a dump truck. What the fuck are you doing? I know we go on vacation to Tennessee every year or to Kentucky to go buy horses. We just tour the fucking stables down in Kentucky to pick our favorite horse. And we go to horse shows every month. And like, this bitch was never at work ever because she was always at horse shows and shit.
Yeah. A horse is a horse, of course.
So she did $54 million, spent 10 years in jail, probably spent 7 years in jail because she got caught in 2012, but being convicted and all that stuff, it takes her a while to get to jail, right, Jim?
Yeah. Well,
so probably spent 7 or 8 years in jail. Not a bad return on her investment, Mark, if she didn't have to give any of that money back.
I know. And it was probably not a bad jail either.
No, and they sold, and I know they made her auction off all her shit that she bought. She didn't have it all invested. I'm guaranteeing you that.
I wonder if she had any Bitcoin hidden.
That's what I'm thinking, Jim. I was just getting ready to say that. Like, how many coins does that bitch have?
Back then in 2012, she could have bought Bitcoin for like $20 each. She might have more money now. She might be getting out being like, a couple $100 million.
Man, could you imagine if you would have threw $1,000 on $20 Bitcoins back in 2012? Fucking ridiculous right now. You'd like, wow. It's right now $100,000 a share. It's back up to 100,000 for a coin.
That would be insane.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Look at this. Pardon. Is Joe Biden's family selling pardons? The son of a lawyer who paid Joe's brother $100,000 is getting a pardon for bribing his father's judge. Seems fishy to me, starting to think Joe Biden's legacy will be of his pardons. Richard Dickie Scruggs paid James Biden $100,000. Now Joe Biden,
a character on Justified. That sounds like a Justified character, Julio.
That Dickie guy. My God.
Scruggs.
Richard Dickie Scruggs paid James Biden $100,000. Now Joe Biden is pardoning his son Zachary Scruggs, according to the DOJ's Office of Pardon Attorney. Zachary is an alleged member of the Mississippi Mafia and convicted of bribing a judge for his father.
Well, hot damn. We were close. Not the Michigan Mafia, but the Mississippi Mafia. They put those horses down? I don't think they did, Kevin. Did they really kill the horses?
I don't know. It would be easy enough to find if we looked. But, so, yeah, so there's that one. And then we got this.
Do you think that President Biden should pardon Donald Trump? And if so, why?
Yes, I do think so. And I think he should pardon all of those people that have been accused and have been targeted so that we can clean the slate. We can have an air of possibilities.
Does he mean January 6th?
If we keep
I don't know. But I understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
And it should have been something that Biden should have already done. And he should have already talked to Trump about it if he was going to do it. And it should have already been cleared up.
Yeah, they're too stupid to do that, though.
You know, because
they should. You're right. They should do it.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, if they only pardon their people, is like basically if they only pardon people just to protect them, like they're talking about issuing pardons to the January 6th Commission and issuing pardons to Fauci and all these people.
Yep.
Well, guess what? That's just going to tell everybody, all right, anyone you forgot or missed, it's on.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it gives Trump the ability to pardon everybody in the world. People will only remember, oh, he did 1,000 or 2,000 people. Doesn't matter if it was 39 people and clemency and all that. They'll only remember, oh, Biden pardoned 2,000 people, so Trump can now come in and pardon 2,000 people.
Yep.
It's so stupid. They're not smart enough to think of pardon your enemies and you'll look good. They don't understand that.
Take away the threat off of Trump's head that the Democrats will use every day, so we can actually have some real communication with each other. Like if all they're going to say is you're just an elected fucking convict for the next 4 years, that's what we're going to hear, dude. And if Biden
it's like New York, who are saying we're not going to give up on Trump. We're gonna hold him to account. When he gets out the president, we're going to put him in jail. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. They should really be thinking about what they're doing.
The Supreme Court actually won't allow that because their decision said you cannot hold that over a president, because if you hold that over, that means you're influencing the sitting president.
Yep.
You can't.
Well, even the lawsuit thing that New York had, like that whatever $400 million or 500 million, that's got to get put on hold or thrown out. You can't hold that over a president's head.
No.
That's basically like, what are you doing?
That was the worst of them, where they decided, no, you can't present evidence. Yes, we're going to take all of your money. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. You have no say in this, and you owe it now, but we're going to delay it till after the election. So if you don't die in office, you're going to owe hundreds of millions of dollars when you get out of office. I'm thinking that's not actually...
Well, it shouldn't be,
right.
But we'll see what happens. I mean, I think the appeals court in New York might throw it out. They looked like the questions they were asking was like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
First of all, you changed laws to bring the case against him. That's the weird thing, too. Like, if that's not malicious prosecution, Jim, nothing is. I mean, they specifically changed these laws so they could retroactively get him for the chick in the fucking dressing room, right? That bullshit. And this money shit that they brought up with him. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess they're allowed to change the laws, but I don't think you change the laws specifically to go after a specific person.
But there's
a name for that.
Change the laws after the fact so that we can now charge you and convict you later.
Right. And he's the only person they've used it against. Like they haven't went after a bunch of other people for the same shit. No. They went after one guy. So that's the other problem. It's like the attorney can't, or the district attorney can't say, well, we've prosecuted like 14 people on the same shit since then, Judge. It was not just about him. I haven't heard anybody been brought up on, or if they have, the media is not covering it, which they should be, to let us know that maybe this wasn't malicious and they were actually concerned. But they weren't. They just wanted to fuck with Trump and make him fight lawsuits and fight lawsuits. And how many fucking lawsuits did he fight last time he was president, Julio? A ton.
Yep.
Constantly in
This stuff
court.
was so crazy, and I've been watching leftist videos these last couple of days. I don't know if you people, if you're going to support a rapist and blah 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 blah. And
Mhm.
what? What really? Oh, come on!
Did you see who he brought with him to the Army Navy game yesterday?
No.
He
Yeah,
brought
Daniel Penny.
Oh,
Yeah.
did he?
mhm.
Yeah, it was Elon, Tulsi, Daniel Penny, JD Penn. I thought that was kind of
He also brought that
mafioso of him.
that Indian
yeah.
that Indian dude, right?
Oh, the FBI fella.
No, that guy. That,
Vivek Ramaswamy.
yeah, Swami. Yeah, he was there.
Yeah,
and,
Elon was there. Elon's everywhere, man. Like, I think Elon hasn't been paying attention to what's going on with X. I've noticed some X going back to its old ways with getting like posts getting warnings and stuff from like, what are you doing? What
Oh,
do you mean there's
really?
a warning? Yeah, and people
Yeah,
getting
well-
suspensions and
It won't take long though. Elon can put 20 brain cells on this 3 days from now when he can fix all of it.
No, dude. When he becomes the Doge director, holy fuck, he's gonna fuck his own company over. He's gonna fire all those DEI hires. This
I
is
will say,
waste.
Well, I hope so.
This is waste.
I'm getting kind of annoyed with Elon Musk. I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't know this was a package deal when I voted for Trump. Like, I mean, I like him all right, but
Oh, I think that he's he's just a fan, dude. He can never run for president. This is probably the closest he'll ever be to somebody that is president. So
Yeah.
why not be that guy? And
well, you heard too that it's not like just Elon. Jeff Bezos gave $1 million for Trump's inauguration. Bill
What?
Gates gave him, yeah. Bill Gates gave
Oh.
$1 million. They're all coming with money now.
Only $1 million? Jeez, those
Well, just
cheap
$1 million.
bastards.
A mill here, a mill there. It adds up.
yeah,
There's a
Bill
lot of-
Gates- Bill
Elon hit
Gates don't
over
want that
400
fucking-
million,
Yeah, Bill Gates don't want that farmland getting regulated out from under his.
and his
Microsoft
mosquitoes.
regime.
Don't forget his
Yeah.
mosquitoes.
Fuck Bill Gates.
there are a lot of people across business and media that are clearly sensing which way the wind is blowing.
And they should.
It's
Changing-
fantastic. It's
Yeah.
amazing that they are scared enough to do shit like that. I love it.
I saw that Stephen A.
Well, here's-
Smith, who's a sports guy, is on
Uh,
ESPN. No, I don't like him either, but he was talking about how he finally figured out that J6 was an inside job. I was like,
Oh,
whoa,
really?
yeah. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
the smartest black guy on ESPN finally figured it out after 4 years. Wow. I used to like him, but he just turned into somebody I can't stand, Julio. Literally. I'm going to say that word. Cannot stand that guy.
Literally.
Yes.
Here's another interesting story here from the Dallas Morning News. It says Allen man who attended SMU pleads guilty after 47,000 child porn images found on computer. Shailin Jin, a Chinese citizen. So why would it say an Allen man? See, I don't understand why
Allen,
they do that.
Texas.
Yeah, why they would say an Allen man
Because
if
he's
it's a
living in
Chinese
Allen.
man.
But he's
But
in,
it's
but he lives in Allen.
so
So
that's how
Yeah,
they
but
confuse us as to if there's Americans or not that are committing these crimes. They just say it's from this town, and like it could be a
Yeah,
Haitian
but
migrant that they'll say.
I don't know if that. I don't know though if I read the story and it said Chinese man, I wouldn't know what's happening in my community. But when they say it's an
Yeah.
Allen man, that's in my community, man. Then I'll read and see who it was because it could be Billy Bob or Jane Chin or whatever the fuck his name is.
And it says, "Oh, look at this!
Oh
To
no!
all whom it presents shall
wait.
come greeting." Whereas Shailin Jin was convicted in the United States for the East District of Texas for total sentence of 97 months, 5-year supervised release, January 14th and 19th of 2022. He's been constantly arrested. President of the United States, pursuant to part of the Constitution, President says, yeah, he's going to, pardon him. Yeah, executive granted clemency. And just
But
tell him
he's being
yes,
He has to deport.
being
right?
deported. Okay. Ooh, being deported.
Well, it depends on where you're being deported to. There
Well,
are
he
a
was
couple
just-
places you don't want to. Yeah.
He's going back to China.
Oh,
China.
they-
China.
China.
Going back to China. Ching chong, ching chong.
they should send him to-
47,000 images, it said.
Yeah,
That's
that's what it says.
see, by an anime comics.
That seems a.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Trump's
Right.
Trump's about to fuck up their world. Here comes the bride, says Storm. Exactly, man. It's gonna be good.
Mhm.
He's already on fire. Like, ugh.
So real
is it?
consequences for
Yeah.
what this individual did to try and get money off of the lives of children.
It's beyond disgusting. And when she said vulgar, that really resonates with a lot of Pennsylvanians. But even if you're not from the Keystone State and you hear about this story, and there have been some stories done on this particular case on some of the major networks, you see this sort of.
Is his hair painted on?
Dude, that's like this guy. This guy looks like an NPC. This does not look like a person I've ever seen in my life in real world.
Like a chia pet.
Yeah, it looks like it's just like shellacked on there.
It's too perfect.
Yeah.
The line across and down, it's too perfect.
crime stories, and they say, here's
What's
a
up, Jimmy
person
the
who was
lumberjack?
so callous as to take advantage of the most vulnerable among us. We're talking about children here, and to do it for money is beyond the pale. And the fact that he was pardoned really just strains incredulity. You have to ask yourself why, of all the people who certainly deserve to be pardoned. By the way, 1,500 is a massive number. I think the previous record was like 300 or something.
So
That's
the
a
White
hot
House
take
is
there,
saying that the
Carl.
president didn't consider the details of this case. This judge just
Yeah, the
fit the
president didn't
criteria
consider
of getting his sentence commuted, which means that he was on COVID home confinement. I believe that was one of the criteria at the time. But it's causing a lot of anger, even from Josh Shapiro, who posted something that says that he absolutely should not have done what he did.
I like the Braille background above and below. It doesn't look like Braille. It does look like Braille. I'm sorry, it does.
Yeah, see, so here's Biden's 709 pardons, 2,304 commutations. Like Barack Obama had quite a few. Jimmy Carter. But see, Jimmy Carter, the thing is, though, that they don't have on here. So Jimmy Carter did pardon all the...
he did 534 pardons, yeah.
It must have been a group or something.
But he did way more than that because he did all the draft dodgers. Basically, he pardoned anyone who was a draft dodger during the Vietnam War. But I don't think that's included in here because they estimated
that was massive,
like several 100,000.
Yeah. And how could you even really track that number, Jim? Right? Like,
and it's not worth actually.
Well, I mean, I think the vast majority of them they didn't even know, but like they were just like anybody who did, like basically were just so it wasn't like a.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Trump. 144 pardons, 94 commutations. Bush only 11.
But he's literally Hitler, Dave. He's literally Hitler. Oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think Sonorum. I'm pretty sure it was Carter that did the draft dodgers because Carter came in 76 and the war ended in 75. So I don't think Ford would have did it. Like Ford didn't come in until 73, 74 is when Nixon resigned.
Yeah, 74 is late. So earlier than that.
It was 19. I'm sorry, Mark.
Go ahead.
Well, he won re-election in 72.
It was 1977 when that act was put through. That was Carter.
That was Carter. Yeah.
And he
definitely
granted pardons to those who evaded the draft in Vietnam.
And that's fine. I mean, you give a global thing that covers everybody for something like that. It's like J6.
Yeah.
Everybody that was there, blah, blah,
to
blah.
Us today, but it's not fine to the parents whose their kids died over there because these other kids were dodging the draft. Like
my father did 3 tours in Vietnam. I'm sure he wasn't happy with that. He's like, shit, I could have dodged the draft and gotten away with it.
And fucking not have to worry about it 3 years after the war. Fuck.
Yep.
Could have spent some time in Canada. Give a fuck.
Yeah, but would you want to live in Canada? Oh my God.
Oh, this is just one of these stupid. Never mind. I thought it was going to be somebody talking. It's just stupid music from a TikTok. But anyway, so here's another one. He pardoned a Chinese spy who was stealing tech secrets. And the same group that this guy was working with just did it again in 2024.
Jesus Christ.
That this whatever the group of spies that this guy was working with. So
it's really weird that China's trying to hack AT&T because they're not a very good company anyway. You looking for data? Oh my God, you're right, Julio. He did have a lot of anime on his fucking computer. Look at this guy. This is the guy from Allen, Texas.
See, he actually looks like he would have a lot of anime on his. I mean, I'm not judging a book by its cover, but
I am. So
yeah, I kind of.
Julio isn't, but I am. Okay.
And here we go. It says, West Fargo, North Dakota Police Chief Pete Nielsen told NYPD. Why would he tell the NYPD?
NYP.
NYPD. Oh, NYP. New York Post, maybe. All right, never mind. I was like, why the fuck is he talking to the NYPD? And he fucking said
Sipowicz.
that he begged the federal government for help after Tren de Agua members came to his city and basically ignored him. North Dakota is now the 17th state with a Tren de Agua presence.
That's those Venezuelans, right, Jim?
Yep. It's just
more like gang bullshit. Yeah.
They've been raiding athletes' houses, I've heard. I know Cincinnati's quarterback had his home robbed while he was playing a game.
Yeah, well, they've been hitting houses, home invasions like crazy. So you got to be careful.
Joe Burrow's house got fucking targeted, Julio?
Yeah. Yeah. The NFL put out guidelines to all the players saying, hey, you might want to. They have a security expert. We'll send him to your house and he'll figure out where to put your cameras and all that kind of stuff. I mean,
yeah, and the cameras will definitely stop it.
Yeah, how about
Right.
hiring a security guard? How about do that? That might help.
they also suggested that these people have security detail.
Yeah.
So it's a
Poor guys,
cartel.
like, I just want to play quarterback. Don't worry about all this shit.
I'd be happy to be an eighth back. Quarter.
So-
that's too much for me. But,
Snorum
an eighth.
says on September 16th, shortly after he pardoned Nixon, Ford issued Presidential Proclamation 4313, which introduced a conditional amnesty program for military deserters and Vietnam War draft dodgers. So I guess he did like a presidential order.
I think he started it and got halfway, and Carter just came in 77 and made a proclamation saying everybody's pardoned.
Well,
Yeah,
so
well, I
many,
think, but that's
it's so many
was different. It was
people.
a conditional amnesty, so maybe they had to
Yeah.
come back to the country or something, or come in and admit to what they did or something.
Yeah, they had to do something to get it. They couldn't
Yeah.
just be free. That sounds logical because Ford puts a rule on it and Carter just says, "Fuck it, do whatever you want, guys." At least go talk to the fucking government or whatever.
Jimmy Carter, nice fella, not very good president.
Terrible president. Yes.
Yeah.
But you remember Julio? He got off the plane carrying his own suitcase with his coat over his arm, carrying his suitcase. And no one had ever seen that before. A president carrying his own suitcase?
What? That's
Oh my
insanity.
God. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my God. He's the people's Yeah. And he had
Yeah.
one term and everybody hated him after that. So yeah, that worked out great.
Yeah,
for him.
because that line at the gas station, people never forgot.
Oh God. Yes.
And the fucking 20% interest rates on houses, people never forgot.
I remember, not to go full member berry, but I recall I lived in an apartment complex and there was a gas station about 2 blocks away, and I'd go out to play with my friends, football, whatever. Lines of cars around, winding around the
Oh,
street.
yeah.
Yes.
And they had it so you couldn't buy gas if you had an odd numbered license plate. You
Yeah,
could buy
yes,
it on
odd and
Mondays.
even.
Right.
And you could only
Wednesdays.
get 1 or 2 gallons.
Yeah, it was
When was this?
insanity.
70s.
We're
Carter.
talking about
70s.
in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
70s.
Well, I remember the gas
Yes.
lines. That was during the whole thing with when Iran got taken over by the people that wear towels.
And the
Oh,
Shah,
America.
who was
Again,
our
it was
guy,
It's more bullshit though, Jim, because we can produce plenty of oil in our own country, but they're trying to
Good.
make us see about how
frack
bad this
that.
affects us. Yeah.
That's what I remember most from his presidency are the gas lines, his drunken brother, and that
Oh,
he said
Billy, yeah.
he saw a UFO.
Yeah.
well, his brother. yeah.
And high tax or high interest rates, dude. High interest rates were like
Well,
crazy under.
When you're on the
Carter.
other side of the high interest rates and you have savings, Dave,
Yeah.
when
Mm.
you're getting, God, I think the savings
Ugh.
14 or 15%.
What happened to her?
Who is her?
That's Ariana Grande, right?
Yeah, but
She does not look healthy. She looks like she's
Every-
dying.
everybody wants to know what happened to the two of these women because they are thin as fuck. But this is supposed to be a good
They're
thing.
living at Nick's house, dude. What the fuck?
Is that who he was stuck with on Friday night? He was hanging out with Ariana Grande and couldn't
I
join
said
the stream.
Nick, not Camelot. Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got my grifters mixed up. My bad.
You got your Coke users crossed, man.
That's better.
Man, that is. I don't understand that. And these women are being applauded, and people looking, saying, "What the hell happened to them?" Just a couple of years ago, they're not that thin. What the fuck?
Her Wicked movie press tour was the weirdest shit I've ever seen. With
Them
her.
holding hands and
It's
oh yes,
bizarre.
you're so good. Oh Julio, you're so good. You're so amazing. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think, Jim, isn't you that you said you saw the press junket for Wicked and you said you'll never watch that movie?
Yeah.
It's weird. Like they're aliens of some sort. It was the strangest shit.
Oh, like they're living in a
Terrible.
false sense of reality? Like they might not know how real people live? That kind of thing? Yeah.
Well, hopefully she'll eat something and get a little bigger. I mean, that looked dire. Jesus.
She only has to eat 1 quarter pounder with cheese, and her weight will go way up.
But anyway,
She
we
could
have,
star in a Schindler's List sequel probably with that physique.
we have this new guide for identifying aircraft for New Jersey.
Drone.
The drone.
Bottom right is fucking.
Iranian mothership.
See, I told you. Told you
Drone,
guys.
drone with props. Drone. A lot of drones in New
A
Jersey.
lot of drones in Jersey. There's no such thing as a plane anymore in Jersey. Ethan said today on CG Church that he did see drones over his house yesterday.
Well, I like the people who said, "You realize why this doesn't happen in Texas? Because we would shoot the fucking things down." I've been saying that. Just shoot them down.
Right.
Oh, there's these things in the sky. What should we do? Shoot them down.
Shoot them.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, I guess you don't own airspace, do you, though, Jim? The federal government owns that shit, right?
But you can fire a gun up and go inside.
Yeah,
I
I don't
didn't
know how
fire
it
anything.
happened. I don't know how it
I don't
happened.
know what happened.
There's just parts in my yard. I mean, must have been some crazy neighbor.
I love that chart included a silhouette of a biplane. That was like a Siemens Schuckert biplane from 1917 or whatever.
Here's what's
Kevin.
going on at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Patterson Tower, Medflight 8, 1,900 feet, about 7 miles southwest of the field, like transition your Delta northeastbound.
Medflight 8 Patterson Tower, use extreme caution for heavy UAS movement on the base. Security forces is handling the situation. Suggest at or above 1,700 AGL.
That we will maintain 2,000 and on our transition for Medflight 8.
And I gotta keep the lights down so that security forces can see.
Roger that, no problem.
Okay, wait a minute.
Mission approved, sir.
Okay, so
Approved Medflight 8.
the guy in the tower tells the guy flying multiple UAPs in the area, and he's like, "No problem, bro." Like, what the fuck are you saying? There's a bunch
Happens
of
all the time, bro. Don't
like,
worry.
It sounds like it's a typical conversation on the way back to the airport or the runway.
Stay above 2,000 feet because we're going to have guys looking at these things that are flying over the Air Force Base.
That we can't
There's
identify. Yeah.
There's a lot of entertaining air traffic control videos on YouTube. I watch them all the time because I used to work with, when I was an IT guy in a job I had when I was younger, our main contract was air traffic control. So we're the ones that got the contract after Reagan fired them all for going on strike.
Yes.
We deal for
So-
you, baby. Yeah.
So my company swooped in and trained all the new guys.
Cool.
Yep.
So let's see what else they say.
Commie.
So there's Julio swooping in. It's not
Medflight
just
8
Ethan,
Tower.
people.
I was just building servers.
For Medflight 8.
Me too.
Hey, sir, you're still approved through our Class Delta. After you leave, Columbus is going to sterilize the Class Delta as of 0330 Zulu. Patterson Class Delta is closed after your transition.
Man, there's so many words into like
I'm
transition.
sorry about that. You
and-
got stepped on by other traffic. Can you say again?
Yes, sir. Your transition is still approved. However, Patterson Class Delta is sterilized as of 0330 Zulu for heavy unknown UAS activity. Security forces is handling it, and Columbus is going to sterilize the airspace after you leave the Delta.
My God, that's terrible. They're right.
Sterilize the
They're-
airspace?
Yeah, they're going to sterilize
sterilizing
it.
people. It's terrible. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're
The
going to
trans
gender
people are right.
transition.
All the
They're being
transitioners?
genocided.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
God, and they think our president's a maniac. These air traffic controllers are crazy. They want to sterilize transitioners. All right.
All aircraft use extreme caution. Patterson class Delta is now closed for heavy UAS activity.
It's in
Yeah,
Ohio,
close
right?
the
That's-
Right, Patterson?
So
Right,
basically,
Patterson is in New Jersey, I thought. Oh no, it's Ohio. Okay, why did I think Patterson? I know Patterson is New Jersey.
oh,
but I
right,
was wrong.
Patterson's down by Dayton, Ohio.
Let's see here.
So
there are
when you say-
drones.
when you say sterilized, that just brings in my brain, you're erasing a problem.
There are drones, and then there are these, as reported by ABC7 News Crew. What on earth is this?
No. I'm sorry.
Things like this are happening. It seems
Yeah, we saw this last night. Yeah.
I know. It's
That's
amazing
the-
how many crazy things are happening right now. There are aliens. There's
Nuts,
stuff
right?
like this, and
It's almost like it's a plan, right?
oh, it could. Yeah, it can't possibly be a
Yeah,
plan
we
to
gave the
distract us.
Ukraine permission to shoot long-range missiles into Russia.
Yeah, exactly.
All this stuff. Oh my god!
I think this is just a fast forward video of the moon. You know how I can tell, Dave?
It's not spinning.
No, it's spinning.
No, it's not
Tell it.
spinning.
No, somebody said
This is
Venus
just
or
jiggling.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
It's
is a
so
moon with a bad
stupid.
filter on it. Like,
It's oscillating. Yeah, not
yeah.
spinning.
Well, I mean, this wasn't taken with a phone camera. This was taken with a fucking news camera.
I know. News people with massive cameras and so forth, stretched out over days. I don't know what the fuck's going
Looking
on.
at right now, we have
Well-
no idea what it is. If it's a
No
natural
idea what it
phenomenon,
is.
because it could be. But this is why so many municipalities are now asking people to reach out and send their videos.
This
to
pissed me
them
off so much
experts
last night when I heard
who
this,
might
Jim.
be able to sort out
Because-
Send us your
what's
videos.
happening. And
Yeah,
these
because
guys,
this
I
is not a
guarantee there's
thing
so many people
governments
looking
or
up
city
and
officials
looking
ever
for
asked for
because this
before when they
mystery is
got these
one that
crazy
needs to be
videos.
solved.
They tell you
So
we're
now
fucking
live
nuts.
here in
Now
Michigan.
they're asking for it
38's Channel
to
7
drive up the
ABC.
hype.
Some say it's the Parliament Funkadelic mothership.
Could be.
Hey, what's up, Barb Rogers? Barb Rogers in the chat, Jim.
Hey, what's up, Barb Rogers?
And who's Barb Rogers?
Barb Rogers is everywhere. Barb Rogers is that lovely fan of Ethan's that will donate one membership every night when she goes on, right?
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So
Well,
this
it's
guy says we
really
need our
cool.
own Iron Dome. In
Donate
the
it to
US
my
now.
channel too. Yeah.
We need our own Iron Dome over the U.S. now to shoot down these
Of
drones.
course.
So we need to
Yes, we
we need to
have
spend
to
more
have
money.
this.
Spend more money. Spend more
Yes,
money
yes.
on defense. Yes.
Well, they can
spend
use the
more money.
$5 segments from the wall and build the dome with that, maybe. Somebody
Oh, but we sold it all,
Well, I think-
Julio.
Well,
What the drone issue points out are kind of gaps in our agencies, gaps in our authorities between the
Gaps in
Department
our
of Homeland
brains? Oh.
Security, local.
God
law
damn it, we
enforcement,
got
the
enough
Defense
authorities,
Department. I think Americans
motherfucker. How many authorities do we need?
They want total
Stop.
control. Don't you
They
understand?
want total control. You're a fucking Nazi, dude. A fucking Nazi. You want the Gestapo, you want the brown coats, you want the fucking SS, you want all of those agencies, huh? Fuck off. God
well, that
damn.
escalated.
Well, dude, that's terrible. Like, I don't
I
need
agree.
more law enforcement in my life. I don't need more IRS agents in my life.
Right.
Stop. I would rather feel a little vulnerable, Julio, knowing though the state I live in gives me the right to defend myself. When they take away your right to defend yourself, but want to give the state the control to defend you through the state, then you have a problem, and that's what this fucking asshole is saying.
Yeah.
We need.
If I have
we
the
have
rights
gaps
to
in our
keep people-
fucking in our system. Okay, whatever. Get on the same fucking server, dude. How about that? Get the FBI and the local sheriff all on the same server so people can communicate. Other than that, shut the fuck up. Sorry to go off
You're
on your
fine,
channel,
man.
Jim.
You're fine. This is great.
Well,
Am I
I don't-
completely?
You
Am
make
I
it
off
so that
base?
I don't sound like I'm crazy.
Am I off base?
No.
Jim, you always sound like you're crazy. Okay. come on.
Dude, this is why I stopped watching all this shit, Mark, because it's like, God damn,
I know,
they
these
all want to
guys are
control us.
terrible.
They all want to control us. And I don't care if it's Fox, CNN, whatever. There's somebody on there talking about a way they can pass a law to control us a little bit fucking
Yes.
more. A little bit more. And if I got to hear Lindsey Graham say ladybugs one more fucking time,
I would rather
ladybugs?
him say ladybugs than looking at his. These are my little ladybugs.
Ladybugs.
He
Ugh.
seems more like a lady boys kind of guy.
Well, that's the point.
He does.
That's the point.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Finding it hard to believe. We can't figure out where these are coming from. And I can tell you from the Defense Department standpoint,
Well,
they're
Jim's
focused on bombers and cruise
got a
missiles.
hemorrhoid that they park in
and
every night.
it's pointing to gaps in our capabilities and our ability to clamp
He said
down
it on
on
my
what's
show
going
Friday
on
night.
here. And we need to get to the bottom of it. And
We have to
I
get
think
to the
the
bottom.
Biden administration
Get to the bottom of the
is
hemorrhoids.
working
Okay,
to
look
do
where
that.
he's at. There's
after
all these boats at this dock that he's never seen before behind him. Does he know how they got there? Nope, but they're fucking there. Do you want a law, dude, so we can see every boat going down every fucking strip of water? Has this guy been to your house, Jim? You have not donated to this cuck, have you?
No, he's not my area.
Okay, well, I know he said West Palm, but I didn't know if you invited them all over to get to meet him.
No,
Yeah,
no. I only invite the cool ones over.
he ain't cool.
No,
This guy's a fucking Nazi.
no. He would turn me in when I offered him a line.
Oh, really?
Point, given the intelligence you've seen, is there any reason for the public to be worried?
No.
No.
Well, look, when you have sensitive sites like Picatinny
He
Arsenal,
didn't say yes or no.
you have, of course,
Man, Pickaninny Arsenal is a place where you got to be careful.
I thought it was a Piccadilly Circus.
Jesus. And Jim
No.
just said Pickaninny. Okay.
Oh, that's what he said.
That's what he
That's
said. He
what
said
she said.
Pickaninny. You know, you
That's
got to
what
be
she
careful
said.
of Pickaninnies. Man.
The Pickaninnies like to pick a ginger and take their anger out on him. Yeah.
President Trump's residence at Bedminster, and you have other no-fly areas. Those need to be enforced. We need to know who's behind it. But
They
right
are
now, I think law
enforced.
enforcement seems to be the
And the bottom line is our government either is completely wildly incompetent, like
Yes.
obscenely incompetent to the point
Yes.
where holy fuck, it's a good thing. You know, like we could be getting overrun any day by like Chinese,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
You know,
there's
like
drones flying over Jersey, right? Yeah.
or it's our government.
Yeah, because you know why you know it's our government, Jim? Because our airspace is already protected 1,000,000%. Go fly a plane tomorrow without calling in your flight path.
Head
you're-
towards
There
Washington,
will be an
D.C.
F-16 fucking guiding you to the landing strip, right? You are
What-
not
yeah,
flying
what
anywhere.
makes the most sense to me is what I've heard about the
The Pickaninnies?
they're looking for nuclear,
Jesus.
searching for something nuclear, that they're looking for nuclear.
They're looking for a
signatures.
terrorist plot or
Right,
something. Yeah.
because they would not tell anybody that's what they're doing because they don't want to cause a panic and they don't want to alert anybody.
But you could still say we're just running an operation testing out new drones. That's all you got to say.
No, see, they don't.
Operation. Yeah. Okay.
Operation don't scare the fuck out of everybody before inauguration day is what they're doing right now. I think. I don't know. I mean,
But there's January 6th. So, you know.
that's really nothing. I mean,
But leftists have planned. Wouldn't it be funny if leftists planned something?
Are
on
any
January
cities
6th?
burning yet? Because I know BLM threatened to burn this mother effer down since they
it's
released.
been a little
that guy.
cold. It's been a little
Yeah,
cold.
well, that's what I thought too.
We said-
I
we
did say
said
that the other night.
first night.
It's-
Yeah. It's too cold. We can't do this.
No, it's
This is the
December. If it
greatest
was
time
like
of the year to
No,
come out with
yeah.
this shit.
December, January, they can get away with a lot of stuff. Although I don't know, in 2016 they did riot pretty good on their inauguration day in Washington D.C. So we'll have to see if they do it again this time. You know,
Did they riot?
Oh, they did. Yeah. See, a lot of people don't know they lit a bunch of cars on fire, did a bunch of shit on. Yeah.
Oh, like their team won the national.
2017. I'm
championship or
sorry,
something.
2017.
No.
2017.
It's like Detroit. Anytime they win a fucking NBA
Right.
championship, they just burn the city down because
Yeah, God forbid the Lions win the Super Bowl. It'll be fucking mayhem in Detroit.
they'll all just move to Lansing because Detroit will be gone as a city.
There's not much left there as it is now. So
It's copper wires and ruins. That's what I've heard.
Department of Homeland Security and the Defense Department are kind of all doing this and pointing at each other. So when we come in, how do we enforce
Who's
these
we?
low-level
He's Trump's national security advisor.
This is the guy that's taking the job for Trump.
Yeah, this
Fire
is the
him.
guy that's
Fire
that's
him.
getting the job that should be actually General Flynn's job.
This is not
Fire him.
good.
He's got to
This is
go.
not good. No.
He's got to go. Fire him.
A long loitering.
We have plenty of aerospace agencies that cover our our flights, and if they wanted to, Mark, and they wanted to really kill these fucking drones, it'd take about 8 seconds. We got plenty of fucking artillery to take all this shit down, but we don't, like you said, Jim, because
they know who
it's our shit. It's our shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, we let the Chinese float a balloon across our country for what, a week before we finally shot it down.
That's the one thing that makes me go, maybe it isn't ours. It's because we let that Chinese balloon go all the way across the country until they finally shot it down after it already filmed everything it wanted to film.
Right.
Did anybody show this guy the silhouette chart? That might help him out figuring out.
Well, he might have designed that chart.
That'd be even better.
Yeah, Mr. President, we need a drone enforcement agency.
You got to remember too, like they're only being told what Biden said. Like they're in transition, so they only get told what the White House says they can get told.
Trans people get
yeah,
that
but
right.
I'm hoping they're watching YouTube videos of people shooting shitty videos of drones flying, because that's where they could get a lot more information rather than from the Biden administration.
Who knows?
Yeah.
What's the word?
Yeah, that's it. I agree.
Okay, so nobody.
Holy hell! I heard this guy talk for 6 hours today. God damn it!
Jesus Christ! Nobody wants to hear a cynic. Oh my God!
Yeah, cynic was like.
Anyways,
was just on the verge of becoming a war complainer today.
No.
Yes.
He was pretty close.
He did. He was close. Yeah.
He was pretty close.
Until Ethan stepped in and pulled him back.
Yeah.
Ethan saved the day.
Ethan walked in and said, "What the fuck's going on here?" I was like, "Yeah, good question."
I called them out on their fake fucking conservative bullshit lies where they were going, well, lesbians are conservative. So don't you dare. Everybody else was sitting there.
I didn't hear that part.
Well,
I didn't hear it either.
Technically, lesbians are
didn't
conservative.
happen.
They don't use any condoms.
Yes,
Yeah.
And then she tried to say
sex.
Yes,
Yes.
that is
then
true.
then Mike was like, well, he tried to answer for her. And I said, no, Mike, shut up. I'm asking her. Let her talk.
Oh, his wife?
Yeah, I was asking her a
Oh,
question.
he's the big defender of his wife. You know, you saw how he got back on for 3 seconds to say that Ethan was a dick for not letting him come on after he called his wife a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah,
like, whatever, dude. Your wife's a fucking bitch. And
yeah, you're welcome, Katie.
Yeah, you don't need to fucking talk about this shit with Ethan, because he has the right to his own opinion.
Yeah, that's why I me and Ruby said we're not going to let you back on with Ethan here. If Ethan don't want you here, if Ethan does, then fine. But we're not going to. That's not what CG Church is for. We're just trying to talk to people. That's it.
I thought you told me, because I said I wouldn't come on if that guy was on.
I'm going to say, though,
it was Jim.
It did not turn into a
me.
healing situation later in the stream.
Fuck no.
Because that guy, Mike, and his wife, they
were just going apeshit in the chat.
They're the worst
Oh my
kind
God.
of people, too, Jim. They're the worst.
Worst
The
kind.
worst. They have no talent, right? But they
I
wanna
would rather
glom off
go
of
out.
talented people.
I would rather go out to a movie with Sturgis and Larry than talk to those people.
Exactly. Like, for sure, because those two people are fake as fuck, and they're looking for any way to any group that'll bring them on board.
Julio, I'm sorry, buddy.
Julio, like-
you could have just asked. Mindy and Mike Wheeler, they're CG adjacent sort of
No, they're
indie
not.
comics
They're just
people.
fucking.
Well, they
they're-
used to be in CG.
They're succubuses,
so
dude. They're succubuses. That's what
they
they
used
are.
to be in CG. And dude, how do I explain it? Dude slid into my DMs and was trying to talk to me about all this stuff. And I said, well, if you want to,
oh my God.
if you want to do this, then why don't you come on CG Church and just tell your story, just plain and simple. So he, we asked him why he hated Ethan. What's their story?
I haven't
How'd
seen
they get started.
I haven't seen any of them anywhere until I saw them on with Frog Tony like a week ago.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden now they're back everywhere. Blah, 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 blah. They need to go back wherever they were.
Yeah, I mean,
They're not
like
they're not
like we
sending their
said,
best. You
No.
need to go back.
Yeah.
And with
In
what they
2018,
do,
in 2018, fuck 2018. That's 8 years ago. Go fuck yourself.
what they do is you could tell like Mike is sort of the bulldog, and then she's supposed to like sit there and go, yes, and right. I have receipts, yes, and that's why I nailed her down and asked her the fucking questions. I was like, I'm not talking to you, Mike. I'm talking to her. Let her answer. So, that's what it is. And then we let Ethan come on and give his spiel. Weird.
Awesome.
Wow.
Moving on up, Cynic. Streaming with Ethan.
Moving
That's
on up.
something.
Vito,
And every-
Ethan, it's no big deal. It's just another day.
No. It's a big deal.
There's a little more.
Could be dangerous drones. And one thing for people to appreciate,
Could be.
they're evolving so rapidly. It's not necessarily
drones are
somebody that's
evolving.
just
They're evolving.
flying it.
Oh no.
They could be following pre-positioned
They're-
GPS.
they might be
coordinates.
part
They
of
could be
Skynet.
coming from offshore. And we
I
need to
believe
take
it.
a
I
hard
believe
look.
it.
Oh, why do they call Ethan Evan? Because that's what war complainers do.
Right.
They also named
It
him
is-
that in their book.
Yeah, that's
Evan
that's war
Gay
complainer.
something.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be funny?
Did you
No,
compound?
it's
Did you
No,
did
but-
you create war complainer, Jim?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying, did you create that? Were you the first person?
I don't know. I just decided
That's
what
pretty
I'm calling
fucking
it.
good. I saw
War
you in the
complainer.
chat. Yeah, that's fucking
Uh-huh.
great.
That's all they do is complain. Oh,
Yeah, they don't. Yeah. They just can't be satisfied with what they earn. Like they think they deserve so much more. You don't deserve anything in this life, you fucking assholes.
And I don't know how you
Stop
go
acting like you do.
how you go from I was a newbie and he did this to me too. I was in the mainstream with all these people and I know all the mainstream people and Rob Liefeld. And this is like, well, which was it? Are you a mainstream or are you a newbie? Because two things can't be the same at the same time.
Exactly.
Well, I was green to the industry. Oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, if you're green to the industry, how much money do you expect to make doing this shit? Like, really?
I had
I think
fun.
I think their art looks like shit, but that's my opinion.
I agree.
And my opinion is what it
I've
is.
got yeah.
Oh, they have a book. I thought
They
she
got a
Yeah,
bunch of
they have
books.
a
They got a whole
fuck
bunch
ton
of
of
books. But the art looks, honestly, it looks like it's all computer generated to me.
So is it her that's the artist or him?
Her, supposedly.
She's the artist. He's supposed to be the writer.
But in the show in that video today, she was acting like she's a reporter at that fucking con.
Yeah, they
'Cause
also
she
do
was-
a news
magazine thing.
Yeah, that was the other thing too. And I'm like, and
That's why
stole
they're
that idea.
they're just succubuses, dude. That's what they are. She said in the chat she bet she could beat Ethan in an
In a
hour
drawing contest.
in a
yeah.
drawing
No.
contest.
No.
Like,
I did ask for pencils of the boobs book, and then she gave me pencils of some other shit. And I'm like, come on now. Like, whatever. Just
But those weren't, she didn't give you finished pencils. She gave you something showing the pencils being generated on a page.
Yeah.
It was weird.
yeah.
If you have it, give it. Come on.
Yeah, just
I
I,
don't
mean,
know.
it's like with
Just,
anything. If you've
like,
got something you're
If
trying
you,
to say,
like
then-
if you go look at their latest thing, I don't really want to talk about this too much because this is not what the show is. But
it was a good stream, though.
if you go look at the latest
Thank you,
campaign
Dave.
they got for some calendar and you look at the art, it doesn't look like it was drawn by a person. To me,
Thanks for the invite, by the way.
You know, it just looks like I don't
know. Next time I'll send you one. I didn't think you wanted to come on CG Church.
Why?
So,
anyway. Here we
I don't
go.
know why I
This
think
is
that.
some
I'll
more-
praise the Lord with y'all.
This is
All right.
some,
Next Sunday I'll send you the link.
But I will not be turning into a war complainer because I'm talking to a war complainer. Just
Don't
so you
let
know.
fucking Jim negate the shit that I did on that stream.
I don't know.
Jim
I
came on.
enjoyed talking to Larry.
Dude, that was
Me and,
we're gonna
me
have
and Larry
back
are like
on.
this now. Me and
Yeah,
Larry are going to go
Larry's-
hang out. I'm going to go
Larry
hang out at Larry's
apologized
strip
to
club.
Katie.
Larry and
Well,
I are
I
like,
gotta say, it
this.
was Jim did pretty hard to Larry when Larry said he had to leave. I'd love to have him on the show anytime, man, to talk. We'll just come on and talk.
Larry, just come on in.
I was
We
like,
just chit
what
chatting.
the fuck? Why would you bring him on your show?
Look at him.
For the
Bring
laughs?
him on
Larry.
your show.
No,
Your
you
show,
said
man.
your show. I do it on
I
Sunday
was speaking
nights.
about the royal we.
Good job,
You know,
Julio.
Oh,
Good
the
job.
we.
royal we.
Oh, well.
You know, because
Oh, now if you
Thank you,
brought about
Mark.
my dude,
if
him
listen,
coming
we
on
have to-
my show would
baby
be
steps.
the best. That way,
Baby
student
steps.
of God would
First
have
we
to
get
shut the fuck up.
First we get Larry, then we get Sturgis.
Y'all see my plan now? That's
No.
literally my plan. They're all going to apologize to Katie. We got TM. You stole my comic book idea too, you son of a bitch, Jim. We got Tiamat. We
You
got
got to
Larry.
strike while the iron is
Oh, she
I'm
can't
getting
really draw, says Richard. She
I'm
destroyed
getting
Matt Barr
Sturgis. They're
drawing
all
live.
apologizing.
Well,
to
Matt Barr
Katie.
can't draw either, so what the fuck do you want to know? He drew himself instead of Bach.
Matt Barr jumped in the fucking chat too. Fucking
Oh, yeah?
asshole. Yeah.
Did he
drew
say
him.
anything, or did he
You
just say?
guys see the picture of
He
Bach
said, "Oh,
he
so
drew?
this
That
is
looks
where
like-
Evan
we
is
saw it.
hanging out with a bunch of weebs."
Oh,
Anyway, look at this. This is very interesting. Look at this.
Es como que a veces se ve mal, es como que van de un lado para el otro.
Cara,
boludo.
vamos,
Están muy
vamos,
cerca,
vamos,
están muy cerca,
vamos,
¿no?
vamos.
Ok, bueno.
Wow, lights in the
Van a
sky.
2 por hora, culiado, que se están filmando, boludo.
Where the fuck is this at?
Think about that, Batuta.
That must be fucking downtown Huntsville, Alabama. Holy hell!
That's South Jersey.
It's the same
Is it
place
South
that drive down we watched the other day was. You remember the guy in the car?
Oh.
Yeah.
Downs driver. Yeah.
The Downs driver.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
was
the
like,
Downs
that
guy.
guy. Yeah. The guy with great gun control.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The fear on that guy's face was so real, though, for that split second afterwards. So I wonder, like, Jim, since it's New Jersey, like, if it's true that they're really looking for radiation, why does it take this many drones to find it? Like,
They're just looking. I mean, that's my theory that's what they're doing. They're looking.
But we have plenty of stuff that can detect radiation pretty easy. You know,
Well, no, it's got to be. They got to be within so many. They got to be pretty close to it because it's going to be shielded. So they got to be pretty close.
Oh, they think it's a confined bomb thing or something.
Yeah,
like,
it's a suitcase bomb or
Okay.
something from Ukraine that was smuggled in. Yeah.
Oh, that Biden paid for, so
Maybe.
he could buy all their uranium to build the fucking bomb. Oh my God! It's called a Geiger counter. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to get pretty close with a Geiger counter. To
I
pick it
also
up.
think that I think we have other technology. We could probably use like some kind of vision to see like differences in like heat or cold and all that stuff. Who knows what radiation puts out that they can see?
I don't know if I don't know how much heat a piece of like a encased piece of uranium or plutonium would put
I don't
off.
think it's on fire at all until it's ignited.
Yeah, I don't think it really puts off any heat. It might be slightly warm to the touch, but it's not like hot.
They should hire Elon to start drilling a fucking tunnel. Right?
He's got a tunnel company, doesn't he?
That's what I'm
Out in
saying.
California.
Yeah.
It's boring.
Boring.
Pronouns boring.
Jeremy Boring.
So, what's the general consensus for you, Jim, as to what these things in the sky are? Is it military?
My general consensus is really. I'll put this on my head here. They're planning on doing something to get rid of people that are going to come into power soon that they don't like because they have an orange complexion. So they're going to, all this is to get their cover story for when it happens. They can blame it on Iran or someone else.
Oh,
or do you think this is a plot where, hey, look over here, while over here we're doing this? Like there's something going on where we could actually make something happen. Like,
but blame Iran isn't going to work. Okay. Oh my God, Iran. No, it's not going to work.
Well, if they get rid, like, let's just use our crazy thinking caps here and say, if something was to happen, let's say on January 20th, when there's this whole group of people at the ellipse of the Capitol or whatever, this guy's being sworn in, and it's all the Republicans.
People will be there. Yeah.
No.
All the guys on the right
And
side.
the only
of the
person
aisle
that's
and
not,
left.
the only people so far that said they're not going are like, I don't know, AOC, Kamala Harris,
Lindsey Graham.
No, I think Lindsay's going to be.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
You know, Mitt Romney, like all the people that hate Trump aren't going.
But they would win. Oh my God. All the Trump people get killed and AOC becomes the president.
There you go.
Oh my God. That's it.
Mark, the only one left.
That's exactly what they're doing.
I mean,
If
who
that
doesn't
happens,
want a big
if that happens,
vaccine?
I'm
Well, no,
selling
here.
this fucking house and I'm moving to fucking Venezuela.
What would happen? Okay.
Fucking
if-
I'm
Venezuela?
going down to Argentina
That's,
because we watch movies where people who are anyway.
Stiff arm syndrome people live there?
Yeah.
Yes.
But what would happen if the only person left, like before Trump is sworn in, before he takes the oath, poof, something wipes out all of them, and the only one left because Biden's going to be there, so he's gone too. He don't. They don't. Ted didn't tell him. He doesn't know. He's going to think he's eating ice cream and just.
Vivek
gone.
Ramaswamy.
He will.
But Kamala Harris is still alive, so technically she's the president. And there's no one to pass it over to.
That
comes
day,
in.
Oh,
day
because
she
she's
goes
speaker,
out.
right? She's vice president right now.
She's
Yes.
right now vice president, so she's the next in line. She's
No,
pro
but
temp of the Senate.
5 minutes later, the Speaker of the House is the person who's the president.
But no,
Yeah,
because
he's
going
to be sworn in before that.
There would be nobody sworn in. It would just she would still be immediately.
It
and they
sounds
would
like
say,
a Tom Clancy
I
book,
don't know.
man. What
I'm
the
just saying,
fuck?
sounds like a Tom Clancy book, doesn't it? There was one just like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to look into it.
Mark, what do you think these things are?
I think it's all bullshit. I think that all this stuff just keeps going on. So people are, oh my God, remember when they said there were aliens and they had the people crawling over the ground? Oh my God, look, it's an alien.
Mhm.
Bullshit.
Hold on.
Come
Here,
on.
let's look at this. Let's see what this is. What the fuck?
Oh my God, it's a light in the sky. Moody Blue said light in the sky.
Like Barb says, false flags always work. That is why they keep on using them. Stop
right.
falling for it. Yep.
It's hey, look over there,
Bags?
so you're not
False
looking over here.
bags?
I mean,
Right.
we know for a fact that the fucking
False
government
facts.
has a
So
All
program.
those false flags are going to be killed when fucking Trump comes into office. All those
Yeah,
false
get all
Operation
those
Blue
false
Beam.
bags.
Operation Blue Beam
Exactly.
exists.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It's a program our government came up with to convince us all that there's an alien invasion so that they could take over.
They could spend more money on more bullshit. Yep.
Convince us.
I
So-
loved how the aliens became a big thing and no one paid attention. Remember when the aliens came out? It was just a year ago or so. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
aliens are real. And nobody cared.
Nope.
Yeah, I got up and went to work that morning. I was
It
listening
became
to
like,
the car, and I
it
was like,
became
"Man,
like it became like the latest Disney movie. Nobody
Yeah.
cared. Like, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree, Mark. That's like the biggest story in the history of humans.
And it would have
Okay.
been. And it would have been, but it didn't
Everybody's like,
amount to
eh.
anything.
I still don't understand why there's New Jersey rednecks, right? And not a one
Yeah.
of them has popped one of these out of the sky.
So you think that you think that these are, what do you think these things are in the sky? Because you could see where it's creating like a trail behind it.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's
It's a
not just a
drone,
light
man.
shining up in the sky.
It's a drone.
You know, it's not just a spotlight that's aimed up at the sky.
That's a huge fucking drone, though.
They are
Look at that
fucking,
fucking
they have
trail.
massive ones though.
Yeah.
Like they have huge ones, man.
This ain't a black show, dude. Stop.
They're so. Look here, cuz. Hey, bro. That's why
No
I
more.
changed my avatar back to a white dude.
You got
I don't have to hide no more.
Well,
No,
here,
my saying.
let's get into something that we can all agree on.
Oh,
Ah,
yeah.
Oh, time, Jim. Jesus, I've been waiting.
He waited till I got here so I could be safe.
I'm
Thanks,
3
Jim.
beers in, Jam. You're finally getting to the most important part of the night.
Good
Jesus
morning,
Christ.
folks. Today we're going to hit solar storm records and comparisons. We'll look at plant productivity and rain changes. And of course, we've got sunspots, solar flares, eruptions, and
Sunspots.
more as we begin, as always, with the last 24 hours on our star. Things were mostly quiet until a few hours ago when flaring levels remained in C-class range, but the plasma filament we saw starting to dance yesterday morning and located nearby has indeed lifted and released. We're going to take a bit closer look at that event and then the sunspots, and here we are zoomed in on the filament. After a modest flare, the destabilization went over the tipping point and the plasma filament erupted. It did so somewhat out to the right, ahead of Earth's orbit. The bulk of this one is definitely going to miss the Earth, as we see here on SOHO. Meanwhile, we're left with really only one sunspot group to monitor. We've watched the progress of the active regions, and here today we're seeing the original
Are they
two
taking the
groups
holidays
beginning
off?
to depart. Just the one in the Earth-facing position, and a
sunspots.
smaller group growing behind it. We've got eyes
man.
open there. Up first in the links today is this, a story about rain pattern changes and plant responses, including a relatively new fluorescence measure that satellites are capturing over the day and night phases. Our world is changing, getting wetter in general, and also
Is his name
getting
Ben, Jim?
greener.
Yeah, Ben Davidson.
Up next, a look back
Barb
at the
said
April
she fucking-
2023
that
solar
Ben
storm.
blocked
It was
her.
one of the first solar storms after the record magnetic anomaly the month before, and it kicked off this
That's
recent
funny,
trend
Barb.
of moderate space weather and solar activity, triggering outsized auroral displays. It is doing so because the magnetic pole shift is leaving Earth more and more vulnerable. So, in that same vein, an excellent new study is ranking the top auroral events with geomagnetic storms
This is very
in
interesting.
recorded history. This is what we've been looking to describe for the last 18 months. And in their chart, you see the...
All right, now in this chart, all right, you can look here and you can see right here, 1859, all right, the Carrington event happened over 2 days, the thing that we've talked about in the past that set the telegraph machines on fire and everything. You know, that was real big. It's like the thing that was like, if it happened today, it would basically fucking be without power. Probably the entire world would have no power for a couple of years at least until we were able to build everything back, because it would destroy
So
all their
magnetic pulse took out the telegrams, or
yeah, it took out all the
telegraphs?
telegraph machines and telegraph wires and stuff. And that, you know, it was but you could see that it's actually below it created less auroral activity on the planet than the thing that happened in May of 2024. And it was way more powerful, but the Earth's magnetism was so much better that it didn't create as much auroral activity. So our magnetic field is at a point now that something that is so weak, you know, like half its strength. Look, it was a 12 on the N scale compared to 24 or 14.
On the what scale?
I don't know, the N scale.
I was going to say the stimulated fortitude scale, but the N scale works too.
The N scale. I'm going to put that in the bank for later.
N scale.
The biggest solar storms of the last 200 years. The May 2024 event is ranked third on the list. That April 2023 event is down there at 15th. But what I need to impress upon you is what happened in April of 2023 shouldn't be in the top 100 events. And the solar storm from May 2024 shouldn't be in the top 20. The solar flares and CME shock waves were 5, 10, 20, up to 50 times stronger in different previous events, but when Earth's magnetic field was much stronger. Now, we're seeing mild to moderate events ranking up with the biggest of all time. It's the number one indirect indicator that Earth's magnetic field is failing and that we're heading into the pole shift. Folks, tomorrow afternoon, the next issue of Observer Review will come out. What a great volume this month with several key science studies and context. The link to sign up is below. It is the best way to support the Observers. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow, right here, but right now at 6 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun.
What's up,
open,
Ryan?
no fear. Be safe, everyone.
Be safe, everyone.
See, Barb knows. Earth's magnetic field is collapsing as Earth goes through the galactic sheet, as all the other planets in the system. Everything will get fried. Enjoy live streaming while it lasts.
Exactly, Barb.
That's
Yes.
galactic sheet. Galactic shit.
Yeah, there's a galactic sheet that's a wave that
Galactic
goes like
shit.
this.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Up and down.
And it
huge.
coincides with the
Huge.
electromagnetic sheet.
Yeah,
They're all
everything works
working
together. It's actually what holds all
Everything
the
is so
planets
much more
together.
sheet.
That's how
It's-
comic books are created, Mark. You know, the artist
I know,
works with
I know.
the fucking
Just, yep,
writer,
up that
the
way and
penciler
that one,
works with the inker, all that stuff. Yes.
I wonder what the highest N scale ever recorded in America was.
It's
Probably in Chicago.
It probably
Minneapolis,
was.
2000.
I'm gonna say.
I want to say it was in the 90s.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
No, it was in the
When they
90s
killed
after
all
the
the,
Rodney King thing.
when all those,
Yes, exactly.
when all those
Chipotle.
uppity people that were rich in Oklahoma disappeared in a night.
Or it could have been in '68. Maybe after the Martin Luther King riots or something.
When they
Go straight to hell.
When they converted Tulsa back to white, that was a pretty bad night. And they took all their cars and their houses and all that shit, which is something American history never teaches kids about.
But will they teach this, Dave? Will they teach fight, fight, fight?
Not in public school, but in schools that simulated attended, like Christian schools, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll teach this. Yeah, it's funny.
I think that women belong defending the president because, there she is. She's bending down. She's protecting his upper shoulder. She's protecting, a little bit more. His head doesn't matter. His head doesn't matter. So,
This is like this. Jim, take down her chat real quick and go back to that picture.
Wow, the stream took
of Trump.
Took a turn to the dark side.
Like
that.
This looks like a picture for some bad porn movie.
Oh no!
Look at these characters. Like, who are these people except for the cool guy with his arm up? Like this chick. Like, what is she doing? Like, is she holding onto her sunglasses? Is she holding onto sunglasses?
Yeah.
It was
she's
amazing.
Protecting the
it
president.
was amazing that after this,
what's this guy doing here? Sniffing asses right here, guy, poofy hair.
Dude.
He doesn't even have sunglasses. She's not Secret Service.
She's not Secret Service. She's a
bullshit.
My God. She's holding onto her sunglasses, though. Like, dude, they'll buy you a new pair. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell?
Look at that.
It's crazy.
It's bad. This guy on the right of Trump is looking straight at the camera. He's like, "Hey, got me, bro." Look how cool I look.
I love that a week later, Trump came out and he had this giant ass dudes, tall and fuck. Yeah.
And
he looks like if he spun his head to the right, he'd cut Trump's other ear.
Like the guy on the back side of the train here, he looks like he's about 18 years old. And he's railing some guy that we can just see the top of his head. He's like the guy in a movie that never gets a line but gets abused. Oh no, who was that poor bastard? Oh my God, this is so good. When you look at it after the fact, the fact. The day it happened, it was mortifying, terrifying. They almost killed this fucking national treasure. If he wouldn't have turned his head, Jim, like 5 centimeters, Kamala might be our fucking president. Could you imagine if Kamala would have won?
What came before? I didn't want to.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Dan Blackwood better not be making fucking pictures of this shit, Jim, and you're going to post them.
Who's that? That's Dave. Look at that. That's fucking Dave.
Damn it, Dave.
Who is that?
Oh my God. You guys did this.
Look at Jim.
I'm calling the FBI.
Jim's just back here chilling.
Jim's wiping his cock on your mother's curtains.
On the curtains, yes.
What is Julio doing in a dress?
He's
not a good Julio.
He's giving him a belly rub. I'm on a belly.
Protecting Trump's Ethan's belly.
Yeah. Oh, that is so Ethan. Look at
I'm still the coolest guy in the picture.
That's amazing.
I'm a badass.
That is
no fear.
Eyes open.
Solar flare.
Eyes open.
Eyes open.
Eyes open. No fear. My eyes are open right to that fucking guy with the camera at the perfect time.
Damn black
Anyway,
dude's a
since we were
genius.
talking about, solar flares and, plasma storms and different things and stuff, I thought we'd pull this up. This is in Cusco, Peru.
Cusco.
These giant megalithic stones.
Oh.
And you could see on these stones where they have vitrification, where they got hit by some kind of plasma or lightning and it melted the stone.
Yeah, I see that.
Can
I
you?
see that clearly.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
I don't
Right
see
up.
your mouse. I
You
can't
don't?
see your mouse.
Oh, there it is. now?
Can you?
Oh,
Here.
totally. Clearly.
Oh, Mark's like, yeah, I can see it.
I
Yep.
see that.
I can't see it on. I can't
We
see
are
it on.
next
What's
to
weird
some
is
of the largest.
I cannot see it on StreamYards. I can only see it on YouTube or YouTube.
You
I
might
don't
have
see
to
it. I'm
back
just
out
saying
and come
I
back
see
in
it,
because I
guys.
see it.
Oh, I see it. I switch over to YouTube.
I
to
see it. Yes, I see.
Okay.
See, I'm picking his nose.
So where's the melting snowman at?
Back here. He'll
Melting
show some more.
snowman?
Back here,
Oh my
there's more
God.
of it on the stone. You can see, and it like blew the stone up. And oh, hey, look at this. We take all kinds here.
No, we don't.
Oh, the N scale just went up.
Wait, you're saying?
Oh my God, Julio! Oh my God, Julio! No, Julio didn't say that, did he?
I was young and dumb. I did just about.
Oh,
Hello.
3 minutes ago. I was
What's up, Ruby?
dumb 3 minutes
What's
ago.
up?
Holy hell! How did this guy get on the show?
There was a link.
We take all
became-
comers.
By the way,
All comers?
By the way,
Oh my God.
We take all coomers.
thanks for the
Oh, okay,
invite today,
Coomers,
Ruby.
okay.
I already gave your boy simulated cocksick. Shit.
Cocksick?
You made him toxic.
My
What is
God,
wrong with you?
what?
Well, he's
Whoa.
simulated cocksick. But anyway, I gave him shit, but I'm giving you shit too. And I love how you guys invited Jim into your room. Like in 8 seconds, Jim shows up on the show, and they want you to be part of the group, Jim.
You want in the room? You can get
No, I don't.
Don't
I
please
really
don't put Dave in that room. No, because he'll be bitching
Yes,
at me
definitely
for
put
talking
Dave
in
in
there.
that room.
Put me in that room because I'm quiet
Yes,
in my own
exactly.
fucking room. I'm in the ARA room and I don't say shit because it's fucking terrible. Put me
It's
in.
not terrible
ARA room is
anymore.
terrible.
It's
It's
terrible,
Nick and
Jim. I
fucking
don't mind.
stimulated talking all day. That's all.
Go
the
back and
ARA
see how
has
many
become.
times I posted in the past.
Nobody likes stimulus. Oh,
week.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go do something that I haven't done in a long time.
Drink a
Jim.
beer.
I'm gonna go get a beer.
Oh.
Cool. Let's
Jim,
give
you
Ruby
got to
shit.
do that because that's what men. Oh, never mind.
Did you invite me yet, Ruby? I'm waiting. I'm looking at my
No.
Twitter right now. Looking at my feed.
Ruby, don't do it. Don't be peer pressured.
Wait, I'm
We can't have
pressured
two
now,
boomers
man.
in there.
Peer pressure is a good thing.
Wait, what's
Peer
your
pressure is a
Twitter?
Good
Two
thing.
boomers is greater than one fucking hillbilly. All right. How about
I'm a
that
redneck.
stimulated?
I'm not
Well,
gonna take that about
is,
Tony slander.
is Jessica in that room?
Oh my
Is
God.
Jessica in that
Yes.
room?
Yes.
Well, then that's like I said, better than one hillbilly. All right.
Oh fuck, I forgot.
Hey, what's your Twitter? I don't follow you on Twitter.
Razor
What?
At
Dave
Razor
69.
Dave.
Yeah. At Razor Dave 68, not 69. 69 is my fucking Xbox tag. But
68.
yep.
Okay.
At Razor Dave 68.
Yeah, I spelled razor wrong.
63.
That's R-A-Z.
I try not to fuck with Nick in there because Jesus Christ, man. He
Dude,
won't stop. He's a fucking woman.
Dude, it's like he wakes up at 7 o'clock in the morning to start talking on Twitter. What the fuck?
I do not open Twitter before 9 o'clock.
I don't
I don't
open
do
it
it.
ever, but my phone is fucking buzzing because I have it on mute because I don't want to hear the fucking dings. It's like, eh.
I muted all rooms but Ruby's room and the anime group.
I guess I'm just going to have to mute my own fucking room.
Yeah, I found you.
Yeah, the cool bourbon glass and all that stuff, right? Yeah. Well, you know, I'll say one thing about Nick, Kevin. You know, he says, "How do you talk to Nick?"
Ooh,
what is that?
a
Looks like a
Yingling.
lemon.
Your camera's just like mine. You've got the autofocus off, so we can't read it.
Looks like a
It's
Yingling.
Yingling.
Of some
Yingling.
sort. Yep. That's good
Never
stuff.
heard of it.
Hi, Yingling. You're a dingaling.
Hey,
We're
Kevin,
Yinglings.
I'll give Nick credit. He's a fucking asshole to people he don't like. He don't care who
Yeah.
they are. Like,
Yes.
he hates fucking rip-off furs. He calls that guy
Yeah.
a fucking fraud every goddamn day and is
God
not
damn it.
ashamed
Who
to do it.
doesn't? Who doesn't?
And I'll
Who
say
does
this
No,
too
not
for Nick.
Rip-A-Verse, not Rip-A-Verse Goalpost. Rip-Off Verse,
Rip-Off.
the guy who makes the fucking
Oh.
puppet shows.
Really?
And I'll say this
Fuck
about
yeah.
Nick: if he's your friend,
Yeah, gotta get
he's fucking loyal.
verified.
He is loyal.
He'll fuck
He's
with
very
you.
nice.
But if somebody says something to you on Twitter, dude will
He'll
go the
defend
fuck
you in a
after
heartbeat,
him.
dude.
Yep.
Yes.
It is wonderful. That's why I let him
Yeah.
fuck with me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nicholas.
so
Oh,
I gotta
come
get
on.
verified to add you on into the church.
Did somebody say hillbilly?
Yes.
yes.
We said 2 boomers are greater than 1 hillbilly. That's what we said.
I think we said it 3 times and you showed up at it.
Dave, I'll add Dave to the room if you ask
I'm
me.
like Beetlejuice.
Yes, add Dave to the room, please.
I like rip-offers.
Stimulated. Can I
think
please
he's a good
join
guy.
your room? I need to be in one more room to know
Yes,
what's
yes,
going on.
we all need
Make
more
him beg,
room.
cynic.
Yes.
We need more rooms because we got to give Jesker
room.
shit about his Democratic takes on that show with JJ that day.
No.
So it begins.
Guys.
Hey, did you
just-
guys notice though that guy Mike Wheeler was promoting that show Landman?
Yeah.
I told you
Yeah.
that show sucked.
Yeah. I swear to God,
No,
Jim,
Tim-
when he
Tim-
said that, I muted my mic and I went, God damn it, Dave loves that show.
I said it's a good show. But you know what, Jim? Go fuck yourself. All right.
Mike,
you don't know about the Coral Castle, and you were embarrassed for not
This
knowing
ain't no
about
Coral
it.
Castle. Look at this.
No,
This
no,
ain't
yeah.
no Coral Castle.
Yeah.
This ain't no
Look
Coral
at him.
Castle.
This
Yeah,
is a
look at that
limestone
fake shit.
castle. That's all it is.
This is a limestone cowboy.
And they use pulleys and fucking cows to bring him up the hill. What the fuck? I mean,
Well, how did they cut these things, Dave? Look at this. How did they cut these things?
But he's
Thunder,
a
solar flares.
billion pounds.
Solar flares.
Look
Got
at
it,
this.
dude.
How did they cut this?
Oh God, those are teeth. Look at him.
Jasker,
Those
how
are
do you
teeth.
think they did this? Or Jesker?
What am I looking at?
These
These
are
are
the walls
giant-
down in South America.
Giant
Uh,
stones. They found these type of stones all over the world. Huge stones like this.
Thanks, Stimulated.
And
You're
they
welcome,
found them
brother.
in Montana. They found them in South America. These are all over in Lebanon,
Peru.
in Turkey, Peru, South America, Africa, by Egypt.
Like these are
China.
these are stones bigger than the pyramid. And
They
these
know
are-
these things are old.
And these things are what, 25,000 feet up a mountain? They're way the fuck up there.
It's
Yeah.
way up a
It's
mountain.
either one of 2 things, and these 2 things could possibly overlap. It's either aliens or humans were just way more advanced than what we give them credit for back then.
Oh my
Jesker,
God. Maybe
that's
we've
the
been
thing.
reset.
Very Thursday for you, bro.
Fucking aliens.
Every
Very
12,000
Yep.
years, something happens and resets the planet.
Yep.
No,
yeah.
don't simp for these old guys and their theories. And these
That's
people
so
just
true.
had no Twitter, and so they were able to do this because they were bored.
Yeah, they were.
Nah, it was
They were
time,
able to cut
man.
these 100-ton stones and put them in perfect place, and just basically where it looks like they were made, like they were.
Have you never met an Alabama
And it looks
redneck? I
like
could build
teeth.
that in a weekend. You give me a shoelace and a hacksaw and some WD-40, and I'll have that bitch up for you.
But
I
here,
have,
dude,
I have
duct
met
tape,
a, hold up.
duct
I have,
tape
I,
and
I have
WD-40.
met an Alabama redneck. I've never met an Alabama hillbilly though.
That's true.
but if you look at the top of this stone here, all right, and see how it's broken and all fucked up, what did that?
A giant
Lightning.
Bad hygiene. Bad
Lightning.
Nephilim.
A dragon.
Nephilim.
Ooh.
Might have been a Nephilim. See, like I believe. that
Nephilim.
there-
See,
I
Ruby's
believe.
on point.
I believe.
Yeah.
I believe.
What-
I believe the Anunnaki are.
What
real,
about
so you
Greek
gotta tell
fire?
me
Remember the
something.
Greek fire shit? That
Yeah. What is Greek fire?
Melted
What's
stone.
Greek fire?
Yeah.
What's that?
You never heard of Greek fire?
Oh, dude, that
No.
shit terrorized the
Jim,
middle.
pull him
the
up.
ancient
I'm sure
times.
you can find a video.
Man, we
If
don't
I
even know the
Google
re-
Greek fire and something goofy comes up, I'm going to be very upset.
You don't know what Greek fire
I
is?
know what it
Jim?
is. I'm just
I was
saying
about
there's
to
some
say.
weird shit going on. Where this is some kind of.
It's what the
my
Byzantine
God,
Empire
no,
used to light the fuck
no.
up the
It's gonna
Arab
send him
Navy.
to some weird
And they
OnlyFans.
fucked
man.
up a lot of shit, and they could not. And it was that fire stayed fire in water, Ruby.
And nobody knows what
It was.
what
it was
They
napalm.
don't know how it's made. They think they've
Some
got the
form of
formula, but they
napalm.
don't.
Yeah.
So it's a flamethrower from ancient times.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
probably more than likely. I mean, basically like modern day napalm type of
Yeah.
stuff with is basically
Yeah.
Vaseline, gasoline, and some soap.
It's like that shit in Game of Thrones, right? That big battle in the Game of Thrones where they lit the
Oh
fucking
yeah,
lake
that
on
green
fire or
shit.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I forget what that's called. I just call it green shit.
Mhm.
Interesting.
No, that's what I called fucking House of Dragon. Green shit.
That was wild. That was called wildfire.
Wildfire. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Not WYLDE. WYLD. Wildfire.
Yeah, because
But,
otherwise Ruby's business Twitter would have sued him for infringement. So
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, Ruby, you had a channel canceled on YouTube?
yeah.
What was that?
You had a channel on
yeah.
YouTube canceled?
Oh yeah, I had a much bigger channel, almost at 800 subscribers, and it's gone now.
Who did that to you? Yourself?
Oh, yeah. Let's just go with that. I was harassing a pedophile, apparently. He didn't like the videos I was making on him, so. You know,
Well,
what can you do?
the problem is Ruby doesn't know that sometimes the best way to win is not to fight.
That's
exactly right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And when
It's
you're
true.
going after a guy who's known for striking channels and fucking with you, you
Wait,
might
hold
as
up.
well just.
I'm the
Yeah.
first guy.
I'm gonna give Larry or Lawrence some credit here today when he did say I make my comments and I move on. He's not going back to see what people are saying about it.
Yeah.
And I don't know Lawrence at all, but if that's the truth, that's how I roll too, man.
Yeah.
I make a video, I
We
make a
do.
live stream, and I don't give a shit if people are talking about me the next day. I never know. And I've made it clear to my chat, do not send me this shit because I will not watch it because I do not care. I don't.
Yeah.
Please teach that to Ruby, because the problem is with Ruby likes to fight.
Yeah,
It's not worth your time, dude.
No,
Like he like I feel like if this was like real life, like me and Cynic would have to grab Ruby and be like, no.
No.
it's not worth it.
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
bitch.
We're,
He's a
we're at
bitch.
the
It's not
bar.
worth it.
Hey, dude, there's like three
Yeah.
guys behind him, and they're
Yeah,
the guys
don't
are going
do
to kick your ass. Don't fight
Yeah.
with the twink that's defending his
Yes.
girlfriend.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
He's not the threat. It's the three guys you didn't notice because you're pissed off
Yeah.
right now. And those are
I
the guys
mean,
that got you canceled, Ruby.
To be fair, I wasn't fighting with
To
them.
be
I was
fair.
making
fair.
videos. I wasn't like it wasn't like how you see me, and if you see this fucking pedophile on Twitter now, it wasn't like that on my YouTube channel.
Is that a
It's like,
proven
oh,
fact, though?
Yeah,
that
no,
he's
it's a literal proven
Oh.
fact.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's
he
a
has
mug-
said it,
there's a
and
mugshot.
there's court records.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's a different thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy's
So-
proven, certified.
So anyway,
What I had to
Kevin,
say.
those small sections of rocks were added later by the Inca.
I think little baby Nephilim built that section.
No, they came
is-
across this and found it, and then they were
They
put,
just built
you know,
on top of it.
built on top of it with smaller things. And you can see like these rocks that are put in here, these smaller rocks that are like, can you see my mouse? Or no?
No,
Where
there it goes.
Yeah, we
I
see
see
it.
it now.
Yeah.
It's so
Okay.
tiny.
You can see these
Little
aren't
mounts.
cut. These
No.
are just rocks
No,
that
they're
they put
stacked
in there
rocks,
and like
yeah.
stacked in weird places. They're not like
But the
shaped
big
as
rocks,
are.
You know what it is? It's our modern form of grout. They filled the spots. Just grout, right? They're filling the holes in the drywall with this.
But if you look, like you could see this was bigger at one point. You could see it's like here, this section over here where it was hit by something and just like basically like fucked it up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they don't know how deep this goes. Like these walls, how like you can see that these rocks here, it's like this isn't just like a small rock sitting on the ground. This is under the ground.
Yeah, it's like
Some of these
it's
are
like
huge.
it's like Easter Island statues, right?
Right. They're like,
Yeah.
like, you know, they're who knows, you know, what the fuck's going on with them.
This is where the
I agree.
mudslide thing comes into play across
Exactly.
the
Or
planet,
the
right?
pyramids imitating the Great Pyramid. Exactly. Like all these pyramids that were built later that fell apart, that were made out of mud bricks and different things that weren't actually made out of.
Kind of like if you go to Italy or Rome, you can still have an apartment that's over 2,000 years old. And in America, after about 80 years, people are tearing down that house to build a new house on that property. Like,
Yeah, actually,
Right.
if you look at our building codes these days, modern buildings are only designed to last 80 years.
like a fucking car. Like, remember when cars were a lifetime investment? Now you think, well, I got to recycle this shit in like 5 years because it's gonna not be good.
You know, think, oh, the houses. that
Unless you
have,
drive
like,
a Subaru like Jesker.
the houses with vinyl sidings on them and stuff like that.
Just giving you shit.
Look, wait,
Jesker.
no, wait. I drive a Honda. I want to get a Subaru.
Oh, it's on Cap.
You
that
want
has a
to be a
Subaru.
lesbian.
No. Yeah.
No, get an Acura.
No, get a Nissan truck.
No, go get an Audi.
Get an Acura and get the Krell audio system.
I want to save on gas.
Yeah, so go get an Audi.
Krell?
I don't want
You know,
to.
electric.
I don't want to have to spend $1,800 on tires, cynic.
Brokey.
How dare you?
But you only got to replace them every 60,000 miles. How many?
Trying
How
to keep from being a brokey. That's how you keep from being a brokey.
Jessica, do you work from home or do you go to job? Like,
unfortunately, I go to a job.
Okay, so like, what's your?
You want a yacht, man?
What's your daily round trip to work?
15 minutes over there, 15 minutes back.
Okay, so
How many times a day do you hear
what if I told
he
you?
wants him
What if I told you
double
last
covered
week?
and smothered?
What if I told you last week I put 1,200 miles on my truck, and I do that probably 3 times a month?
Why?
Because I work in sales. So I don't go to a factory. I cover the entire state of Illinois and all of southern Wisconsin.
He's a call girl.
Exactly.
And you can ring my bell. Ring my bell.
Have I ever told you, Cynic, how beautiful the romance between you and Dave actually is?
A lot of people tell me that all the time, and I'm like, he's like an older brother, or like some mean stepdad or
Oh my
something.
God,
I
it's
don't know.
incest. Oh, jeez.
Incest is best. Put
I
your
mean-
sister to the task. Remember that?
It's from Alabama.
That's what they say in Alabama.
God damn it!
That's like their state motto,
crazy.
isn't it?
It is. It is. It's on their state flag.
The rest of it's written on with crayon. Fuck y'all, assholes.
It's on the state currency. Because I'm sure you guys still trade in Confederate currency down there.
No,
Alabama.
it's in
Of
Latin
course they do.
actually, and it says "Give me incest or give me death." Okay, but it's not pieces of shit.
That'd be a good license plate frame to put on the car.
I used to be Storm when I started here 15 years ago with this company. I covered I had half of the state of Missouri from Springfield west or east to fucking St. Louis, the entire state of Illinois, and the from Des Moines, Iowa, east to Davenport. So I used to cover a lot more area because it was just me and my boss. We were covering 5 states. Now we have 9 states, and my area got smaller, which is okay. I mean, I didn't need it to get smaller because after you do something long enough, like you do with your stuff, Cynic, like your schedule is your schedule. You got to figure it out. Like I've been doing this a long time now. I'm not worried about driving too far because I've been doing it for so long anyway. But he hired more people, made our area smaller. It has paid off though, Mark. I do get more days at home. I don't spend a lot of nights in hotels.
Yep.
And my sales haven't dipped. They've actually gone up. So I can't complain, right?
Yeah.
So
look at the size of this rock on the corner here.
Jesus Christ, it's huge.
It's huge. This is an 8 foot tall
and the
woman.
quarry is a long way away from the site.
Woman.
I don't know. That could be a kid for all I know. But anyway, but I mean, this thing is huge. And look at they cut it and put this other rock in there. Like they just like shunk.
It perfectly fits. Yeah.
They cut all these rocks and placed them in there, which is kind of weird. Like, why would they do this? Because somebody thought, or like, because it's stronger, instead of just taking rocks and stacking them, you know what I mean, and making them all, it's actually have them interlocking with these different shapes is way stronger.
It's like the 3 Little Pigs, right? You got the 3 different versions of the same house built by different pigs, and the stronger one survived. So this was the stronger version, but it was the earliest version. That's the weird part, Jim, right? Like,
is it weird?
Well, it is. If it's weird. It's weird if we're the smartest version of humans left, and that's why I say we're not.
Ruby
I
left.
think
Why did Ruby leave?
His internet sucks.
Weird.
His internet
He's got
sucks.
terrible internet.
But
because the Chinese people he lives with own a restaurant and they ran out of meat.
Yeah, his neighbors shut off the router.
I actually I think we're probably one of the dumbest versions of the human race that have been on this planet.
Here's a good example of the vitrification.
This
I was talking
stream
about.
or just in general?
No, I'm talking about
This Julio has it. This stream, Julio. This stream.
You didn't see CG
And
Church
Julio's
today.
gone. Oh my God.
That's fair.
I'm back.
If you look, you can see the vitrification on these rocks. Where they were hit. Yeah, I don't know. It means something like got hit with lightning or
You
something.
need one more beer so you can say that like you mean it.
Ancient hibbity jibbity.
I know.
Hitlerification. Okay, so
It's secret. It's like
a Hitler.
stones.
It's a Hitler thing. Okay, got it.
Didn't
Yes.
we look at one? I could swear we looked at a video one time about a place. There was this temple in Egypt that looks like it's melted. Like the stone looks like it was melted.
Melted.
Oh yeah, the
snowman.
steps.
Yes,
the steps
melted
going down.
snowman.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the same thing. Like that. The only thing that could do that would be like massive lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, lightning's a thing. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
I've seen lightning. Yeah, sure.
When God gets angry, he throws lightning bolts at people.
And pisses on
I've
their
seen
ass.
fire.
Yeah.
And I've seen rain.
Yeah, he
You know,
doesn't
like there was
just turn into
Fire,
pillars of
yeah.
salt.
Yeah.
Just do that.
It's possible. Possible.
Yeah.
When that woman turned into a pillar of salt, I wonder if you could have taken that salt and used it to like salt your food and stuff. Like, thinks she would have been good in soup.
Yeah, she finally made me a sandwich. It's actually in the sandwich.
You finally got your life's wish, right? Yes. Julio finally got a woman to make him a sandwich.
If you look at these,
That's nice.
you can see where it's like something happened here. And then if you look at the bottom of these rocks, where it looks like they just scooped, like right here, looks like they just scooped the stone out with something. Like just scoop.
Why would they do that?
That's like Jessica was saying.
I don't
too,
know.
like, our technology might not be as good as theirs was.
I mean, when you look at these rocks, don't they almost look like they were like soft?
Built in a factory.
Yeah, or like they were soft,
with
like really hot
yeah.
and soft. They just kind of stuck them there and they just kind of molded together.
It's like they were building a jigsaw puzzle and the guy bought the kit and it came to their mountain and they on their UPS truck or UPS spaceship and delivered it. And these guys just stacked these fucking rocks on top of each other.
They probably had pallet jacks.
Yeah. Pulleys, all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, have you ever been to Seattle, guys?
No.
Seattle's not an old city for American standards, right? There's an entire city underneath
Yeah, that's right.
Seattle.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. There's another Seattle under Seattle. And you can take tunnel tours in Seattle right now and walk under the old version of Seattle.
Huh.
We're not 250 fucking years old as a country, barely. And you can walk under the old Seattle. It's
I gotta look
fucking
this
nuts. Oh, I've been there, dude. It's unbelievable.
No, I'm not doubting
Yeah.
you. I'm just intrigued.
Yeah, like I don't even know when that was built. But we always build on top of old places. You know why? Because somebody survived to that place for a long time before you conquered it. You know, well, they had the right choice. There's a fucking ocean. There's a river. We can do shipping. We can get food out of the river. We can get food out of the ocean. We can grow some crops, whatever, around this area. So let's just put our version of what a city looks like on top of this old one.
Yeah, I mean, look.
They have a Starbucks in the old one.
Here.
They had a N-Bucks because, you know, it was a different age.
I wonder why it's only just on those.
Because we were created by some guy. What was his name? Ruby?
Oh shit! Are we really doing this again?
We've done that on our show on a
Yaku.
Theory Thursday show. Yaku was an entire topic one night, and I had never heard of that fucking shit before.
Christ.
That's what I said. What the fuck is this?
How many brain cells did you lose because of that?
None. You gained more.
No, I was
Yeah,
actually
son of a
wishing.
bitch.
I was actually wishing during that stream that I was watching Ancient Aliens because I love that shit.
Here's a
I used to
perfect
watch that
example
shit
of
too.
the vitrification I was talking about. You can see where it's like melted.
So you was hit by like a
So,
laser
but
rifle
Jim-
or something?
Something, plasma rifles, lightning. I don't know. You know, something.
Yeah.
That
So
just
you don't
looks like
think this is
erosion
just
to me?
or it looks
No.
like maybe when they cut it out, when it was forming in the earth, it didn't form properly?
I don't know.
And they didn't like. It's not the granite guy when your wife bitches and says that granite's not the piece I want, and they make them go cut another piece.
Well, I guess it's possible, but you know,
There were no returns on this shit. And you got, well, here's your holy shitty piece of rock. You might want to put this on the back wall so nobody can see it or whatever. I don't know. I mean, this could just be the way it was formed.
but I mean, if you look down here at the bottom, you can see where it's cut back. So why
The cut stuff I agree with 100%. This makes no sense that they could go out there and dig up these giant rocks and make these shapes fit as good as they do without some technology, Jim. And I don't know if it melted or whatever, but whatever they did to make this work was technology we can't see, or we don't know what we're looking at when we see it.
And here, look at these. You can see these scoops in them.
They don't have any knobs though. Where's the knobs? You know the knobs.
These don't have some, like these don't have knobs. There's some knobs in some places, but not right here, right now.
Mhm.
I believe there are some knobs here, but like you saw in Egypt and in other places with the knobs.
Turkey has knobs.
Turkey has the knobs. They don't know what the knobs are for. But these scoops are familiar, like are the same as like I want to say in Ascalon or something like that, where they have quarry where you can see where it looks like they just scooped. Like how did they just scoop the fucking concrete out? It's not concrete, you know what I mean? A stone. How did they scoop it out?
A laser ice cream scooper.
Nice. But here we have again,
different
one of
technology,
the largest stones at Sassamumun, and this stone right here can be over 100 tons, and a ton is 1,000 pounds. It's just truly an incredible achievement of Egypt.
But so, Jim, that's 100 tons that we can see, like you said. It could be buried 8 feet below that.
There could be bigger ones, yeah.
Could be 175 tons.
I think they know for a fact that there's stones there that are 150 tons, so that's 150,000 pounds. Oh, that's a lot of weight to move if you don't have machines.
Yeah.
I say spaceships did all that shit, dude. I believe the aliens, like the Anunnaki, they hooked us up and then they got the fuck out.
I think Jesker hit the nail on the head earlier when he said maybe humans were more advanced than we thought they were.
Well, see, I also said the two could overlap because, like, we may have been more advanced, but the technology could have come from aliens.
Yep.
They could, like, before we moved let's say if we did move all this stuff, it could have been like hundreds or thousands of years before all this was moved. The aliens could have showed up, given us technology, and then like we just advanced it and developed it further, and we were able to do all this stuff.
And then we got squashed by a fucking 12,000 year cycle and all got lost.
Yeah, because we don't know actually what was even built here and how tall it was. We're seeing what's left after
the remnants,
right? And then someone built on top of it with these small rocks. But like some of these rocks look like why would you use this all fucked up rock to build it if you could do all this other stuff? Why would you use a fucked up rock? You wouldn't.
And
the rock got fucked up after it was built.
And the thing is too is that people, you know, like I always hear people criticize saying, "Oh, where's all the evidence? Where's all the technology?" Look at something like the Titanic, for example. If you look at projections as to what Titanic's going to look like in 200 years, that thing is going to be nearly gone. The only thing that's going to be left is like the bronze propellers. So you think about like if there was an ancient advanced civilization, think about what tens of thousands of years is going to do to all that stuff. It could just be like the evidence could just erode and disappear over time. So we don't know. The world could have been completely different than what we imagined 12,000 years ago.
Completely agree. Yeah, I that's why I hate archaeologists, because they're not open-minded at all. The old school ones. Some of these newer guys are pretty open-minded.
Well, some of the old archaeologists, like the guy who claimed to find Troy, was clearly in it to make a name for himself.
Yeah,
but he found Troy.
Well, yeah, but he would find like a fucking old dinner plate and go, "Oh, it's Agamemnon's mask." And everybody's like, "Really? It's not."
The problem is with these old school archaeologists is that like when they discovered something, if something comes along and like disproves their theory or alters it or whatever, well then all of a sudden that they think that looks bad on them and they're more interested in preserving their name recognition and their fame and you know, whatever influence they've gained from their discoveries instead of the actual truth.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And
That's
then
a problem.
they can't go too far out of the norm, because then they won't get funding for their next trip.
Yeah,
they're
it's the same with
too-
modern
yeah.
day physicists and scientists that write papers and to get their
Could you-
projects funded.
Could
And
you
at some point,
imagine
it's not the
Fauci is
money,
the guy?
it's
Could you
not
imagine
about the food.
Fauci is the guy who's determining who gets funding at a fucking pharmaceutical lab? Like you have to coincide with his thoughts on shit. That's how these people think, because people giving them money from the government want you to promote a certain way to present this stuff to the masses.
That's scripting. Being more concerned about the money you take in than the truth you send out. And
When you
that's what
see how
Biden-
massive this place is, like the area wide, like how big it was. This was huge. This was a giant fucking, complex.
And then they built a giant city right next to it, Jim.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, has anybody ever dug under the city and dug around to see what's under here? Maybe there's a bunch of shit buried.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where's this at? Peru?
This is Peru, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty cool, right? Like,
Oh.
there's so many of these places in Peru that they're still finding in the Amazon jungle and all that shit.
And then
right,
they
Jim?
like a lot of the stuff they find the stone like scattered, like
Mm-hmm.
basically because if something knocked it down and they find the stone scattered and they just use the same stone and build stuff other places. It's wild, man.
Yeah.
And they got dogs just laying there.
And they claim this shit was built like in 1500 AD, right, Jim? Like,
No, I mean, they know, like, I don't think they claim that anymore. They know the Aztecs added to it, but I don't think anybody believes the Aztecs built.
not anymore, but they tried to sell us that shit.
Yeah, they
for
tried to
40
sell
years.
us. Well, sure.
Yeah.
They tried to sell us a bunch of stuff, like they try to tell us the Native Americans built the mounds in the U.S. There ain't no fucking way that they
Barb
did.
says there were pyramids in Canada that were destroyed even.
Yeah, there's pyramids in the U.S. They got
Yep.
that one by that Bass Pro Shops.
That is a Bass Pro Shop. It is a Bass Pro Shop in Memphis. Yep.
See, I don't know. There might be nubs here, Dave. On this rock, kind of looks like a nub. Like maybe this is a nub. Maybe here, maybe they nub. But I mean, when you see some of these stones and the way they cut them to fit these other stones in, and it's like they kept doing this and cutting in. They had a plan in a way to make it so that it was going to be strong and not fall down. So it was like interlocked together, all the stone. It's just, if you had the capability to do this, why? It would seem like it would be much harder and much more labor to use these large stones for no specific reason. Like there was a reason they decided to use this large of stone. Because if it was smaller stones that one guy could pick up in place and you just interlock them together and do it, but for whatever reason, this is what they decided to do.
It does make you wonder. What's you got?
Ruby, you look like somebody that would have been around back then. Does this bring any nostalgia to you or anything?
God damn you, Jessica.
This is where I came from.
I'll probably be more Egyptian, not Incan.
Now, wait, how do you know if you're Egyptian?
Well, I don't fucking know. My stepdaughter's Egyptian. Half Egyptian.
That's your stepdaughter.
Probably got some of that in me, I guess. I don't know.
I don't think you know.
Damn, look at that ass. That woke me up a little bit.
Yeah, where'd Senate go?
Here?
I don't know.
No, did he leave?
Oh, yeah,
he
he had to go.
Well, he left.
Just like an upgraded version.
I like how that looks in there.
I mean, I can't stay on for long. I got work in the morning.
No, it's all right. We're not going to stay on that much longer anyway. Sunday night.
Yeah.
Just You know, some of this stuff is wild looking, the way it's cut like this.
Yo.
Here. You know.
You think it could have been like a worshiping ground for them to worship their gods or something?
It's possible. But then I look at this here to the left, you know, see this area here where it looks like this is just stripped down stone, you know, like to basically bedrock, like a mountain.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's where they were cutting this stone from, right here.
You know what that looks like to me, Jim? Like when they build a highway and they dynamite blast the fucking mountains. And this is exactly what it looks like when you're driving through the Ozarks and they've blown the mountains out to make a fucking 2-lane road in it. And Jessica, you're in Tennessee, right? You've seen that in Tennessee, a rock that looks like this.
Yep.
It's the same shit. So
they had dynamite?
Well, that's just what it reminds me of. I don't know if they did or not, but that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, like right here at the bottom. You see how?
Yeah,
it's
like where they built highways and stuff. Like, I mean, long before I was born. Like, there's still evidence of them doing that type of stuff there. Yeah,
You can still see holes that were drilled into the side where they placed the dynamite.
Yep,
it's great.
I mean, there's something that they were. To me, it's like they were afraid. Like they got this wall and then a terrace and another wall and another wall. It was almost like they're building a defensive position.
Yeah,
like the Battle of the Giants.
I don't know, man. Like it's weird when you don't see any houses associated with the place, though. So you don't know how they were classifying their culture, like who got to live on what level or whatever, right, Jim? Like
maybe.
How about that place in was it Turkey where they've got like 25 stories of underground dwellings? Jim, what's that place called? Where they've got had ventilation and water, so these people could go underground.
That's a place that like there's debate on when that was dug and all that. Those tunnels, like why would they have dug them? Were they going underground? Like if there was massive solar storms and massive lightning and just fire coming from the sky and shit blowing up, that would
Or a
make people go
flood.
underground.
Yeah.
Look, a flood going underground doesn't make a lot of sense. You're going to get
Maybe. Unless, I mean, these people had fucking ventilation and running water in this place.
Yeah, but the ventilation, the water would have filled it with water.
I don't know.
You need to be watertight. I think. I don't know.
Either way, that place is cool as hell that nobody talks about.
Yeah, well, because it was like taken over by people. But even these steps or whatever that are like cut into the bedrock, that's rough without a diamond tip saw.
Without no, they had copper only.
And then you would need like massive sanding.
No, we're supposed to believe they only use copper tools, and they just sat there with 800 slaves getting a new copper tool every 8 strokes of the.
See, it wouldn't work though because the hardness scale, the copper would just bend and bend and bend. You're not going to do anything with copper.
That's my point, though. That's why it's ridiculous when these archaeologists say it. There's no way.
Look they got guys with no arms
and terrible T-shirts. What the fuck is that? Gay sunshine? Is that Ethan Van Sciver there? What the hell is that? Is that our ray of sunshine?
I mean, look at this. This is something that's just kind of like sitting there.
Ethan's down there right now. He's like, "Hi guys, I came down here to Peru because I wanted to try out the Peruvian pies. I heard they make delicious pies.
I love those pies.
Please support Cyberfrog 3."
Somebody carved something here.
I found a hieroglyphic in one of these pyramids that looks like a frog. I think
just like Heather Swain. I think she's being killed at the altar.
Cyber Frog is based off an ancient Peruvian frog god.
That was interesting to hear tonight, though, Ruby. You asked him a great question about, or it was one gun asked a question about where he got the idea from, right?
Yeah, that was one gun.
Yeah. And he said he got a fucking gift from a girl who came back from Mexico or South America or whatever. Now,
you look at this,
it made more sense as he progressed with the story when he said, yeah, but they all knew I liked frogs already. So it's not like that's why he did it. He just, I guess that actual picture of a presentation of the frog got him to put it on paper, which is pretty cool to hear. Yeah. So he's, all art is borrowed, right, guys? Like, there's no original thought. So some fucking factory in Mexico made a frog that made Ethan $1 bazillion.
Perhaps,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah, think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, Ethan's definitely a millionaire. Like,
Yeah.
clearly, he states many times he's got many millions in his bank account. Dave thinks all black people sound alike. No,
gotta
you don't
get into
sound
that
anything
bank
like
account.
Ruby, dude. Ruby sounds whiter than you.
I gotta hack into that bank account. Jesus.
It don't sound that white.
I mean, did I say that out loud? My bad.
I got his pin. I got his pin if you want it, dude. Like,
Let's share that.
Yeah, let's
should
let's
I
chat after
dox
the
his
stream.
pin?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
All
Okay.
block people sound alike.
What about his crypto wallet? I have that pin too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, we can get into that Dogecoin account of his.
Oh, she
Yes.
don't look that
Let's
bad
do
either.
this.
Oh my
I'm that
god.
female archaeologist.
That's not a true thing.
I have no morals when it comes to money. Let's go.
Let's go.
Do this. Let's do this. Just share with me.
But you might be irresponsible with money, Ruby. You don't even have a car, dude. Like,
I'm gonna be very irresponsible.
but you don't have a car right now. I can't trust you with a PIN code to a Doge account. Like, you'll be buying Hennessy and fucking milk Mickey's Big Mouth, and I'm like, dude,
Oh, you know
go buy a
it.
car. God damn it. You need a car. You're depending on your girlfriend to take you to the fucking grocery store on Monday. What the hell?
No, I walked to the grocery store.
I was going
Hop on
to
that
put that in
bus,
the
really.
chat. Do you have a fucking shopping cart in front of your house so when you go to the grocery store?
Nah, I wish
You
it would
get
be
it at
very
home?
it'll be very easy.
Holy shit. I thought I abused Ruby, but daggum.
Well,
I just get
we're
abuse from
men
all
here.
kinds of people.
If you can't poke fun at each other as men, then don't be a man. Like,
Yeah.
I can't stand these fucking fembots who get upset when people say something negative about them. I get memes. I got a meme from my boy Jim today where I'm Edward Norton in a certain movie, Jim. Thank you very much. Did you make that?
Huh?
Jim?
Huh?
That
What?
meme you sent me?
I
of
don't know
Edward
what you're talking
Norton?
about. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
That meme, that's the kind of shit I get all day, every day. But you know what I do? I show up I just can't show that one, Jim.
Well, it's got some bad language on it. I wouldn't show it.
You used the wrong term.
I didn't use any term.
That last term should have had roid at the end.
That came from somewhere
Then it
else.
would have
That
been
was-
scientific.
Roid.
That was a borrowed.
It would
That
have
was
been
a borrowed.
scientific.
That was
My
borrowed
knee
somewhere.
hurts. My knee really hurts. Oh my god.
Take some roids. That
Oh.
pain will go away.
Excellent. Thank you, Dave. My knee hurts and I can take roids. Okay, great. Knee and
Yeah,
okay, got
I
it.
was definitely Edward Norton as a skinhead in 4 panels, and I laughed my ass off so hard, Jim. I actually had to read it to Mark before the stream started about even Jim is doing this shit to me now.
Yeah.
Damn, Blackroyd's bad enough.
So you putting black people's teeth to the curb, forcing
Oh,
them
dude,
curse
I've
the
been
shit out of them?
Black Hitler. I've been all this shit because of damn Blackroyd. It's unbelievable.
Fucking black Hitler.
I love how you can be black and Hitler at the same time.
Me
That's
too.
amazing. Black,
Dude,
love it.
I there's a picture of me as Mrs. Claus
No.
looking at a
Black
picture of Black Santa Claus who was Jim Satala. And I'm
Yeah,
like
yeah.
looking at the picture with love, like, when's he gonna get home? Like, it's so bad and good at the same time. It's so good. This is the shit that I love with the internet. Like, when I first started my channel, people were sending me intros, people were sending me all this stuff. Like, wow, this is how it works. I like, that's weird. Shut up, Siri. I didn't fucking call the cops. Oh, maybe I said Roy too
Dave,
many
Siri-
times, and Siri's like, "Whoa, wait! Are you getting attacked? Stop!" Yeah, let's. Like, I'm gonna see if I can find it for. Oh no, I didn't even see this one. Like, this is what I wake up to Thursday morning, Jim. I didn't even see this. Look at this. present that to the chat. I don't know where my pants are. That's what I
Oh
wake up
God!
to.
Look,
You see the moon? He's even got the moon in there because he gets it. Like Dan's like, yeah, you don't believe the moon spins. So yeah, let's just totally make fun of Dave. Fucker. Hide my DMs, Jim. I don't want to get get outed. Oh my God.
You put it up there. I didn't put it up there.
But you can take it down. All right, let's see. Oh, this was a great one, Jim. Remember this oldie but goodie? Like last week, goodie.
Gooding?
No, this one.
It's pronounced Goodang.
Goodang.
Oh, I spin like the moon. That's me. There's Jim.
These are the most beautiful women in the world. Oh my God.
The solar flare has done wonders for my skin.
Oh, Jesus.
We got Julio back here. We got Mark in the back. Like, it's so great. I love it because they care enough to even do it for you. That's the crazy thing, guys. Like when people take their time to do this, I don't care if it's fucking 2 minutes. Like, and they have this talent. You're like, man. And this is why I love this world. But on the flip side, there's a lot of retards that make your life hell because they don't agree with your comments on fucking whatever you're talking about.
Look, Dave's head's right on Trump.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to give you the stiff arm syndrome version of Trump because that's what they call him, right? Stiff arm. Now, Jesker, did you vote for Trump? Do you hate Trump?
I don't hate Trump, but I didn't vote for Trump.
That's fine. Do you think he's worse than Kamala?
I think that we were given the choice of two evils.
Which is usually the case, right? Like, it's actually true. Like, pick your poison, right?
Now, I did vote for Trump in 2016.
I'm a bounce, guys.
Oh, you did?
Really tired.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Oh, take care. We're going to end anyway in a minute.
Hey, Ruby, thanks, buddy. Good to
No problem.
Good to see you.
Take it easy, guys. Good night.
So, I agree. I mean, a lot of times we're picked with options that, but I will say after 2016 and seeing what our economy did with Trump was fine. I liked it. But when I hear, like Mark and me and Jim have talked about this before, people that are gay are afraid they're going to be put in death camps because Trump got elected. That's a weird take because that never happened before.
I don't believe all that.
Yeah,
I love the one where the black woman is saying, "I'm afraid to go to sleep tonight because I might wake up a slave."
I've told people like what I really want is a 21st century FDR.
No,
I don't.
Give me Teddy, not Franklin. Right?
No.
I mean, there's a reason the man had 3 terms.
Yeah,
there's
corruption and never mind.
Yeah, when you give people a lot of free shit they never got before, they might keep voting for that guy.
If that's what the people want, that's what the people want.
That's not what they want. It's what they got. That's what they got used to. Ask big city black people why they can't get out of their fucking misery.
Have you ever looked into the history of FDR and his administration, the people that were involved in it, and their connections to another administration that came to power in Germany around 1933?
I wonder who that is.
What I'm saying is that if we had got the Economic Bill of Rights that FDR was proposing, the country would be a lot more stable right now.
How do you give somebody a bill of rights to something that someone else has to provide to them?
I mean, that's what he was going to try and do, and every other country has adopted many of those policies.
Exactly. I mean, you give to people what it is that they think they deserve. So, Jim, you've got millions of dollars. I think you need to give Dave and me and everybody else in this stream
but I need part of your money. $1,000 super chat from Jim Satala every night.
Exactly.
What you're forgetting is that if we had all this stuff, you would be able to partake in it as well. So you're getting it too.
but I don't want it.
And I can already partake in it because I got lots of more money. But Jesus Christ, no.
All right.
But
No.
I will explain it to you in a way that you
Explain it
can
to you?
understand.
No, hold up. What
You
you're
cannot
saying?
take
What you
things
what
from
you're
people.
saying is that if you're born with some kind of genetic disease, then you should just die or go
No.
bankrupt.
What?
No, that's
No,
not
Jesus
what I
Christ.
said.
A genetic
that-
disease.
that's-
So
That's
everybody
what-
who has a
that's what
genetic disease should
happens in
die.
this-
Come on.
That's what happens in this country. It's called a pre-existing condition.
Oh, bullshit.
No, that's not true.
Only leftists believe that.
That sounded like it came out of the bleachers at the baseball stadium,
then-
Mark.
And then we're the
Because I was a
only-
long ways away, but only leftists believe that.
You know, no matter what anybody says about our medical system, it's still the best in the world.
Ever.
People
It's
come
not
here
the
from
best-
all around.
not by
Oh,
any
man.
measurable statistic.
What's measurable statistic? As where people pay money to come to get shit
British
done.
system is so much better, right?
You know, like the guy that was in Canada that went to the hospital, you know, because it's free in Canada, and they told him, "You're fine, go home," and then he died of a brain aneurysm because, you know, they
Or
didn't
they
have
tell
time
him-
to check him.
But Canada
Because
will help you kill yourself.
Yeah.
Canada
They'll
will
help you
help
kill
you
yourself, you know, instead of getting it done.
Hold
No.
up, y'all act like Canada is the only example of
No,
this.
no.
Okay,
not-
England.
The UK is worse. Come on.
So then let me ask you something. RFK Jr. in the past, like he's the guy that Trump has put in charge of healthcare, right? He has proposed in the past that he would like to see a public option. Would you be okay with that?
A public what?
Public option.
That's Obamacare, dude.
No, that's not Obamacare. A public.
That's what they sold us. That's what they sold us.
That's no. They tried to do a public option, but then Lieberman voted against it, and we never got it.
So we got a worse version called
Tell you
Obamacare.
what, we cannot have a public option in this country while we let millions of people come in every year.
I
Right.
agree with you on that.
If you want a
I
public
agree.
option, we have to let no new people come in.
Ever again.
Well, we have to have a legal system.
But we do have a legal system. They just don't honor it.
Well, the problem is that it's outdated.
Our legal immigration system?
Yeah, it needs to be reformed.
To what?
To what?
Well, you need to get it to where it's not going to be so difficult for people that actually want to come into the country.
It does need to be
First of all,
difficult.
everybody wants to come into the country. The problem
Okay.
is you can't let
More
everybody into
people
the
come
country.
into the country easier. Got it.
You know, here's the problem: is prior to 1965, I think, is when they passed the the name has escaped me. They passed an immigration bill where they decided that we have to let people in from underserved countries and from countries not on. You used to have merit to get into the country, like offer something. You had to come in. You had to be able to support yourself.
You
had to
were
have
a
money. You had to
doctor
have a
in
sponsor.
Poland. Something like that. Yeah.
You know, now it's just like, well, we need to get people from this country because we need so many people from each country to come in. So it doesn't matter what they have. So that's why we have people coming in. And then look,
well,
I was a
problem.
murderer in my country, so I can come in because you are
also-
underserved by murderers.
What's his name?
we also have a major problem with
who's a Hispanic activist from the 60s that hated illegal immigrants?
Chavez.
Chavez. He
Chavez,
hated
yes.
it. Now, he didn't hate work permit visas for these guys to come work in the summer and then go the fuck home and when they weren't in season, because that's a different thing. But when you just let people cross and stay here forever without ever assimilating to our country, that's the worst part I hate. Like back in the day, you had to assimilate. Like my mother was
Yeah,
an
I
illegal.
understand that, but that's not what I'm. Listen, I didn't say anything about not assimilating.
No, I agree. I know you didn't say that. I know you didn't say that. My point is that we can't, like, our immigration system, I think, is fine. I just think that we need to actually have more people that want to think it's a thing. People think that it's not a thing. Like we're bad people for saying, no, you can't come here until you've actually
People used
earned
to
the right
come
to be
America
here.
to be free.
Yes.
For freedom. Now they're coming for free shit.
Free shit. Yep.
And if you don't like them coming, you're racist and bigots and homophobes and transphobes and all of that. Gotta let everybody in, people. Gotta let them all in.
Dude, I got a paycheck this week, and 45% of my paycheck went to taxes.
Well, that's true.
I don't.
How much was the paycheck?
It doesn't matter. I earned that money.
I understand. I
the
understand.
45%.
But does it affect your quality of life whatsoever?
Yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
because Dave, if you earned
Absolutely.
lots of money, you should have to pay 90% because it doesn't affect your quality of life.
I didn't.
No, it affects my ability, Jessica, to maybe retire 10 years earlier by not paying 45%.
And so, what about your neighbor down the street that's going hungry? Just fuck them.
Oh, okay. So people are going hungry. So everybody give up all your extra money because somebody might go hungry.
Hold on. I'm saying in 2024, almost 2025, with all the science and the technology that we have, being the richest country in the world,
I get it. I get it. People say that all the time.
Hey, you're gonna let me talk?
Let him talk.
No, I'm not gonna let you talk.
Let me talk.
Let him talk.
All right. What I'm saying is that it is a moral shame that anyone goes without housing, healthcare, education, or food.
Have you? That's a great theory, Jester. But you do. Hold on,
Mark. Calm down.
Hold on. Let me. I got to get this off the stage so I can. Okay. I'm gonna turn my
see
camera
your face,
on
Jim.
just for this.
Here we go.
So, it would be great in this utopia that we could give everybody everything like Star Trek, and you didn't have to worry about nothing. And you get your food out of a machine, and it just creates it because there's no want, no nothing. But we live in the reality of the world where if you give somebody shit for free, they don't have any motivation to do anything. If you look at what's happened to every time free housing has been given out, the housing gets run down and turned to shit and turns into nothing.
So then what's the alternative for people?
People have to work for it.
What
you
about
have to
people
work for it?
What about people that are physically unable to work?
How many people?
No. I want you to tell me, even if it's
there's already Social Security disability for people who can't work.
They already have it.
Yeah, and you would take that away if given.
No, we're not taking it
away from
anybody.
anybody. Yes,
Never.
you fucking would. You want to know why?
We wouldn't take anything away from anybody.
Because the economic conservative mentality is if you can't make it yourself,
that's
fucking
bullshit.
die.
That's wrong.
That is
survival of the fittest. That's what it's always
That is
been.
bullshit.
That's what it's always been.
But
First
it's
of all,
not.
Why do you think? But here's the question: is why do you think the government is best positioned to help people and not
charities
people doing it in charities to help? Because it used to be that who did all this before there was the government to do it. It was churches, it was community centers, charities that did all this stuff. And you know what? Yeah, there was people who were hungry, but then they went to the soup kitchen. They went here, they got food, they got taken care of. Now everybody wants the government to do it. You know what the government's best at doing? Wasting our money.
Because the problem is that they were culturally looked down upon by the rest of society. It was shameful to be poor because America was based on Puritan ideas, and in Puritanism, if you look at what the Puritans believed, they believed that your status in life, your wealth, your money, your power, your position was all reflective of your moral standing. And what I'm saying is that is a corruption of the original Christian faith, and so the entire American culture is based off Puritan bullshit.
Here's the difference. You want to talk about Christian faith? Remember this little saying called give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime.
Yeah.
If you can't do for yourself because of some physical disability, then yes, people will help you and make sure you're taken care of. But anybody who is physically able should not be getting free shit from the government.
Because people aren't that fucking good. That's why you have to have systems in place in order to ensure that people are taken care of.
Oh, you're in favor of systems that are in place to take care of people.
Systems, yeah, exactly. To each according to their ability.
So hold on. You expect people to just rely on the kindness of people's hearts?
Yes, that's what a Christian would do.
Aren't that good?
They are.
They're not that good.
Wow. So you want these people, but you want these people who aren't that good to be in charge of the government, to use the force of police and power to rule over people, to take stuff for them, to divide it up and give it to other people.
What I'm saying
that seems crazy.
What I'm saying is that America needs to be.
You said people aren't good. So how can we have people in charge of it? Because people aren't good.
Hey, Jessica, I'm going to wake up at 6 o'clock tomorrow and work 10 hours and probably drive 400 miles to give 45% of my income away to somebody that hasn't got up before noon in the last 10 years and will go to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning, high as fuck.
Whoa, come on. I'm right here. I'm here. Stop talking about
it. You're saying that everybody that's on these systems is like that.
No, I'm saying the majority are.
I don't
because
believe
I don't
that.
know who this
I
idiot
do.
is.
I do
I
believe
don't
that
believe-
because
I believe
they're rewarded for being degenerates. You get more benefits
See,
if
that's
you
what I'm
have more
saying.
kids.
If you're poor, if
Dude,
you
you should get degraded if you keep having kids and you don't have a job.
If you
They shouldn't keep giving you money.
If you've worked your whole, if you work one
I
of
think
these,
even Dane would be in here saying this is
if you
bullshit.
if you work one of these menial, worthless fucking jobs,
I have and done it to get
This
to
is
where I'm
another
at today.
problem, though. Those jobs, those jobs that are these medium
wouldn't you
jobs.
have preferred if you didn't have to do that shit? To
No,
get where you are
no,
today?
because
those jobs are supposed to be the jobs that kids in high school get, college students. Minimum wage is not supposed to be
But that's
every
not
fucking
gonna-
job.
that's not gonna happen
The
to
society has
everybody.
gotten fucked to the point
That's
where
not gonna
every
happen
job
to
is a
Yes, it's
minimum
not
wage
going to happen
job.
to everybody because not everybody earns it.
Not everybody has the same ambitions in life, dude.
The
Like,
people, no, but you're saying that it's all a choice. It's not.
It is
Some
a choice.
Some people fall
Look.
through the cracks because the world's imperfect.
Paul-
so we as
but
human beings,
the
have to
Problem
step
is
in
the
and
safety
not
net that's
perfect,
supposed
though.
to catch those people has been turned into make it for everybody.
that net's for the entire fucking planet. That the U.S. government. But Jessica, we're not yelling at you, dude. Like, this is why I want to talk to you, because I want to hear a different take. This is what Low Mark does. He goes on Eric the Bunk Show with Dane and the other weirdo, talking about how trans rights are being taken away from 12-year-olds, whatever. But my point is this: and Jim, this is not my show, so you tell me to shut up when you want me to.
Shut up,
but,
Dave. No, I'm kidding. Listen, all I'm going to say is we spend so much money on stuff that has nothing to do with this country. I don't want to hear about, like, until we stop sending trillions of dollars to other countries for basket weaving lessons for
and Jessica, that's another point. Like, my 45% taxes could not have went to one American citizen. It could have went to fucking Ukraine or what other thing we're supporting as a government.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. You're acting like I like the government as it currently stands.
I don't think you do at all.
I don't. All this stuff I'm talking about has to be done by a different government, by a different regime. The government as it stands is so corrupt. It is corrupt to its very core. The whole thing has to be gutted. What I'm talking about is stuff that has to happen eventually.
I think the biggest thing that would help our government, Jim,
because the thing is, we can't keep going as we are as a species because this is not working. And everybody knows it's not working.
You do realize,
Jim, can I say one thing real quick, though? One thing real quick. I think if our Congress was actually relevant to the population like it was supposed to be, there'd be a lot better stuff going on in the government because there'd be so many opposition voices that there wasn't just 456 we had to convince. Right now, there'd be what, 2,000 people that had to agree on something, at least? It'd be fucking immense.
There'd be like 10,000 representatives.
10,000 reps. That's how it should be, though. I mean, they need to respect that part of the Constitution.
It was supposed to be a representative for every 30,000 or something,
right.
I think, 30,000. Right now, it's a representative for every 450,000.
Yeah, because they don't want to build a bigger building at the fucking Congress.
But here's what I say. This country, if you know anything about its history, and I'm talking prior to it being a country, back when the first people came over, the Pilgrims,
the Puritans,
Puritans, they operated on a socialistic, communistic thing where it was every person puts in, and what happened was, and this was a small group of people. It wasn't a huge country. It was a small group of people. They almost starved, and they had to be saved. That's what Thanksgiving is they had to be saved by the natives because they were fucking starving. Because when somebody knows I don't have to, when somebody knows I don't have to do anything, and I'm going to be taken care of because someone else has to provide for me, I can rely on them. That takes away the drive to actually do something. That's what the problem is really with when you get with these super rich people who have rich kids.
This is the
give
problem
them
I have with
everything.
that. This is the problem I have with that. You're saying that the fear of survival, the only way that humans can ever achieve anything is through fear-based motivation.
No. What I'm saying is people will get used to a lot of stuff. And if you got it just enough, the government's giving you just enough to survive. I mean, right now, how many people do you know that don't have air conditioning?
I mean, there's people that are homeless that don't have air conditioning.
Okay, people who are homeless. But I'm saying, like,
but do
people
you
with
know
homes.
them, Jesker? Do you know them?
50 years ago.
I know they exist.
I'd say
know
50,
that's good enough.
50 years ago in the United States, just 50 years ago in the United States, less than 15% of the houses had central air conditioning.
Okay.
Well, people still die in Chicago because they don't have air conditioning, Jim, when it's super hot in the summer. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, like, or color TVs. Everybody you know has got a color TV. Everybody's got a smartphone.
Everybody's got a fucking
They
subscription.
get a free one.
Netflix.
Everyone's got a free one for the government. And what did that do? Now that the government gives everybody a free smartphone, you're paying $1,500 for a fucking smartphone.
And made my fucking purchase $1,400 for the fucking same thing they get for free.
So you don't think that these companies have anything to do with that? That they're just
I do. Yeah, of course.
I do.
Then
what, you know what?
So then what entity?
It's the government's fault, though, because the government allowed these
Let's take the government out of it.
No, but
the government is responsible.
Hold on. No, because I need to get this answer. Hold on. I need to get this
I want to know, Jesker, though,
because
why is it my responsibility as a hardworking citizen to make these companies successful? Don't take my heart, like, dude, you understand, like, I work hard to make my money.
I understand that.
And when they take 45% because they tax my fucking income as a bonus, because I'm in sales, all my stuff is taxed as a bonus instead of earned income like it should be. And then I'll go file my income. They'll, like, you've heard this, Jesker, you get it all back at the end of the year. Yeah. No, you don't. You get like $2,000 back of the fucking $8,000 you paid, whatever, right?
But I want to hold on, because you bring up the corporations. I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
Just take the government out for a second. You don't like the corporations, right? You
Nope.
agree that they're corrupt. They're doing some shit that's making things cost more, right?
They're doing what the government.
I think they
set the
do
rules
what the
up for
government
them
lets
to do.
them do. It's not they're corrupt. It's the government.
You don't think there's any corporate corruption?
Of course I do.
Well, there's never been corporate.
No.
The government set up these things like where they set it up to, to where these corporations
There's a winner and a
basically,
loser.
With a
Yes.
winner and a loser, they pick winners and losers, and so corporations figured out, like, oh, we've got to get big enough to where the government can't do this to us.
Too big
So
to
they
fail.
buy up, and they buy up all these other companies, and they merge, and the government has allowed them to do it. I mean, think about, just go back to where, like, just automobiles. Go back to the 80s. There was 20 automobile companies in the United States.
Yeah, in the 80s, dude. Yes.
Now there's three U.S. automobile.
Okay. So
Chevy.
let me ask you something. When these
GM, which makes Cadillac, which bought up Cadillac, Pontiac,
You got
Buick.
Ford, GM, and
Yeah. Fuck the American car companies. Japanese make better shit. Anyways, let me. Here's the thing.
I drive a Japanese truck.
How did the Japanese get that? It was our money rebuilding Japanese companies.
Jim, I've been trying to ask a fucking question. Shut up.
Forever. He's been trying to ask forever. Nobody lets him talk. Oh my
Let
God.
Jesker talk, man. I want Jesker on the show
When these-
a lot.
when these
Yeah.
I will mute Dave. I will
When these
mute
when these
Mark. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. When these companies do something that is corrupt or illegal, if it's not the government, then name me the entity that is going to punish them for doing something corrupt or illegal.
I think
what
we
is
saw.
the conservative alternative in order to fix that problem?
You
And
really
don't
want
just
me
say
to tell you my
they-
conservative?
Don't just say they can do
alternative?
whatever the fuck they want.
No.
Because that's not a good enough answer.
No.
What
Somebody
is
will
the
answer.
entity?
Come on.
Somebody will walk up behind a guy in New York on the street with an
Cat his
item in
ass.
his hand
Yeah.
and get rid of him.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, on that point,
You're saying with no government.
on that point, let me ask you something. No one here is shedding a fucking tear for that CEO, right?
I don't know what he did to deserve it.
There's probably people that died or went bankrupt because his company denied claims.
Which means he
But-
should have been killed. Oh, got it. Okay.
No.
Should have been
Here's-
killed. Should have been killed.
Well,
Mark-
whether you do it with a bullet or you do it by denying healthcare, people still end up dead.
Jesker, is that his fault or is that the American government's fault for making Obamacare a thing?
He would have done it even without Obamacare because he doesn't give a shit.
If without
Do you know that for
Obamacare,
sure?
without Obamacare, the people had many more choices, Jesker. I live in Illinois. If I want to get Obamacare in Illinois, because that's all you can buy, there's only one company that I can deal with. There's not 50, there's one, and it's called Blue Cross of Illinois. You know what it cost me to insure me and my wife a month with Obamacare? $2,800 a month.
And if you had a public option, it would cost you $0.
But the public option cannot work in this country. We're not
How
Denmark.
do you know that?
Because
Actually,
we have 50
it's not-
states with
it's
different
not
rules.
Zero. Okay, it's
Yeah,
not
this is
zero.
the UK, people. Come on.
Anyone who's on Medicare, if you're on Social Security, they take a chunk of your Social Security money for Medicare out. It's like $400 a month.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
not
why-
nothing.
That's why
No.
people,
But what I'm saying is that it's not like a monthly premium, and it's not, you don't have to worry about being denied health care, and it's not a situation
So it's
we're
not
not
where,
on- we're-
where you're going to be
Jesker,
paying thousands
Jesker,
of dollars when you
whether
go
or
to
not
the
you have whether or not you have health care in America, when you go to the emergency room, they got to fucking see you.
Yeah, and then
You do know that Medicare in the United States.
bill for
Wait,
thousands
you
and
do know that the
Yeah, but
public
if
option
you don't
Medicare.
pay it,
Hold on.
you know what they do? And you go to the guy at the hospital and say, "Hey, I'm a cash only person." They drop the bill from 100% to like 30, and you give the guy like $3,000 for the $14,000 bill, and you walk away clean.
and there's people out here who can't even afford that.
That's fine. They'll take fucking payments of $14 a month because you live in a double wide in fucking Alabama.
Right. So let's take food out of people's mouths and their kids' mouths so they can pay
For
Well,
something
hold on,
that
but wait,
wasn't-
wait, so
because-
what you want
because
is
for something
so
that
you
wasn't
want
their fault.
Socialism,
Yeah, but-
people.
Wait a minute,
Was it?
wait.
Wait a minute. So stop. So you think it's the person that decided to become a doctor or a surgeon or a nurse or the person in the office's fault that
The
someone else got sick?
anesthesiologist.
So
That
they
guy.
can't feed their kids or pay their bills because
What
they
I'm
don't
saying-
get paid.
what I'm
So they
saying
should
is-
work for free.
What I'm saying is that if I'm out here and some drunk driver hits me and I end up in the hospital and then I have to pay tens of thousands of dollars in medical debt, how is that fucking fair for something that wasn't fucking my fault?
Yeah, but he's got insurance, you hope. And if he doesn't,
Yeah, I hope it does.
if that guy don't have
And
insurance
if he doesn't, he's breaking the law.
and he's going to jail, like
well, that doesn't solve my financial problems, now does it?
that's true.
So socialism is the answer,
no,
people.
No, Mark, that is a true statement. Like if you get fucking clipped by some asshole without insurance,
I know that, Dave.
So
I
what's
know
the
that, but this is
solution?
not the answer.
I'm not
Jester,
100%
then what-
positive
okay,
about
then
this,
what
but I
is the
think
but
if you're a-
Jester,
but I think if you're a victim
like Jester,
of a
you go to
crime-
work every day. You're not a poor white boy in Tennessee. You go to work. You earn your
Right.
living. You have insurance,
Yes.
so your insurance will cover it.
Not necessarily.
They will.
They could deny it. There's
Well,
always that
technically, because of the
possibility.
weird laws we have,
But
if
they'll
you're in an
sue the
auto,
fuck
hold on, if
out of that
you're
guy.
in an accident, like someone hits you in an
I don't-
accident,
I
technically your
shouldn't-
medical
I
insurance isn't going to
shouldn't
pay
have
that
to
either.
go through with it. I'm already in the fucking hospital in a fucking bad situation. I don't want to deal with it. You know what I want to do? I want to go to the hospital, not worry about the fucking bill, get taken care of, so I can go on and live my fucking life. Because
Yeah,
it's
Well,
just-
see, if you were an illegal alien in the country right now, you wouldn't have to worry
You would
about it.
have-
It's all
yeah,
taken
you would
care
be
of.
protected. Exactly.
So,
So you should actually go out of the country, come back in, be an illegal alien, and your medical bills
Yeah.
will be paid.
Claim status in Syria. You're walking right in, bro.
but back
what
to the
I'm
point
saying-
about the
what I'm
public
saying-
option, though, Jessica, you do realize that Medicare is only 80-20, right?
Right.
Yes. Those of us
That's
who
all
know,
Medicare is 80-20.
Yeah.
They
80,
pay 80, you pay 20.
what I'm
80,000 versus 20,000. It's a big deal.
What I'm saying is that whenever I hear this argument, there's always conservatives always leave a gap, and they don't have any solution to fill in the gap.
It's not our responsibility to.
The solution is
Well,
to
then
make.
whose is it?
No, hold on. The
It's
solution
not
is
the
to make.
government. Hey, dude, the government didn't tell your mom to get fucked by your dad to create you. That's
Then
not the
whose-
government's job.
Whose
Like
job is it?
The thing is, to make it
nobody's
cheaper.
job. Like
exactly,
That's
and that's the reason why I'm not a fucking physical conservative, because there's an acceptance. Hold on, let me finish this, because listen.
Go ahead.
There's
There's
this
I love
idea.
It, man. I love it.
There is this idea on the right that there's these fundamental flaws in society, and we're just supposed to accept it instead of trying to make wait instead of trying to make things better, instead of trying to make life easier for people, instead of trying to make life more comfortable for people. Let's just fucking accept all the problems, never change anything, and just let people suffer.
Jessica, that's not a fair argument, dude, because you go to work every day, 5 days a week, at least 40 hours a week, whatever it is.
Yes.
Your life should be way more comfortable than the guy.
But I don't
get a fucking
just care
job.
about me, Dave. That's the thing. I want everybody's life to be comfortable because
Jesus
I
Christ,
fucking
he's Dane. My God.
Hold on, I gotta say something.
You're a Christian, right? You're a Christian, right?
Me?
Yes.
A Christian?
Are you?
I believe. No. Like
okay. Well, see, that's the difference. See, I believe that every human being has a basic level of dignity.
And I do too, dude. Like,
well,
that's not a Christian belief. That's a fucking humanity thing. Like,
okay,
I believe if you're born, you have a right to exist, but your existence depends on your ability to make your life better. Nobody made my life better, Jim, without me doing the fucking work, whatever it was. And Jessica, I've got a 29-year-old son. Look at my finger. He lives in a room to the left of he hasn't worked in 18 fucking months. Am I happy? Fuck no. And he eats my food. He don't pay no rent. But I got 2 other kids in this house that pay me rent. Not a lot, just enough to make them realize this is how the world exists. They pay me some rent, but they go to work every day. And one of my children have a son that actually works. The other son that doesn't work has a son, and he wants to bitch at his girlfriend. Now, he wants to bitch at his girlfriend who goes to work every day that he can't see his son because her alternator went out, and he's like, well, I'll go pick him up in my fucking truck, not his. He don't have a car. So he's the person. I'm like, you're not even trying, dude. Like,
but you do realize there's people out here that are working every single day, and
I was one of them,
and they're just barely getting by.
What
I'm saying is
why
that in 2024, that shouldn't be the case.
It shouldn't, but
yes,
why?
Nobody
Why?
should work hard and have to earn something.
Why has medical costs gone up at a rate faster than anything else in this country?
Because
these private insurance companies are getting
the government backs it.
Because the government put regulations.
Of course, it's never the fault of these CEOs, is it?
The CEOs are making money because no matter what it is, they go cost plus profit. So when the government and put all these things in to say, like, you got to hire all these administrators, it's the same thing that happened with schooling. Why we have a student debt problems, because if you look at the number of administrators that they hired instead of teachers, it's what more? It's like they've got vice principals. Go to a fucking high school now. When I was in high school, there was one vice principal, one principal. There was fucking 2,000 kids in the school. You go now, there's 20 fucking vice principals.
Pre-Obama, there was these fucking college tuitions were reasonable. After Obama said that the federal government is going to back all student loans and all student loans need to go through the federal government, the cost of college went up tenfold. Like, my middle son or youngest son went to college at a college in Illinois called Augustana. It's a little small college in Peoria or whatever the fuck, Rock Island, Illinois. It was $56,000 a year, Mark. Like,
oh damn!
And in-state tuition was $56,000 a year. You know why?
I can't even imagine that.
You know why? Because it was a student loan. Now, pre-Obama, if you said you were going to apply for a student loan through a bank, they brought your ass in and interviewed you and said, "What are you majoring in?" "Oh, I'm majoring in basket weaving." Declined.
This is exactly the same thing that happened with the medical industry, Jessica. If you look from the fall of 2000 to the fall of 2017, all right, the number of teachers increased by 7.7%, which was actually the increase in the fucking population. So there's more students, so they need more teachers. Then you look at principals and assistant principals, 33.4%. All right. Administrative staff went up 74%. Right. That's the same exact thing that happened in the medical field. You go to when I was a kid, all right, you went to the doctor to see your doctor.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There was the doctor and a nurse. That was
it.
That was all that was in the doctor's office. Nobody else. They said, "Here's your bill." You paid them. You left. Now you go in. There's 5 people working there on computers. There's 6 people over here. What the fuck are they all doing?
And
they're all there because
of them, Jim,
government mandates.
Half of them people in the office are their kids. Like, especially if you have
they're usually younger people doing data entry and stuff because everything is coding and you got to code this right. And a lot of it is the fault of insurance because it's got to be coded a certain way for insurance.
Dude, like, Jessica, I get where you're coming from. Like, people need to live a good life, but you have to want to live a good life.
The worst thing that happens.
I'm saying there's people that do, and they try their damned. I've seen it, man. I've seen it with people. They try their damnedest, and they never able to get ahead. They do everything right. They're never able to get ahead, and I've never heard a conservative.
That does
solution.
happen. All right, that does happen. There's
Then what is the conservative solution to fix that? It's something that has to be fixed.
But how do you fix it? No, it doesn't. You can't fix life, man.
But
sometimes people just have a hard life.
I don't believe that. We are the most intelligent species.
Bullshit.
We're the most intelligent species on this planet. We can do any fucking thing that we set our minds to. The reason we don't
to everybody that they need, but not to everybody what they have.
Let Jessica finish.
You want to know why? It's because human nature is fundamentally corrupt, fundamentally evil.
But you want to let fucking people take over and command people to do.
Well, this is something I've talked with Cynic and I've talked with Ruby about. The problem is that
Untapped. You guys went hard that day.
The problem is that humanity is going to have to fundamentally change. We can't stay the way that we are. Because right now, as a species,
you know who had
hold up.
That?
Right now, let me finish. Right now, as a species, we fucking suck. Now, this is something this is one of the reasons why I am religious. All right. Every single religion, what do they talk about? They talk about that humanity has to fundamentally change. In Christianity, they call it being born again. In the Eastern religions, they call it enlightenment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, why do you think they say that? Because every single one of the ancient philosophers, every single one of the religious founders all recognize that we have to change. And the problem I have with the conservative mindset is that there's this idea.
But why do you think that? Why do you think the opposite side is better? Why do you think the Democratic side is better than the conservative side?
The reason why is because and here's the thing: there's problems that I have with both sides. All right, but at least
but why is the right wrong?
Because the right believes in stagnation.
Nobody contributes more to charity foundations than the right.
And the people on the right. The people on the right have money, and we give money away.
Like we give it away like it's like I buy fucking terrible comic books.
Tons of money away.
I buy terrible comic books.
As a conservative, what do you want the world to look like in 100 years, in 1,000 years? What do you want humanity to act like in 100 years?
Oh, yes, we all know how 1,000 years works.
I'm serious. Like, what do you want the world to be? What's your vision? What's your plan? Lay it out.
My plan is my hope is that it doesn't
you personally. I don't give a fuck about your personal.
I'm not talking about me personally. I'm talking about my grandkids and their kids.
We don't care what you think, Jim. Just what you want the world to be in 1,000 years. Jesus Christ, 1,000 years?
I know what I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be a communist fucking hellhole of oppression.
I don't want it to be fucking Wall-E, where I'm on a fucking spaceship as a fat guy drinking fucking Cokes because a robot delivers it to me, Jessica.
I can tell you exactly what I wanted to look like. Fucking Star Trek.
But that's not leftist.
That's the thing.
It's not.
This is the issue. I am a progressive on economics. I am a social conservative. This is why I say I'm an independent, because I'm not fully left and I'm not fully right.
You're a progressive on economics. What does that mean exactly?
That means that I want to change the economic system to where it frees people from things that have been holding back the human race for our entire existence, which is this idea that I want to take us from being a species that is focused on survival and a species that is focused on thriving, so that we can take our intellectual ability and potential as a species collectively and do things that
have you studied history at all?
But no, Jim, I'm gonna ask Jessica a question. Like, then if that's the case, we have to have people making babies take a test to see that they qualify. Because if we're not doing that, then people can just fuck all day, make kids that people have no idea they're supporting. Like, honestly, like, we can't do this. We have to have a license to drive, but we don't have a license to have kids, Jim.
Yeah, but I mean, looking throughout history, what has come out of hard times? Strong progress.
Yes.
When it's been easy is when things get fucked up.
That's how the Romans fucking died.
Well, when things get easy, that's how you get to trans people.
Yeah, that's how you get to sexuality is not a thing, man.
I believe that it is possible that if humanity will fundamentally, because here's the thing, I believe that humanity right now is kind of in its teenage phase. Like, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. All right. I want us to grow up as a species, and I want us to get to the point to where it doesn't take having to struggle and suffer and fight and all this stuff in order to progress and get better.
But
I believe that we can get to that point. But what I'm saying, the problem I have with conservative ideology is that they don't believe that. They think that human nature is fixed. It can't change. It will always be what it is.
No, that's not how we think at all. But dude, like, there's different levels of work. Like, Mark is an IT guy. He never leaves his house. Jim's a millionaire. He's been a millionaire since he's 40 years old. He hasn't worked in 10 years. I go to work every day, every fucking day. And I live a good life, even with the government taking 45% of my fucking pay in taxes. It is what it is. Now, do I resent the government for doing it? Yes. But you know what I do? I go to work the next day. I just do. Because if I don't, you know who's not going to eat? Me, my wife, and whoever else was living in my house. And that's the facts of life. It's a pretty, like, we live in an anthill, Jim. We actually do. Like, you think about it, like, we're just ants on the bigger fucking scale. And there's the queen, there's the fucking whatever's in the anthill, and then there's the worker bees or the worker ants that are delivering whatever the fucking cunt needs to expand her community. But we're
What's to say, Dave?
Dave is prime example of the black man living and working in America, a true hero. You're right,
Dave
Dan.
is the typical black man. Dave is.
What the fuck? We must flee the cities.
I gotta say, I look pretty good as a trans.
You do.
United States medical system did wonders for me.
Oh, by the way, I know we're talking about healthcare a while ago. I have not had healthcare since Obama got elected.
Oh, you know I have you beat, Dave, because I told you the other night. The last time I went to a doctor was 1981, and I haven't been back since.
But I've gone to the doctor without fucking Obamacare. You know what the doctor says? Here's the cash prize, bro.
Oh, I love going to the dentist. I went to the dentist 2 times. You go to the dentist and you say, yeah, I don't have insurance. And that $500 or $600 bill goes down to like $150.
Yeah.
You don't have insurance? Oh, here you go. I love
And you know
that.
what? You know why they like it? Because they're going to get paid right fucking
exactly.
now. Like,
yep.
And
yeah, but in actuality, that's another thing where it shouldn't be as much as it is because they've had to add administrators to handle all this stuff.
Right. But
that's why the dollar value is so much higher. That's why they love it.
Like, let's say tomorrow you have to have your fucking kidney removed for whatever reason. You have to have a kidney surgery and you have insurance, and then you're going to get billed whatever your fucking deductible is, which is going to be more than if you, without insurance, you go, hey, doc, I got no insurance, man. Like, I have none. He goes, hey, Dave, here's a deal. Give me $1,500. I'll knock this shit out and you'll be good.
And
they
definitely do that for. They definitely do
and,
that.
and honestly, I don't blame it all on Obama.
And if you can't pay it, the hospital is going to try and take your house, your car, whatever assets you got.
They can't take your
no,
house.
they
Usually,
not.
no.
They can't. They really can't.
There's all kinds of protections for that.
The hospital, like, you can claim bankruptcy on hospital bills. You know what you can't though is student fucking loans.
Yeah,
and that's the government, because
so
the government
you have to
decided
go
get
into
student
bankruptcy
loans.
because something happened with your kidney that was of no fault of your own.
Bankruptcy is not that hard, dude.
Do you not understand that that's a punishment for something that you didn't do wrong?
No, but
okay, well, here,
but
wait.
Jessica,
Say you're driving down the street, Jessica. Hold on. Say you're driving down the street, minding your own business, not doing anything wrong, and a little kid runs out in the road in front of you, and you run that little kid over and kill it.
Yeah,
or whatever. I mean it.
The child.
The child.
The child. Yes.
The child.
The child of
and you
God.
get sued.
Right.
And they it was a kid. That kid could have made this amount of money going forward, and you're gonna owe $8 million. What do you do that?
And that's not hypothetical, people, because I know that one. I know
me
that
too.
One.
Your insurance only covers so much, and then after that, they're coming after you for the money
forever.
So you would have to. That's life, and that's something that happens, and you have to deal with it. I mean,
that's another problem with our
that's where you
government.
would file bankruptcy and get out of owing that money.
But what you're saying is that you're okay with
I'm not okay with any of it.
Well, then fight it. That's my point. That's what conservatives don't do. Fight the things that are wrong with the world that's how you make the world a better place.
The difference between conservatives
socialism
and
would be so much better.
I have never mentioned socialism, Watermark. And first of all, you need to understand the difference between communism, socialism, and social democracy, because those are three different things. I know the American education system has fucked up big time, but those are three different fucking things. Everything I've talked about is not fucking socialism. It's social democracy.
Okay, that is fantastic.
But we
Wonderful.
don't live in a
Thank you for your
democracy
enlightenment,
be
idiot.
If 51% of people vote to take the 49% of people's shit, then that's fine because it's social democracy.
It's social democracy. Come on, Jim.
That's what that means.
80% of people could take 20% of the rich people. Oh, come on, Jim. Come on. That's social democracy.
See, that's the difference. Is we live in a republic where the minority has rights. Your rights can't be taken away by a vote.
By a fucking majority of assholes who want to see the black man
that's
fucking
what
be
makes
slaves
this country
forever.
different
Yes.
than any other country, because you can look around and you can see where they just decide in New Zealand or Canada or Australia to just take rights away from people, take shit away from people.
Because Canada, like they just outlawed 2,000 guns last week. And these people had to give them up because
anyway, my thought is that the conservative idea to fix things is trade-offs, and understanding that you got some things are good, some things are bad, and you got to make trade-offs to get things. Progressives are just like, well, let's not worry about the bad, let's just go for this good.
No. I think what it is that we see the bad as something that needs to be defeated and conquered because we're human beings. We're supposed to be the most intelligent.
Hee-haw, not hear-haw. Kevin, get the fucking story straight.
We're supposed to be the most intelligent creatures on the planet. Why can't we solve these problems? Like, what's wrong with
True story, Kevin. I love your lore. Like, you know it.
I don't know.
Like,
what that
sticking to that story, Kevin.
Did he mean to mute his mic or?
I don't know.
He did.
I'll mute it for
ignore
him.
that.
Okay, there we go. So my point is, it's like, why are we unable to solve these problems? What's wrong with us?
Because it's difficult. I mean,
okay, but we solved difficult. We went to the for the love of God.
Did we go to the moon? Did we?
Don't go there.
Did we?
Okay, don't go there.
I was about
But
to
we
go
forgot
there,
how to do it.
Let me hold up.
I get it.
I am saying that I believe in the human potential to solve every single problem on this planet. Because
it'd be great if we
there's
could.
no way to do that. It's not possible.
It doesn't actually work like it does in Star Trek. It doesn't. It does not work that way. It'd be great if it did. I
That's
agree.
why it's called science fiction.
So you don't think we're ever going to get to the point where we have that level of technology?
No.
I think we have the level of technology. We'll never get to that point for
problem
I think
is
other reasons.
This is the problem.
What are those reasons?
We are getting to a point
a
where
lot of
we're going to have like different classes of people. Is what is happening now is where we have a serf class of the workers, and then we have the rich class that has things, which I don't like that.
Yeah,
but you're defending the rich.
I'm not defending the rich. I'm not persecuting the rich just because they did something. Some people got lucky. Some people did something, worked hard. Other people were born with it. But you don't punish people for their situation.
What about those that got rich off the backs of other people, though?
Oh, come on. So
slavery?
You don't think are we going to go? Are we going to go to slavery?
Do you not believe those people exist?
Can you prove it?
Yeah. What do you mean? Are you saying that like the owners of Walmart got rich off of the people that their employees, or you're talking about like the politicians that became multi-millionaires when they were making $70,000 a year?
Even recent politicians with all of that stuff where they get to know insider trading laws, that's terrible. What is that echoing sound?
I'm opening a beer.
Stop. Oh
no, I mean
it's Dave. Okay,
all right. It just seems like to me that if we keep going in this society, there's always going to be people that are.
There's always a winner or a loser, dude. Like. We keep score for a reason.
I mean,
should it be like that in everything?
Is there any place in this?
It should. I mean,
why?
If I work harder than you at the fucking factory, I should make more money than you.
But is it a guarantee that if you work harder than me at the factory, you're going to do better?
No, it's not a guarantee.
That's a fundamental.
No, it's not, because I have the ability as a person to go find a job that might make my value better to society. In that position, like Jessica,
people should be able to.
I've been married 30 years. My first 12 years of marriage, we lived in 10 different states because I was chasing promotions and money. Now I'm 56 years old. I do very well in my job. I make a lot of money, and I'm very happy with that. But I had to fucking figure it out. Like the government can't tell me my best path because they're going to keep me on a path that keeps me equal to a guy that I fucking hate. I hate that motherfucker. I don't want to.
And how many times did you fail?
A lot, dude.
Okay.
Plenty of times.
Now how much pain and suffering was born from that failure?
A lot of it. And that's what made it. That's what made
exactly
me who I am.
And
but if I fail, Jessica,
how many relationships were destroyed because of that?
None.
Come on.
No.
Come on.
No, dude.
Where have you been?
Jessica, I just said I've been married 30 years. If my relationship depended on my ability to fucking keep a job, like Jessica, I'm telling you, I met my wife in Fort Lauderdale, Florida in the 90s. At a fucking nightclub in Fort Lauderdale. We got married 9 months later. We went on vacation to visit my dad in Arkansas. This is like, dude, understand, like you have to want to better yourself. The government cannot make you a better person because the government doesn't know who the fuck you are. They don't care.
They don't care about you.
They could give when you die.
Oh, and they want lots of your money when you die, by the way.
Yeah, that's a thing too, Mark. Like
Yeah,
if you're in your 50s and you own property, put your shit in a trust. Because if you don't, the government's going to take it because they're going to say, well, you owe this fucking death tax.
But again, I'm still not hearing...
I'm not done. So we go on vacation to Arkansas. I'm a naive person. I'm in my 20s. I have no idea the job I did in Florida was a thing that was nationwide. We haven't even got to my dad's house yet. And I see a guy on the side of the road in a van that's doing the same thing I do in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm like, oh my God, they do this everywhere? So I saw the guy's name of the van. I called up the office and they were, Jessica, I was making $9.50 an hour in the 90s. I had an apartment. I was a cool motherfucker. I had a cool wife / girlfriend at the same time. I called this guy in Little Rock, Arkansas. He goes, "Oh, you got experience? I can pay you like $11.50." I packed up my shit in a U-Haul with my wife, and we moved from Florida to Arkansas for a $2 pay raise. $2 fucking dollars. But think about that. That's almost $5,000, Mark. If you do 2,080 times $2, that's a lot of money. And I lived in I was in the Ozark Mountains doing locating, guys. Like, oh my God, this is fucking awesome.
But that's not real freedom, though.
It is.
No, because you're
I have choice.
You're dictated by jobs and money. Real freedom is to be told.
No,
hold up,
dude.
If you don't work, you don't eat.
Hold up. Let me talk. Real freedom is to be totally independent of anything, whether it be government, corporations, money, period.
Well, then
that's real freedom.
Then go live in the woods. Then go live in the woods.
Yeah, go fucking pitch a tent in the fucking redwood forest and never talk to humanity
But
again.
that's where I'm trying. That's where I want humanity to get to.
No.
Oh, you want us to go back to the Stone Ages, not
No, I want us to get beyond survival, and I want kids to one day be born into a world to where it's like you just get to live.
They all do.
Hold on.
How they live is different, though, Jessica.
Wait. Because to me, living is different than surviving.
So you just want everyone to live in a pod and eat the bugs.
When I say I didn't say that. When I say living, I mean that you get to enjoy the world to its
everyone gets a
fullest.
Mercedes, everyone gets a Lamborghini.
I'm sorry, Jessica, but the Garden of Eden is not coming back. It's gone.
It didn't
the Garden
exist.
of Eden is not coming back.
Yeah.
Well, it did. It was the Anunnakis. They had it.
Good to hear from Andrew there. Thank you, Andrew.
Hey, what's up, Andrew? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, you didn't even know I was here.
I noticed. But
I did. Dave
I
did not see you. Dave.
No, I saw. I watched all you fuckers for 6 hours earlier today.
I think that's what everybody should want for future generations.
I want it for me if I go do the job. I don't care.
I think I understand what Jessica wants. I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way.
No, but
show them all the beauty they can have inside.
But Jim,
give them a sense of pride. Make it easier.
Jim, if that
give
was
the
a
children
thing,
laughter and show them all
if that was a
they
thing,
need
if that was a
to be.
thing,
I decided long ago
All right,
never to walk in anyone's shadow.
Lyrics.
If I fail, if I succeed,
Oh my God.
at least
Jim
you can
Stream,
take
people. It's
away
Jim Stream.
my MTV.
So if that was a thing,
I want my MTV.
if that was a thing, though, Jim, you know what would happen? All these cornfields and bean fields around me, they wouldn't be here anymore.
That's what automation's for.
It's not, dude.
Wait, so you think
No,
automation?
it's
So who's going to
not.
fix those
It's-
machines?
Yeah,
Because what you're saying is that some people are going to have to still work while other people get to not work.
No. What I'm saying is that the nature of work is going to change.
It's gonna change. You're right, and it's gonna be bad for a lot of people.
But that doesn't mean that like work is just gonna disappear. Look, I'm a welder. Like we actually have welding robots. The welding robots fuck up all the time.
Andrew, my point is, let's go back to the Star Trek example.
No, I'm going to ask Andrew a question real quick, Jessica. Andrew, you're a welder, right?
Yeah.
You make real cash as a welder because that's a skill.
Yeah.
You make way more money as a welder than you do with your comics, right? Like your comics are a hobby for you at this point.
Yeah.
When that flips, you might be a part-time welder and be a full-time comic book guy. And when that happens, that gave you the freedom to actually, chase your fucking dream. I want to be this comic book guy that's got a show on Netflix or Tubi, whatever it is. Like, they bought my fucking IP. That's awesome.
And that's the dream.
Yeah. But if you don't have that ability in life, you know what's not going to happen, Andrew? Nobody's going to buy your IP because the government's going to make the IP and they're going to shove it down our throat to tell us why we should be happy being Wall-E characters in a Pixar movie.
Okay, Dave, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Let's see. I want to use a Star Trek example again. Do people work in Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, why do they work in Star Trek? It's not to survive. It's not to put food on the table, because in that show, all of that stuff is provided, right?
For the crew?
No. Remember what they say?
Jobs that they have to
hold
do?
on. Remember what they say in Deep Space Nine? Earth is a fucking utopia. Okay.
Okay, but
wait.
Jester,
let me finish.
Jester, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you before you go to Deep Space Nine. I have not watched it yet. I own the series. I've not watched it, and people have told me it's one of the best series ever of Star Trek.
Now listen. Earth is a fucking utopia. All right. There is no. Let me just get this out.
Please do.
There is no money in Star Trek. There's no hunger in Star Trek
until they need money.
They have.
I get it.
Hold up. They have certain money to trade with other civilizations outside of the Federation, but within the Federation, there is no exchange of money.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Now, so here's the thing. Why do they work in Star Trek? It's not for survival like we do now. They work in Star Trek in order to advance their civilizations. For the sake of exploration, for the sake of development. That's why they're doing it. My whole point and why I believe the way I do is because I want to get humanity past the survival stage, because it's fucking primitive. We've been stuck in it our entire existence. I want us to get past that, and I want us to get to the point to where we are a civilization that does things simply for the sake of making humanity better.
Ask the Romans.
This is a very serious question.
How that worked out for them.
This is a very serious question for Jessica. What do you think would happen in your utopia to anyone who did not make society better?
People who choose not to work.
Choose not to. People who choose not to do
contribute.
That.
They're
contribute. This is even worse. This is even worse, actually. This is such an advanced society that and you could see an embryo in the womb is not going to be productive. It's going to be fucked up. Have some disease or something.
That's not how they think in Star Trek.
How do you know?
I've seen the fucking series. That's why.
What series?
They're all in the
exactly.
Like the original series, The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. Enterprise.
How many times was somebody pregnant in Star Trek?
Almost never. Council Troy was pregnant once.
Quite a few.
No, not quite a few.
I'm saying in the 50 years of Star Trek. How many?
Name the character.
I didn't see Discovery, but all the other series, I've never seen a pregnant person.
Riker and Troy had a son. He plays a pretty big
50
role.
years. That's one person. that had a
okay.
baby.
And Paris and what's her name, Klingon, they had a child. That's
Did it?
2.
Yeah.
In the whole universe of Star Trek.
Yeah,
They
that's
did
2.
not cover any of this because it would have made the whole fucking thing come crashing down.
No, you're assuming that's the case.
I'm
See,
I'm
this is what
assuming just from
this
like,
is what you don't
reality.
understand. This is what you don't understand. Gene Roddenberry made this very clear. Humanity is hold on.
He was
hold
a
on.
fucking communist.
Humanity.
He ended up getting kicked out of his own series, dude.
Humanity in Star Trek.
Jeff, you just did my pose. Oh my God, you did the back thing going. Oh my God, what? Thanks, man.
Humanity in Star Trek is not the same as humanity in our current time. He said the reason why Star Trek works is because humanity is more mature. We grew up. We got over a lot of our bullshit. That's why I keep saying that in order for all this to work, I understand it won't work.
Do you
right
realize though that Star Trek is make believe?
now.
That's why it's science fiction.
It was a vision that he had for the future.
But
And-
it could be
and-
anything he wanted by writing it
and
down on
we-
paper. So
and
I understand.
How many things do we have now that used to be science fiction?
Very few.
Okay. Yeah. You know what we used to have because people thought they could make everything
Jim,
better
Jim,
if they just
Jim,
enacted stuff.
Jim, pause. Mark,
Yes.
give Jesker credit. He's very good. Like,
Oh, hey,
think
I've
about
been
what
writing.
we're-
I've
Jim,
been writing in the
think
chat
about-
that
think about-
Jesker is a cool
Jesker's
dude.
awesome,
Think-
dude. Like,
think
I'm
about-
not
think
Yeah,
about-
Jesker
out of
come
any
on.
way. This is
Yeah.
a good conversation.
It's
listen,
great.
Think,
It's
think
awesome.
about what we're doing right now.
Why
This-
the
this-
fuck
this
did this
live
happen
stream-
on Jim's show and not mine? Like,
This
what
li-
the hell?
This
Because you
live
never
stream,
shut up, Dave.
Hold on. This live stream, 100 years ago, no one would think this was possible.
10
Well, no,
years ago.
this would have been
Maybe
honestly.
15
This would
years
have been
ago, Simulator,
conversations that people would have
Jesker.
had around a fire or
Right.
at a bar.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
what I'm
something,
saying,
out.
I'm
in
talking
public.
about being able to talk across these distances instantly.
In
with
a
ease.
far away
Listen,
universe from our
no,
own. Yes.
no one would even think this was possible 100 years ago. 500 years ago, this is what they would have called magic.
Agreed.
That's what they.
I'm
now
not
think,
into
now think,
like
think
hundreds
about
of
think-
years
it-
ago. I'm into like 10 years, 20
now,
years.
now think about this. In 100 years, think about how much we progressed in
Hey,
100 years.
Nina,
What's
Nina.
it gonna be? There's things that are gonna
Enough.
exist in 100 years that we can't even fucking imagine right now. There's things in
Jesker.
1,000 years.
Got like
that-
20
I'm going to make
until
it
the solar
super gay
flares
right
wipe us
now.
out.
Better show. Stargate or Farscape?
Stargate, Jesus Christ.
I've only seen a little bit of Stargate. I've never seen Farscape.
Jesker agrees with me. He said, "Dave, fuck you. Stargate is so much better."
I'll
Yeah.
say Stargate.
So
really?
my-
Have you watched Farscape, Jim?
Yeah, enough to know that it's a fucking ship that's alive.
Yeah.
so my point in all this is that
I hate you so much, Jim.
is that
you
that
piece of shit.
is that in 100 years, in 200 years, in 500 years, in 1,000 years,
I'm
science
worried
and-
about the next 5 years.
I understand that, but I don't
2 or
think like
5.
that. I think in terms of the long term,
No.
because I'm really
But
not.
why?
I'm
You're
really
not
into-
there yet.
Oh, Jesker, do you have kids?
I have nieces and nephews.
Do you have kids?
Kids.
No,
Then,
Okay.
okay.
Then you're not really worried about the future.
Yeah, you're not worried about tomorrow for your kids.
No.
Yeah, that's a thing. Like,
It makes a
once
difference.
that fucking beautiful woman that made your child puts it on the fucking birthing table, you're like, your whole world changes, Jesker.
Everything changes.
Understand this. Like I went from a 25-year-old retard to a 26-year-old
Retard.
that didn't
Oh,
drink
never
for
mind.
30 fucking years because my mom and dad were fucking alcoholics.
let me ask you something, Dave. You've
Yeah.
seen Star Trek, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
of course.
Okay. Now, Star Trek, life is pretty good in Star Trek for the most
Yes.
part, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. Yeah.
Wouldn't you want your kids and your grandkids to live in that?
Of course.
I would.
That's
But
the
you have
whole
to, you have to
point.
understand though, like
That's not the real world.
I'm
look,
Dude,
hold on.
what
You asked
we're
me a
dealing with
question.
right
I'm going to
now-
answer the question.
I know, but
So-
then low watermark jumps in. I got to respond.
No,
what I'm
but
saying
low
is,
watermark's awesome. But let me answer the question because you asked me the question.
All
So
right.
I'm a Kirk Shatner Trek fan, right? So those 3 years of Star Trek live with me forever. Okay, so I know there's been multiple series. Like
I'm a Picard guy.
Picard can go fuck himself with his Baldo, because he turned into a cuck in the final 2 seasons. And I watched that this year because the Fellowship told me that the Next Generation is so good or whatever. Like, because I followed Gary, dude. But let's get back to the point. But Kirk in the original series never told me how good the humans on Earth had it. Never. Like watching 3 years of that series, I didn't know that Earth existed at that point. Like it wasn't a thing. All I knew was that Kirk was a commander of a spaceship, and he was fucking aliens every other week on CBS or NBC, right? That's what I knew growing up. But I was a child at that point. Now that I'm in my 50s, I'm going to start watching Discovery because so many people said, hey, Dave, you got to watch that show. But I'm also trying to watch fucking Boardwalk Empire, Justified, and still go to work every day. But what do you think, Jessica? Do you think that when you're born, you have the same rights as everybody born at the same time? Because you're born?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, so if, let's say, Jem Satala, who's a millionaire, Jim, true facts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jim's a millionaire. He is. I'm just saying, you got Low Watermark, who's very comfortable in life. You've got me, who is not worrying about paying the power bill tomorrow. You got Andrew, who probably works at a fucking warehouse in Indianapolis, a factory,
Hey, Andrew,
and does comic books to supplement his income and make good comics. Like, so you got 4 different classifications of people.
Yeah.
We're not equal. We're just not. So if my wife,
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that the idea that this country is founded on, is that we, on a base level, we are supposed to have equal rights.
Agreed.
That's different than having an equal position in life. That's different. But what I'm saying is
man,
that regardless of your position in life, everybody is entitled to the same basic rights. All I'm saying is that I believe there's more rights that we're entitled to than what we currently have in the Constitution. Because I don't view the Constitution as some sacred, holy document like a lot of Americans do. All right,
Jessica, here's a problem. Here's a problem with anything saying you should exist based on what they wrote in text. Like, I 100% agree. Like, why should a government say what my value is in the world? And this,
why should a corporation or an economic system?
Like, you go back to fucking
wait a minute though. I see what he's getting at here. So he thinks that healthcare should be a right.
Services
should be provided.
I think what he's saying is, like, you're born
on a philosophical this is why I'm religious. I believe that there is an inherent. Hold on, let me.
Okay, if we get rid of all the corporations,
I believe
that provide medical care.
There is an inherent. I believe there's an inherent moral reality to the universe. I have to believe that. All right, and so because of that, I believe those rights stem from that inherent moral reality of the universe. Now, because of that, we are born with certain inherent rights. Now,
but
we don't
your
always,
mom and dad, on a Tuesday in America. Hold on. Your mom and dad who's fucked.
I'm not finished making my point.
No, but I'm saying, like,
we don't. Hold on.
Let him finish. I want to hear this.
As a society, we don't, and as a species, we don't always recognize those rights, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. We didn't always recognize the existence of gravity, but guess what? It still fucking existed.
Okay, so rights and gravity are the same. Okay, got it. Gravity. Okay, got it.
No, that's not true. Jester.
Stupid.
Not true. Like,
so you're saying morality is subjective to humans? That makes us God.
No,
that makes us responsible people.
That's what Satan says, Neil, but it's not true.
Yeah,
it's not true. That's why I believe in an inherent moral reality that supersedes and would exist independent of human beings.
When your 11th grade sex ed teacher tells you that when you put your cock in a vagina and you might make a child, that's reality. You're like, oh fuck, that's how sex works.
No, wait. Now what I'm saying is there is an inherent moral reality. Now, because we have free will, we are able to disobey that inherent moral reality, but it still fucking exists.
But why should I, as a taxpayer, pay for your bad choices?
Because I believe in what every single other religious and philosophical religious founder and philosopher throughout history has said, which is that true freedom comes with aligning yourself to that inherent moral reality. You can go back to any culture throughout history.
But hold on. Great, Chester. But we live in America.
Well, fuck America.
Freedom. No.
America's only existed for 250 years. Who gives a shit?
But that's where I was. That's where I was born.
I was too. And guess what? I can recognize.
Hold on. and there are multiple religions in my wonderful country / continent.
I wouldn't call it wonderful.
I do, dude. Goddamn. Understand? I can go tomorrow to my fucking Casey's and choose from 10 to 15 different energy drinks. Like, understand, like this is great. Choice is great. When I go to my fucking Casey's and the only option available is the Casey's brand, now I understand I'm living in fucking Stalin fucking Russia. That's not what I want. Like, I want choices. I want to be able to say, I'm going to watch the Detroit Lions game or I want to watch a Pittsburgh Steelers game today. That's what it's about. Like, you have to understand, like, when there's one choice, you're fucked. When there's Jim sleeping because he drank one beer on a live stream.
But you're acting like history began with the United States.
No.
You're ignoring the thousands of years of human history before that.
Dude, you're wrong.
Jessica. The problem with the left.
The problem.
This isn't about
quiet.
I understand you want to put everything in a left-right dynamic, but this is bigger than that. What I'm saying
Andrew
is,
let Andrew say his speech.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The problem I have with the left-wing space, like when it comes to America, is that they ignore all the good things that the West has done, and at the same time ignore all the bad things everybody else has done.
America is not the entire history of the West, though, Andrew. That's what you're forgetting.
So
I feel. Listen, what I'm saying is America is not the end all be all.
He's a badass, Jim.
America is not the end all be all of moral guidance. It's not.
But it is but see, it is for people that were born and raised here. Like, this is.
I was born and raised here, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be blind to the flaws of this country.
Okay,
you want me to ignore all that?
We're not blind to it either. But the thing is,
dude.
But the problem with the left is that they constantly want to help other countries and not our own. But hey,
no, the problem with the left is
we need to send billions of dollars to
Ukraine. Yes,
and then our own citizens like, hey, what about me? And the government's like, what about you?
Well, Andrew, what is your solution to fix the problems in this country?
Not send billions of dollars to Ukraine.
and not tax my paycheck 45%.
Leave
because
nature
I go to
alone.
work every day. Like, that's a thing.
Leave children alone.
Yeah.
That's not something that is, yeah. Leave
Again,
children alone.
what? Again, like the whole.
Like, we can't fix the world. Like, we just can't. Like, we're not
so
gods.
you're
We're not
giving. So
powerful
you're
enough.
giving up.
No, we're not powerful enough to fix the world. We're not.
Dude, why is it? Why? Okay, so
why is the left so fixated on fixing the world
Because
when
someone
they can't fix
everything.
themselves?
We are the world.
Someone has
We
to.
are the children.
No, you don't have
We
to
are
fix
the
the
ones
world.
who
Like,
make a
that's not
brighter
our
day.
job to
So
fix
let's
the
start
world.
giving.
Then,
We're
all
not
right,
superheroes.
Andrew.
We're
Hold
not
up,
Superman.
Andrew. If that's the case, then I want you to go to somebody that has had a miserable fucking life, and I want you to kick them to the curb because you might as well just do that. Because
fuck you asshole.
Wait,
How do you
wait,
know
wait.
how people have miserable lives, you piece of shit?
No.
People have miserable lives all the time. What do you know about that?
Look, like so many kids grew up in split families in America. Their dad left their mom, whatever you grew up with. Like this whole victimhood in the United States, I fucking hate it. Like, I hear these podcasts and my mommy and my daddy fought and now I'm a victim of their fucking whatever trauma. Their trauma made me a victim. That's why I could not be a fucking person and have a relationship in real life. I saw my mother cut my dad's thumb almost off when I was 14 years old in Iceland, Keflavik, Iceland. We've been there 3 weeks. My mom said, she brought that fucking knife into the room. I walked in at 14 years old and saw my dad's thumb dangling off his fucking hand. But you know what? I'm 56 years old, and my dad never was more productive in the world economy than I have been. And he did great, but not as good as I'm doing over the last 10 years.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Don't you think your mom should be punished for that?
It was an accident.
No. Look, hold on. So this
Wasn't
was
it the lawnmower?
Look, no. She brought the knife into the bedroom, and we lived 4 more years in Keflavik, Iceland when I was a child, and I loved Keflavik because I did some dumb shit and got away with it and got arrested for other shit as a teenager. Because of things. Now, I will bring that up on another stream one night, Kevin. You have no idea what I did in Iceland. But there's many more stories, Kevin, because Kevin Prestaro knows the fucking life of Dave. But we moved to Virginia after leaving Iceland. But I lived with my grandma, my single grandma in Arkansas, for a year before anybody decided to pick me and my sister up. Like we're just living with grandma. Dad and mom didn't call, like whatever. Like, we're just fucking kids. You know what didn't happen though? Me giving up on life. Like, goddamn, could you imagine, like, I'm a poor guy or girl in a fucking government-funded, Jim, how big are those buildings in Chicago? 12 stories, 13 stories? All those fucking low-income on the south side?
Oh, some of them were 25, 30 stories.
Yeah. Could you imagine, like, I'm in a 25-story low-income building in Chicago, but I'm going to give up all my free cash to go work for the city of Blue Island and maybe make my life better? They won't do it, Jim. They don't. Why would they? Because they've got like 3 cell phones with 200 minutes for 400 minutes a month, based on their kids.
This is kind of
Like,
going off in a direction.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I,
Jim, whoa, wait. Like, I want to know about like the situation with your mom. Like, she, like,
I was trying to keep this from coming on.
so this was like an intentional action.
my mom is from France. My mom met my dad in a bar in Morocco when she was 14 years old.
Oh,
my dad
okay.
was 21.
Yeah,
my dad kept his fucking service in Morocco till he was 25.
Walking home from my house, Christmas
So he
Eve.
could marry my
You
18-year-old
may not believe it.
18-year-old
Santa,
mother. And
me and Grandpa.
I was born in fucking Portsmouth, Virginia when my mother was 19 on February 29th, 1968. Jim, this is what Jessica asked for. My mother was 19 years old. The nurses walked in and said, "Hey, Marie, what day do you want your son to be born on? February 28th or March 1st?"
Today.
And my mom said, "Fuck you." Basically, it's February 29th. So I'm 56, but I'm actually 14.
14.
There you go, Jim. Fred Sanford got it. Like, yeah.
Dave, what about the whole thing about your mom attacking your dad, though?
Shut the hell up,
dude.
No,
Jessica.
was this something that really happened?
Jessica,
that's
my
Jim.
mom and dad fought until I was not literally. I'm not going to say that word, but
literally.
My mom.
I wish
and
I had
dad,
more hands so I could give those
my
titties
mom and dad
4 thumbs
had-
down.
When I was 16 years old, living in Fairfax, Virginia, Springfield, I threw my mother out of the house.
Well, she was small. You got a tight spiral.
Well, my mom was 5'2". When I was 16, I was like 5'4", 5'5". And my mom at 5'2" broke down my dad's door with a knife in her hand. When I finally got to the bedroom, my dad is on top of my mother with his fist raised, and he wants to punch her.
Gross.
And I said, "Dad, stop." He said, "Okay." And my mother looked at me and said, "What the fuck? We're adults. Get away." I said, "Hey, Dad, get off Mom." And I grabbed my mother. I walked her down the stairs because we're in the second floor of our house and pushed her out the fucking door. And this is before we had locks with thumbprints and fucking codes. And she slept in the car that night because I threw her right the fuck out. Like, guys, like, understand. My sister and me growing up, if my mom and dad said on a Friday they were going to go to the club, we were looking for people to spend the night with that were our friends. And if we didn't, my sister slept in my room. Like, it's a thing. But you know what I don't do is dwell on my trauma, because I never one iota have ever thought about striking my wonderful wife.
No.
Or my, like, what the fuck? But my mom and dad were toxic since I was 4 years old. Jessica, they just were. Like,
okay, but let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you love them?
Till the day they died, and they're both dead. Yes, of course I do.
Okay. All right. So let me go a little bit into my story.
Yeah.
My mom's a fucking terrible human being. I mean, she's a fucking terrible human being.
Yeah.
She made my childhood a living hell. And I've said this before. I look forward to the day that she's on her deathbed. And I hope that on her deathbed, she feels so much regret for what she did She is begging me for forgiveness, and I want her to look me in the eye. Hold on.
No,
I want her
dude.
to. I want her to look me in the eye and beg me to forgive her. And
But
then
she
I want to
won't,
look.
dude.
I want to look her into the eye back, and I want to say, no.
Understand though,
That is
she won't.
so
She won't do
You
it.
do
dude.
not. You do
what
not
you've been
actually
saying this
want that.
entire
You
night.
do not.
I do.
But
No.
she won't do it, dude.
No.
She won't.
So you want to have empathy for the entire world, but you have zero for your
Not
mother?
for your mother. Jesus.
Because
come on.
she is a horrible fucking person.
So is a lot of other people in the world.
So are a lot of people that are getting
You
45%
don't want to
of
go
my
there,
taxes.
dude. You don't.
Like she's not going to change, dude. Like
No, I know
expect
she's
that.
not going to change. That's the whole point. See, the thing is that I don't judge people based on their position.
do you
in life
love your
as-
dad?
Yeah, my dad was a good person.
Is he gone?
Yeah. Dude, listen, when my dad died, I was there holding his hand as they performed CPR, and I was the one who had to look at the doctor and say, stop. Now that shit was not my dad was
real.
my best.
That's real trauma, dude. That's awesome.
Listen, my dad is my best
damn it,
friend.
Jim,
and
not
I,
now.
And I had to do
Don't
that
do it,
shit.
Jim.
Jim, stop.
I had to do that
It's
shit.
muted.
Stop
I had to do
anyway.
that shit. Listen, my mom, when I took care, my grandmother got cancer, and I took care of her for 3 years. You know, and this is my grandmother on my mom's side, so it's her mom.
And you're a Southern guy, right? Your family's Southern, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now hold up. She was in jail during that time because she was a drug dealer, right?
Easy, Jim.
All right, so listen. As far as I'm concerned, no. I hope that fucking
We all love
bitch,
Jim.
I hope she dies a horrible, painful death, and I hope I'm there to see.
Oh my
it.
God, dude.
No, you don't.
This just doesn't make any sense the way you talked though
No, wait,
earlier.
wait, wait.
This
You
is
wanna-
complete opposite of the type of person I thought you were.
You want to know why? You want to know why?
no,
Let me explain
no.
why. Let me explain why. Because what she did to us in our childhood, she took away my power. Now I'm
But
going
you're
to
a
take
Christian, right?
But I want to take it back from her.
No.
And yes, and I acknowledge that that's not a very Christian thing to do. But there's a point, and listen, I've had my issues with God. I've even said, like, I don't really give a damn what you want. This is what I want, and this is what I fucking deserve, and I'm gonna take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what you deserve.
Well, it does to me, Andrew.
Yeah. Like it does. Like
yeah. Keep
as
going.
a man.
I mean,
or-
I
yeah.
need that shit.
Yeah.
I
like-
need to take back what she took from me, because otherwise, I'm left with nothing.
So
agree.
how
I agree.
how old were you when your parents separated?
Like 5 or 6.
Yeah, my parents were in their 20s.
But hold up.
I was in my 20s when my parents separated,
when they
and they should have
divorced-
separated when I was 4 years old.
When they divorced, they still lived together for a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing: when I was a kid,
this
here
is
I mean,
Jessica, this
I
is
watched-
why we get to the real shit. Like this is great. Thank you, bud.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Listen, when I watched my mom try to stab my dad in the back. I had to jump in and stop her from doing it.
Yeah. Agreed. Yep.
All right.
Oh,
And here,
my mom had many butcher knives in her hands. My mom was 5'2". She was French, and my dad locked her out of the bedroom when I was like 15 or 16. And she fucking knocked the door down. And I have to, my sister, like, this is gonna sound gay. I haven't like seen my sister in years. I raised her son because she couldn't do it. Me and my wife raised Anthony. He's a great kid. Man, now he's a man. But we raised him. But I had to go into that bedroom in Springfield, Virginia, because my dad has a knife in his hand, and I gotta stop. And he goes, she broke the door down. Like, I'm like, yeah, Dad, I got this. Just get off of her. And I throw her out of the house in December in Virginia, which is probably like 30 degrees, whatever it was back in the 80s, you know. And my dad's like, oh, we're going back to Arkansas. You guys are going to go back to live with your grandma. I can't take this bitch anymore. I wake up the next day and my mom is crying on the floor, begging for forgiveness, all this weird op shit.
Yeah.
And I got to suffer through this shit as a young person to people that just do not like each other. They're fucking other women, other men, and they have fights. And me and my poor sister, because it's only two of us, have to put up with this bullshit. And Mark, like,
I know,
but you know what?
It's terrible.
Mark, it's terrible, but I don't need the government to take 45% of my income to make it better, because they can't. They're not going to fix
but Dave,
our real life issues.
Dave, the point I'm getting at here, and again, it's not about the government. All right, the government's just a tool. The point I'm getting at here is this: I know what the shit I went through did to me. I know that it's affected me in ways that I don't even fully understand.
Are you married, Jessica?
No, and this is one of the reasons why.
How can I ask you? Are you in your 20s or 30s?
32. I just turned 32 this month.
Cool.
Keep going. Okay, so you're in this weird world of online stuff, right? Like, you're like meeting chicks on whatever app it is or whatever. Like, have you ever gone to a bar on a Thursday night with your bros, saw some cute girl across the bar and said, I got to go say hi to her?
Yes.
And it's ever worked out for you?
No, because I don't want it to.
You don't?
Come on.
And let me explain to you why.
Yeah,
because
I want to know why.
There's
Because
always a chance. There's always a chance of that shit repeating, and I refuse to let it happen.
What do you mean repeating? Like, what does that mean?
What?
Because when you end up in these type of relationships, there's always going to be issues. There's always going to be problems, and I don't ever want to deal with it again. Because
when did I turn my camera back on?
I'm just fucking exhausted from it.
I don't understand.
So this is like part of the red pill shit. Like, you mean
I think I understand where he's coming from.
It's not that. What it is that I'm the type of person that if I can do something to prevent some kind of drama or just issues in general from arising, I'd rather just do that. I'd rather just preempt.
Like,
I'd rather just preemptively.
You want to make your woman happy. Like, it's cool.
I'd rather just preemptively deal with the problem. And I've talked to Cynic about this, and Cynic said what I'm doing is that
Cynic's gay. He's like fucking his sheep on his property, dude. Like, come on.
Oh my God, Cynic is the guy that
talk to me if you want to actually have it. Like,
and
just kidding. Like,
Cynic is saying like what I'm doing is punishing myself.
Yeah,
for what my mom did.
Right.
And I'm holding myself back. And maybe that's true, but what's the alternative? It's bad shit happening.
See, you're acting how a guy who had a bad divorce would act.
Yeah, but Jim, like, my parents were fucking what
my
they
parents
were.
were fucking? Oh my God.
No, not my parents were. I said,
which I don't want to. I don't want to pry too much. Where was your
Andrew Rowland?
Did I miss it? Where was
your on a live stream?
Hold on, let him ask a
my
question.
first memory growing up is my parents fighting. Like when I was 4 years old in Adak, Alaska. Look up Adak, Alaska.
Yeah.
Chad, and it's in Aleutian Island. I was 4 years old living there, and I lived there for 4 fucking years. 4 years. And my parents could not escape each other, and all they did was fucking drink and fight. And then by the time I turned 16 or 17, guess what? They were doing the same shit. just fighting, and like literally my dad had to have his thumb sewn back on in Iceland because my mom, my beautiful mother, was accusing my dad of cheating with him from some woman that lived in the same subdivision we lived in. Whatever. Okay. So, but you know what? It's like I said 2 nights ago on our live stream. I saw a sign at a gas station one day that say there are no such thing as regrets. It's just lessons learned.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
When I understand it,
Jim's got it. Jim's got it.
Up your heart, I saw the sign.
I saw the sign.
Anyway, Jessica, where was
Go ahead. Ask your question.
where was your father
What do you mean?
when all this was going on with your mother? Was he there?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. For a while, eventually, it got to the point to where, he had to leave the house. But
so
once listen. But
what side did you pick?
My
your
dad.
mom or your dad's?
My dad.
Of course. Me too.
Yeah.
Like,
Every
time.
It got to a point, and I knew, like, me and my mom, we could not coexist. And as soon as I was old enough, boom, I was out.
And you pick
Does
your
she
dad's
have?
side, yeah.
So she said. I think you said something. She had a drug problem.
Yes, that place was a fucking drug den. What we lived in.
But you believe that people that have those problems, that society should take care of them, right?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No.
So what do we do with them?
Well, I mean, to this day,
is there a solution?
Oh, this is great.
What I wish would have happened. I wish.
No, I mean, in your perfect utopia world that exists, what do we do with the people that are
addicted to
undesirables?
Undesirables, yeah.
Well, you gotta. I mean, Elon's got the whole brain chip going on. Maybe we can
concentration camps.
Reprogram them.
Some
So we could get like doctors and we could operate on their brains to make them better.
Fuck it. They're obviously not going to fix. I mean, dude, my mom is still doing this shit.
I understand. I understand.
So here's the thing. What else can you do with them? Just let them exist as they are?
No, I don't think we can. But that's the problem is that I don't.
What's the alternative? Like just kill them?
The problem is, what needs to be done. You're just not willing to go there.
Correct, because I am not a fascist.
Right.
I'm willing to go there because I think. Hold on, and here's why I'm willing to go there. Because I think. Hold on, let me finish. How much better would my life have been if somebody would have done that to my mom?
Not much. I'm going to tell you the truth. Not much.
If it prevents,
because your mother is 1 gazillionth of the population of Earth, and nobody cares what you as a young child is going through. They don't care.
Agreed.
And that's the problem. You want to know why I have such an issue with the fucking world and with humanity? No one cared. So why should I care about their free will? Why should I care about their money? If I had the power to,
but that's why church and actual people that were contributing to some form of charity was a thing back in the early.
That's not going to solve the problem.
No, it's not. But Jessica, for you as a young person growing up, and you're like, you know what? This really helped me. Like, my dad got his shit together. He found a new woman. She actually loved me, even though I wasn't her son. Understand how much of an impact it has for young kids. Like, Chet, my daughter, who lives in my house, is willing to text me and say, hey, Dad, can my son come hang out with you today? I'm like, yeah, of course. Anytime. Yeah. Every day. like 2 times on Sunday, Mark. Like,
Yeah.
like yes, of course. And guess what? She brings him back up to her room or to his bedroom to put him to sleep. Like, yeah, okay. Like, I'm super happy to be PP, but I want you to be his mom. Like, be his mom. Like, understand. Like, I raised 4 kids. 4. Never had a babysitter. Ever. Because you know what a babysitter couldn't do? Is be a better parent than me and my wife.
Yes. Yep.
Yes. Like, don't give your kids up to charity. They're not a fucking comic book. They're yours.
Yep.
They're yours.
But
And-
I don't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't want my mom to be my fucking mom. I hate the fucking bitch. The day that she dies,
get it,
I am
dude.
going to celebrate. I am going to go
Yeah,
out and have the
I think
biggest fucking
honestly, I
feast.
don't. You might feel that way now, but I'm sorry, man. It's gonna hurt you, when she
Dude. I
dies.
thought the same.
I am going to be
Hey.
singing "Ding Dong, the bitch is
Oh,
dead."
Oh no, dude!
Dude,
Like
no.
us,
Your mom is your mom.
Jesker,
Jesus.
dude. Like I felt the same way. My mom cheated on my dad, and did all this weird shit. And after all the years, these 2 retards fighting, me being, discarded with my sister to my grandparents for like years. Like I had to go to school because my parents were still like fighting with each other. Whatever. I'm gonna say one thing though, Jesker. I've lived your life, dude. Like I have. And when my mom died, it was okay. And now, a year later, 10 months later, I'm like, fuck.
I know.
She was my biggest fan. My mom, growing up as a child, and I'm sure, Jesker, your mom loved you, but you didn't see it.
I don't believe, dude. Why is she still down in her fucking drug den selling drugs right now to this day?
Because you know why? She can't get out of the fucking trap.
Oh, is it because she can't or she doesn't want to?
Oh,
Either
damn.
way,
Come on,
either
dude.
way,
Come on.
she brought you onto this planet.
Dude, I will say right now, I pray to God the stupid bitch overdoses, and I hope she fucking dies.
But if
a
she
painful
does,
fucking death.
but Jesker, if she does, understand, she did what she's doing because she couldn't find a way out.
I don't think she wanted to.
Have you ever talked to her, like, to find out why she's this way? Did something happen to her? Was she abused?
I have talked to her, and you know why? Listen, her mom, my grandmother was a saint. All right,
my grandmother too.
Now listen. Here's the
Grandma
thing.
Opal was a shit. Yeah.
Here's the thing. My mom was rebellious from day one. She chose to be like this. All right. There's a reason my grandmother didn't have any other kids after her, because she was terrified they were going to turn out like her. Here's the thing you got to understand. My mom wanted this. This is the life she wanted. She chose this.
What state is your mom in? Is she in Kentucky?
No, she's in Tennessee.
Oh, she's not even a justified person. So okay. So like, no, I'm kidding. Like, dude, understand, like, she doesn't have a man in her life that makes her feel good as a person. Like, that's a thing. Like
because
we hear
all of them off.
We hear all of these strong women things.
Dude, she was married 5 times.
Yeah, because all those guys let her fuck the drug dealer, and he watched. Like,
Dude,
understand
no,
that.
you're
Like,
you're you're not going to ever convince me that she did not choose this.
No, she chose it, but nobody could take her away from it and show her a better path in life.
Nobody could take her away from you. No one could take her away from you.
I wish someone. I was a kid. I couldn't change anything. I was powerless.
You can't, Jessica, understand this, but a strong man might say, let's get the fuck out of hillbilly Tennessee and move to fucking North Dakota to do pipeline work.
Hey, I'm moving to Tennessee. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, Jim. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to have a guy in your life that
I don't want a guy in my life. What the fuck are you talking about?
Jim tells you he wants a guy in his life.
Well,
Jim,
when
do
you,
you
when
really
you
want
cut off
Dave
your
in your
penis
life?
for
Oh,
8
come on,
seconds
Jake.
on this stream, like, understand what I'm saying? Like, if you don't have a strong man in your life, then you're just gonna believe in the guy that's telling you that selling drugs in this fucking terrible town of Tennessee is your best path.
Dude,
But if somebody says,
I don't think
hey,
her problem
I can
is a
take
man.
you away.
I think her problem is that she's just a bad fucking person.
And that's that.
All right, so let's get
That's
back
a
to what we were
truth
originally
also.
talking about here.
So
what do we do with the bad people?
Honestly, I just want her and people like her gone. They ruined
Yeah,
everything.
Should we set up like
you want her gone?
somewhere where we could send them to?
Oh, come on, dude.
Listen. When the cops arrested her, the 3 years before, like when she went to jail for those 3 years, she was in jail for 8 years, but the last 3 years, I was taking care of my grandmother who had cancer. Right when they took her to jail, fucking happy. I was so fucking happy.
Yeah,
I was
man.
like, I hope she stays in there and stays in there.
Jasper, man, like you have to come on every time we stream, dude. Like this is my life, dude. My sister was in prison, and I raised her son. Like my son was in my wedding march, or her son was in. I did not have a fucking honeymoon because I had to put my my sister's son to bed, and me and my wife just opened presents. Like, but you know what, dude? That was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And I have arcade machines in my house. I have a wonderful wife that loves me. And the government didn't give me that. Nobody said, hey, Dave, you loved your fucking sister so much that you raised her son. We're going to give you some bonus fucking returns on your credit on taxes. Didn't happen. Never once. Not one time.
Yeah.
What I did is made my life better for my wife, my sister's son, and then the 3 kids that me and my wife had together.
That's the difference between you and me. I don't care about making my life better. I want my fucking revenge.
But dude, when you're
okay, man,
but
you're
no,
lost.
but
wouldn't
no,
the best
okay.
revenge be to just have a successful, good life?
Yeah.
No, the best revenge is to make her fucking miserable. Like she made me miserable.
But look, you'll be alive a lot longer.
You're letting
than
it
you
ruin your
will.
life, buddy.
I need my revenge, and then I'll move on.
Yeah. Well, tell me her name.
What if that doesn't happen for 30 years?
Fine, but I will.
You're wasting your life,
revenge.
man. I'm telling
Yeah,
you, move on.
like Jessica, dude, like honestly, like I grew up with 2 people. Like my dad picked cotton until the day he turned 18 and went to the fucking recruiter in Memphis, Tennessee. My dad was picking cotton in Black Oak, Arkansas. The day he turned 18, he literally went to the recruiter's office in Memphis, and they made my dad eat bananas to be the proper weight for his height. Okay? And my dad never, ever in my entire life would eat a banana. He's like, fuck that. I ate that shit to get in the Navy. But that's what my dad did. And then my dad, look, guys, like,
in the name,
understand, there's the basic shit of your parents' life, but when you get deep into it and they were actually willing to tell you, like, yeah, dude, like, so my dad goes to Morocco as a 21-year-old, and he meets my mom, and my mom's mother owned the bar in Morocco. Like, my mother, when my dad was 21, she was 14. I should probably put my dad on the wall. Like I should probably hang him up. But he brought her fucking French ass back to America, and that's why I'm here. There's so much weird stuff that goes along with every relationship, but Jessica, I get where you're coming from. Like, you think that there's no way that your mother can ever redeem herself?
There's none.
Yeah, but have you ever
Even
tried
if
to
she
say,
did-
have you
even if she
ever
did,
have
I
you
wouldn't-
ever
I
tried to
wouldn't
talk
accept
to her? Like, have you ever said, Mom, why did you go this way? Did you ever say, Mom, why do you think that this was the best path of your life? And if she gives you a bad answer, it is what it is. It just is.
You
And you're
know
like,
what?
yeah,
I have asked her, and you know what she said?
yeah. No, I have no idea.
Here's what she told me. She said, I'm not going to repeat her name, obviously, because that's going to reveal too much.
Don't.
But
Yeah, please don't.
She said her name, and then she said, I don't have to listen to anyone or anything, and I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Okay, so Jessica, doesn't that make her more of a hero for you?
No, because that's when I realized, and this goes back full circle to what we were talking about earlier. If given the chance, people have too much freedom, they turn out like her.
Yeah.
So you wait. Whoa,
Like,
slow
whoa,
down.
your mother's saying,
We-
like,
We must squash freedom for everyone.
I
must
do
get
not
rid of
like taking
freedom.
away the freedom. As you can see, they made me the star. They made me work in the factory.
Hold up.
It was not
There's
very
always
nice.
the chance that people are going to abuse their freedom, is there not?
Of course.
Yes, it's called free will.
And then you know how they
It's called
turn
free
out.
will.
You
called
know how they
free
turn
will.
out like her. And that's when I realized,
yeah, but
I
dude,
want to do
was
everything.
she the bad person?
Yes,
This is
she's a bad
confusing to me
person.
because
dude,
you
we
talk
live,
about
like, your mother was born in America. Like, America is
coming
about
to
fucking
America.
living your life to the
We're
best.
coming to
What
America
she did,
today.
what she caused in my childhood, that makes her a bad person.
For you.
No,
But
on
for
an
her,
objective level.
But for her,
I don't care about her. Objectively, she is a bad person.
I love it, dude. Like, that's how I feel about my mama. My mom was a bitch. And I had to listen to her shit, like, literally. And I was like, yeah, but I love my dad. You were the bad person because I picked a side.
No,
like,
Jim. Again, this is the issue. See, I believe in an objective standard of morality. That's why I'm religious.
Okay, so did Hitler have it right?
A right to what?
Whoa!
No,
wait.
Hold on, Dave. No, we're not doing
No.
Hitler.
No,
Jim, you're not monetized. Who cares?
I don't care. I don't want to lose my channel.
Dave.
No, I want to know.
Point, listen,
did Hitler have
no,
it right?
No.
That
no,
people
no.
were against his
Stop.
beliefs.
No, listen, Dave. Listen.
Is that a bad question?
All I want is a world where no one has to go through what I went through because of
What I want is a world where no one has to go through what I went through.
Okay, but
Oh
this
my
is
God.
important. I need to have a conversation with Jessica real quick.
Me
So
too.
everyone.
Because I went through more shit than you did, dude.
So then why would you ever want to risk anyone else going through that?
Because I'm where I'm at. Like,
You ever heard that doesn't kill you makes you stronger?
yeah, like,
Well, apparently that
my
didn't work in my
football
case.
coach used to call me the leader of the fucking circle jerk at practice. Like,
dude, I want you to think about something for a second. Think about where I am in life.
I don't have any idea.
Hold on. Let me explain. So
do you own a house?
Hold on. Yes. But let me.
Do you own a vehicle?
Hold on,
Stop,
Dave. Let me talk.
No, I would. He said I want to know
I'm
where
talking
he's
about
at in
mentally
life.
and emotionally. Shut up and let me talk for a second,
okay.
please. This is what I'm getting at. All the shit I went through with my mom. All right.
Yep.
Having what happened with my dad, having to be the one to let him go to make that decision, right?
Yeah.
Taking care of my grandmother who was fighting with cancer for 3 years, being there when she died, being the only one there when she died.
Been there.
Her mother or his mother?
Hold on. Huh?
Her mother or
her
his?
mother.
Her mother.
Let me explain something.
That's a problem, dude.
I wake up every fucking day and I'm just mentally exhausted. And I know
you're
that's
dreaming about this shit.
I know that's not normal for my age, but it's like there's times that I wake up and I'm like, I just wish I hadn't woken up because I'm tired. I'm tired of it.
Dude, I'm 56. I feel the same way, dude. Like
but that's not, it's like,
but that doesn't mean my tax money should go to some fucking guy in Chicago to make his life better.
I'm fucking drained.
Yeah, be drained all you want, but dude, keep your money for yourself so you can give it to your niece or your nephew that you might think could make the world better. The government's not going to make the world better. The government sucks. They're fucking cucks. They watch the guys fuck their wives.
Okay,
and,
but Dave, I'm at listen. I'm what I'm asking is, what else do I have?
You have you, dude.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough.
It is. It fucking is, dude.
I'm the guy who couldn't fight back against his mom because I was a weak little child.
No, you
I'm the
weren't.
guy. I'm the guy.
No, that's not true,
I'm the
dude.
guy who couldn't keep his
You
grandmother from
survived
dying.
your mom and
I'm
dad.
I'm the guy that couldn't keep his dad from dying, and I had to watch.
It's not up to you, bud.
It's not, dude.
Because you want to know why? Because I wasn't strong enough.
That's bullshit.
No, that's not true. Like, dude, once you get past all the nonsense, honestly, man, like, just be you. You're you. And Jesper, you're awesome. Like, I never seen your face, but I love your voice. It's awesome. And I would bring you on my stream every night because I want to hear a counter to whatever me and Jim or Low Watermark or Julio are talking about.
And I've been here saying, this guy, we got to get him on, Dave. We got to get this guy
He's
on.
great.
He's amazing.
Like, yeah, he's awesome. Like, and Mark has been very hyper. It's like he's been hyper eradicated tonight. But you know what he doesn't do? Go to sleep and think about how much he hates you, dude.
No,
you know what he's going to do? Is say, hey, man, Dave, can we get Jessica back on the stream?
Yes, we got to get Jesper. You got to come on. You got to come on, dude.
Your trauma is my trauma. But my trauma did not fucking lead me to where I'm at today. It just hasn't. Because by the time I was 16 or 17 years old, I hated both my parents. Like, and then they decided to make me make a choice, and I picked my dad because my dad was the lesser of two evils in my stupid brain. But then, you know, when I turned in my 20s, my wonderful mother wants to tell me all the fucking chicks my dad was fucking when they were married. It's like, what? Like, dude, like, stop talking to me, Mom. I don't care. I just don't get. Like, I don't care. And I'm pretty sure, Jessica, that's what you grew up with, right? Like,
I hate to do this. I have to go.
Where you going?
To the bathroom?
Porta
Jesus,
potty?
You could possibly go and shit your.
Hey, Lil Mark, isn't this going live on your show?
He canceled his a while ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as someone mentioned Hitler, he shut his off.
Exactly. Dave is always talking about Hitler. No.
Jessica, like, do you understand where I'm coming from? Like,
no.
I know where you're coming
I saw my mom cut my dad's thumb off.
I know where you're coming from. The difference is that
my parents were never into drugs. They were just into alcohol.
Let me say this, and I am not going to go into this publicly. Now, if we
all right, I'm going to end the stream right now.
Hold on, Jim. Hold on.
He doesn't want to talk about it publicly.
No. But if we want to talk about this privately, that's a whole different thing.
That's what I'm saying. I'll end the stream. You guys can talk
some other
in the
stuff
back
that
room.
went
Just
on.
hold on.
No.
There's.
I'm going to end the stream.
No. I just want to say this because
let Jim. This is Jim's stream.
End the
Let him
stream.
No, I want
to talk in the back room. You guys can talk all night long in the back room.
What?
Go, Jim. Go.
Go.